Deep inside a thick forest, Qiu Yimeng and her group fled with all their might. Behind her, Luo Xiaoman and Bai Yunfeng both had disheveled looks, and both of them had multiple wounds. In addition, the original dozen true element boundary cultivators had now been reduced by 2 or 3. As she ran, Luo Xiaoman's proud chest bounced about wildly, like 2 white rabbits were trying to escape from her dress. If it was a normal time, Bai Yunfeng and the other hot-blooded men would certainly not turn a blind eye to such a wondrous scene, but now these men were in no mood to do so. Not knowing if they could survive the next day, how could they have the spare capacity to indulge in such distractions? Behind them a group of people were pursuing them, which caused all of them to panic and flee. In this unfamiliar land, they soon lost their way, only able to unconsciously follow Qiu Yimeng. Running with such speed, their true qi was quickly being depleted. Spotting a small hill not far off, the exhausted Qiu Yimeng quickly ordered, "We'll take a break once we reach that hill up ahead. Our pursuers shouldn't be able to catch up to us so fast. Once we've recovered for a while, we'll continue on." Hearing her, the group she was leading were slightly relieved. They had continuously been on the run for many days, and none of them could afford such massive consumption. A short while later, when the group arrived at the secluded hill, each of them found a place to sit down and quickly took out their own qi recovery pills. Next to a clear brook which flowed down from the mountain top, Qiu Yimeng and Luo Xiaoman quickly moistened their dry throats and washed their faces, refreshing themselves greatly. That day when they had encountered that flirtatious red-clothed woman was only the beginning of this group's bad luck. The only 3 immortal Ascension boundary masters who had been sent with them to this place had been instantly killed by that woman. After that, the remaining dozen or so true element boundary cultivators under Qiu Yimeng's leadership began exploring their surroundings, but before they could get a grasp on their situation, they were attacked by a group of devil path cultivators. Fighting back, they eventually managed to break through the siege, but in doing so they had also alerted more nearby enemies. The strength of this group was by no means weak. It was just that there were too many enemies for them to face. These days the number of pursuers had steadily increased, causing Qiu Yimeng to feel a sense of helplessness. Her only choice was to bring everyone deeper into the jungle and try to use the terrain in order to find an opportunity to escape. The 2 women sat down, thoroughly exhausted. "Elder Sister Qiu, where is this place?" Luo Xiaoman asked, her big round eyes full of fear. Hearing Luo Xiaoman's sudden question, Qiu Yimeng hesitated for a moment before giving a hesitant reply. "If I'm not wrong, this is the Ash-Gray Cloud Evil Land." "What? The Ash-Gray Cloud Evil Land?" Luo Xiaoman exclaimed, her already frightened eyes filled with horror. The others around them also looked up in shock. Bai Yunfeng wrinkled his brow and somewhat unsteadily asked, "Young Lady Qiu, why do you think this place is the Ash-Gray Cloud Evil Land?" Qiu Yimeng glanced at him and leisurely retorted, "Besides the Ash-Gray Cloud Evil Land, where else would there be so many cultivators who have fallen to the devil's path? Didn't you notice their fighting style and demeanor? That doesn't mean this place is definitely the Ash-Gray Cloud Evil Land." Bai Yunfeng still couldn't bring himself to accept it. Maybe this is the site of some evil sect. However, Qiu Yimeng only chuckled lightly and replied in a confident tone, "I am certain that this is the Ash-Gray Cloud Evil Land." "Then, what should we do?" Luo Xiaoman asked forlornly. Unlike Qiu Yimeng, who managed to maintain a look of composure as the group's leader, she couldn't help her beautiful face from becoming somewhat pale. "I don't know." Qiu Yimeng shook her head slowly. This time she had only expected to lead a punitive force to High Heaven Pavilion and not suddenly be thrown 10,000 kilometers away into the Ash-Gray Cloud Evil Land. The difference between what she had come to do and what had happened was simply too great. Within the Ash-Gray Cloud Evil Land, there were countless masters. Devil Path cultivators were everywhere, and this group of hers had no masters guarding them. It was fundamentally impossible for them to break through and escape this place safely. To make matters worse, right now, the Ash-Gray Cloud Evil Land and the outside world were essentially at war. Once their group fell into the hands of the enemy, the consequences would be disastrous. This was particularly so for both Qiu Yimeng and Luo Xiaoman, each of whom were great beauties. If they were to be captured alive by these sinister cultivators, what was waiting for them would be a fate worse than death. Focus on restoring yourselves for now. Thankfully, the group chasing us does not have many masters, or else we would have already been caught. Qiu Yimeng deeply sighed. N. Luo Xiaoman nodded and obediently closed her eyes. The group had spent less than half an hour recovering when Qiu Yimeng suddenly opened her eyes and quickly said, "Time's up. Someone is coming." Hearing this, everyone quickly awakened from their meditation and silently followed her away. During this past month, Qiu Yimeng had many times in advance detected the enemy's approach, which had allowed the group to avoid falling into many dangerous situations. Although they did not understand how she was able to do so with just her true element boundary 9th stage cultivation. But those gathered around her had long ago shown great admiration for her and had no issues following her orders. Yang Kai and Shan Qing Luo walked calmly through the jungle. After interacting with her for the past month, Yang Kai found that this bewitching woman was actually quite likable. She appeared fair and delicate as well as incredibly charming. She appeared to be around 27 years old, but with her divine beauty she seems no different from a girl in her late teens. The only difference being a unique temperament that could only be achieved by a mature woman. This temperament made her particularly appealing to men, coupled with her seductive charms. There was no doubt that Shan Qing Luo was simply the nemesis of all men in this world, able to ensnare both young and old. Yang Kai's performance during this time was also quite composed, no longer shouting elder sister this or elder sister that as he did before, which caused Shan Qing Luo to develop some admiration for him. A 17-year-old boy with such a steady mentality was quite rare. Although the two of them had gotten to know each other fairly quickly, the two of them actually shared very few conversations. Shan Qing Luo didn't speak much, nor did Yang Kai bring up superfluous topics. Mostly he simply followed behind her. The rest of his time was spent in meditative cultivation, not wasting a single moment. Traveling together with such a beauty was enough to make him feel satisfied. At least he was not lonely along the way. According to Shan Qing Luo, she had come out this time looking for something. This thing held great significance to her. Her mother had once sought it out, and before her, her grandmother had too. Now it was her turn. But these plans had been greatly complicated by recent developments. Before she had set out, her strength was transcendent, and with it she naturally wouldn't experience any hardship. But now that she was experiencing the backlash from her secret art failing to break through, her strength had dropped significantly, until now only being able to restore herself to the level of a true element boundary 3rd stage cultivator. So the place she was seeking out was now too dangerous to reach. Without her pervious, overwhelming strength, going there would be akin to seeking death. However, the two of them had wandered around the jungle for more than 10 days now without arriving anywhere in particular. As they walked, Yang Kai frowned as he looked suspiciously at her before pausing to ask, "Beauty, I have a question for you." Shan Qing Luo also stopped, glancing back at Yang Kai. Are you lost?" Yang Kai hesitantly asked. Trembling slightly, Shan Qing Luo's face showed an unnatural look as she averted her eyes. Yang Kai was stunned. "You're not really lost, are you?" Shan Qing Luo blushed embarrassedly before coldly snorting. "So what if I'm lost? What's so strange about that?" Yang Kai wryly smiled. "If you were lost, you should have just said so. I thought you had some clear goal, so I've just been quietly following you." These past few days she had shown neither panic nor urgency, and always maintained a composed, aloof manner, so he had never questioned her. But upon seeing some scenery that looked familiar, Yang Kai couldn't help asking. But whatever the circumstances, she was also a supreme master, so how could she have gotten lost? Yang Kai felt that the whole situation was somewhat odd. "You know nothing." Shan Qing Luo grumbled loudly and wrinkled her nose slightly. "The inside of this forest has a kind of natural spirit array which causes disorientation that encompasses a radius of several hundred kilometers. If I still had my full strength, it would be simple to find the way out, but now we can only rely on luck." Saying this, she glared towards Yang Kai bitterly and complained, "In the end, all of this is your fault." "My fault my ass," Yang Kai angrily retorted. "Who was the one who stole my energy during my crucial breakthrough?" Who caused me to suffer such harsh backlash from my secret art? Who caused my strength to plummet so far? Shanqing Luo rapidly pressed Yang Kai with accusation. When she brought Yang Kai to this forest, she hadn't expected to suffer this backlash from her secret art, sending the situation completely out of her control. Good, good, good. It's all my fault, okay? Yang Kai still had some guilt over this issue and was also too lazy to argue with her, knowing he'd never win anyways, so instead he simply released his divine sense, but immediately found that the range he could explore had been reduced to less than a kilometer around him. Shanqing Luo looked at him with an interested grin, letting out a light sigh. I've thought so before, but you're a strange one, aren't you? A small true element boundary fourth stage cultivator actually being able to utilize his divine sense. But without reaching the immortal ascension boundary, it is simply impossible to find your way out of here, save your strength. Beauty, we have a problem. Yang Kai turned his gaze towards her, his expression slightly changing. But he had hardly finished speaking when not far in front of them a wave of whooshing sounds arose as 6 or 7 figures suddenly fell from the air, landing close by. Shanqing Luo's expression also sank, and her eyes narrowed as she examined these newcomers. Seeing the appearance of these people, her temperament suddenly changed, immediately becoming exalted and domineering. Yang Kai witnessed this astonishing change and couldn't help admiring. She was indeed worthy of being one of the 6 great evil kings. This perennial superior attitude and aura was not something most people could imitate, at the same time though he secretly raised his own alert. These 6 or 7 individuals had come here after discovering traces of Yang Kai and Shanqing Luo. They were actually members of the group that were pursuing Qiu Meng and her compatriots, but upon seeing Shanqing Luo's face and red clothes, all of their faces instantly changed, and they hurriedly took a few steps back. Shanqing Luo just pleasantly smiled and casually glanced towards them. Her aura of superiority became even more overwhelming. Receiving her gaze, those few people's faces became more depressed. All of them raised their guards as they helplessly waited. I wondered who it was that dared block my path. It turns out to be a few of Beast King's insolent henchmen. Shanqing Luo gently grunted while leisurely and calmly speaking. Her demeanor revealed utter disdain with a hint of coldness. The 6 or 7 newcomers all shivered. Their faces instantly drained of all color. One of the masters at the Immortal Ascension Boundary 3rd stage quickly stepped forward, respectfully cupped his fists, and trembled as he spoke. Servant Guion Ming greets Mistress Demon Queen. We did not know that Mistress Demon Queen was here. If we have offended, please forgive us. As he spoke, his eyes drooped, staring straight at his toes, not daring to meet Shanqing Luo's eyes. Greetings, Mistress Demon Queen. The other several people also hurriedly bowed, a clear sense of fear apparent in their demeanor. Everyone raised their cupped fists as they shivered where they stood, apparently extremely terrified. Shanqing Luo snorted, further terrifying these few. You all have some guts. You dare to stalk after me? Speaking so, her expression slowly changed, and her infinitely charming face suddenly flashed a murderous intent. Hearing Shanqing Luo ask this, all of them complained incessantly in their hearts as sweat dripped down their foreheads. Why was this devilish woman here? Why were the heavens so heartless? Of course not. Guiyuan Ming involuntarily gulped. Respected Demon Queen, we servants were simply tracking a group of true element boundary cultivators who had broken into the Holy Land. We truly did not mean to offend Lady Demon Queen. We swear to the heavens. Oh, really now? Shanqing Luo replied lightly. Her enchanting voice slightly dropped in tone, but these people hearing this pleasant melody not only did not feel pleasant, but instead felt even tenser. Their backs were covered in cold sweat, and none of them dared to make a sound. Shanqing Luo gently lifted her delicate hands and gently brushed one of her exquisite nails, appearing extremely indifferently as she casually said, Since you know your sins, why have you not offered your life in apology yet? Do you want to force this queen to handle you personally? Guiyuan Ming's trembling increased greatly. His legs buckled under him as he collapsed to his knees, smashing his head on the ground with his blood frozen solid. The rest of his group behind him also trembled in fear. Big drops of sweat dripped from their faces, and their heads bent so far forward that their chins touched their chests. Yang Kai's gaze flickered as he silently stood behind Shan Qingluo. This was the first time he had seen this seductive woman's true methods. She was truly majestic and domineering. Was this the true face of the beguiling demon queen? Although he was unclear about exactly what was happening, Yang Kai figured that Shan Qingluo and the master of these few henchmen had some kind of grudge between them, so she was intentionally making things difficult for them. Moreover, Shan Qingluo's current strength had been greatly diminished, so she was probably trying to use this approach to preemptively frighten them. Hee hee? Shan Qingluo suddenly smiled playfully and glanced towards the other side. Get up. Taking this queen's joke so seriously, you're all too boring. Guiyuanming, however, did not dare move. There was no way he would believe this devilish woman's words. If he stood up, Shan Qingluo might just directly slaughter him. Instead, he just repeatedly kowtowed. Many thanks, Lady Demon Queen, for your mercy. Many thanks. Coldly glancing over at him, Shan Qingluo's voice suddenly became cold. Go back to your master and tell him this. Our accounts from 1 month ago, I will soon settle. Get lost. Receiving this fantasy like amnesty, Guiyuanming quickly scrambled to his feet, bowed his head deeply, and shouted, Please rest assured, Lady Demon Queen. This servant will definitely bring your words to my master. Within 10 breaths, if anyone remains within my sight, they will stay here forever. Shwa shwa shwa. These 6 or 7 people kicked the ground, used all their strength to flee, and disappeared in the blink of an eye. Humph. Shan Qingluo coldly snorted, turned around and said, Let's go. Yang Kai silently followed. In his heart, he greatly admired this seductive woman's methods and majesty. Shan Qingluo walked faster and faster, until a moment later she was actually running as fast as the wind. Why are you escaping so quickly? Didn't you successfully deceive them already? Yang Kai asked confusedly as he chased after her. It's only a temporary measure. Guiyuanming isn't stupid. After a while, when he reflects on it, he will no doubt notice some flaws. My relationship with the Thunderbolt Beast King is not very good. I was also recently ambushed and wounded by him and his minions. Those people were Beast King's henchmen. If they catch us, everything will be over. Shan Qingluo hurriedly explained as she continued dashing forward 100 meters at a time. Heh! Yang Kai's expression became strange. You are also one of the Devil Kings, someone on the same level as that Thunderbolt Beast King. Him daring to bring people to ambush you. If you don't have some kind of serious conflict of interest, it must be him coveting your beauty. The temptation of a supreme beauty is really powerful. You shut up. Shan Qingluo glared at him, and her expression became icy cold. Yang Kai simply grinned as he shrugged his shoulders and obediently stayed quiet. After those 6 or 7 individuals had escaped more than a dozen kilometers, they suddenly stopped. What's wrong, Brother Gua? Another expert at the Immortal Ascension Boundary second stage looked at him and asked. Guiyuanming frowned and looked back towards where they had met Shan Qingluo, seemingly contemplating something as he asked, Do you think something is off with that whore today? Somewhat off. How could she have let us off so easily? Guiyuanming grew more and more skeptical. Master had brought several people to ambush her a month ago. On top of that, they also have many past grievances, even just considering the incident last month. Us meeting her now should have ended up with us suffering greatly. But if so, why would she just send us on our way? As he contemplated, his brow wrinkled further. He hesitated for a long time before continuing. I heard from those involved in that ambush that although they failed to capture that devilish woman, she still suffered a direct hit from Master. That's right, and just now she did seem somewhat unsteady. Perhaps she was seriously wounded in that fight and hasn't fully healed yet. A wound inflicted by Master isn't something so easy to resolve, Guiyuanming said as a light flashed across his eyes. She is definitely still suffering from serious injuries, or she would never have let us go so easily. I remember half a year ago, Brother Yuan's younger brother had only glanced at her once, and she immediately killed him. That devilish woman is utterly ruthless. How could she suddenly be so forgiving? Hearing this and remembering back, Yuan Shi's treacherous face flashed a trace anger and hatred, and he viciously cursed. If it weren't for her bloodline's special skills, allowing the previous generation's demon queen to pass on the bulk of her cultivation to her, allowing that little slut already have such high strength, I would have already killed her. Gui Yuanming swept his eyes over his companions and grinned meaningfully as he said, "If Brother Yuan wants revenge for his younger brother, then right now is his chance." Everyone hearing these words couldn't help being startled. None of them had dared even consider the idea of openly opposing the beguiling demon queen. "What, are you all afraid?" Gui Yuanming sneered. "Her letting us go definitely means she has some scruples. What could that be? Obviously she's afraid that right now she can't beat us." Yuan Shi nodded in agreement. What Brother Gui said is reasonable, but in the end it is just a guess. What if she isn't seriously injured, or if she has already recovered? We have to try to know. Gui Yuanming grinned meaningfully. That's why I just said you all have no courage. Everyone else remained silent for a time, and each of them glanced around at the others. All of them were hesitant to act. Admittedly, what Gui Yuanming said made sense, but everything really was based on a hunch. Seeing that some of them appeared to be hesitating, Gui Yuanming made another push. "My fellow brothers, that is the beguiling demon queen. Don't you have any desire to taste her? An opportunity to have her under you? Even if we were to die, just to bed this woman, it is worth it." Fantasizing about Shan Qingluo's delicate body and sweet voice, imagining being able to strip her naked, toy with her as they pleased, and listen to her moan in ecstasy, all of them couldn't help breathing a bit heavier. Gui Yuanming kept pressing. "Also, if she can pass on her strength to her descendants, what says she can't pass it on to us? An immortal Ascension boundary 9th stage master. Even if we split the spoils among us, wouldn't everyone at least be able to break through at least 1 or 2 minor realms?" Everyone was finally convinced. A malicious light flashed across Yuan Shi's eyes, and he quickly said, "What Brother Gui says is right. Being able to taste her beauty and rob her cultivation, it certainly is worth the risk." After carefully considering it, the others present also grit their teeth and nodded. Gui Yuanming laughed. "You are all good brothers indeed. Now that we've decided we shouldn't delay, let's quickly catch up." Yang Kai and Shan Qingluo flew through the forest, constantly changing direction. But half a day later, from behind them suddenly came the sound of hurried footsteps. Shan Qingluo's expression sank as she grit her teeth. They really found out. Resigned, she quickly came to a stop and took a deep breath to calm her nerves as both she and Yang Kai prepared themselves. "It's them." Yang Kai stealthily released his divine sense, aware of whom their pursuers were, his face also becoming gloomy. Evidently Shan Qingluo concerns were warranted. Although she had indeed scared off these people with her domineering demeanor, she had involuntarily revealed too many flaws which their enemies had discovered after carefully reviewing their encounter. Though it was just a drop of blood in the vast sea, the fierce sharks had still sniffed it out. "Lady Demon Queen." A moment later, Gui Yuanming and his companions swiftly appeared from the distance. All of them were clearly a bit anxious, but they did not display the same extreme caution and dread from before. Their gazes darted back and forth, and their eyes flashed with meaningful light and dared to spy upon Shan Qingluo with an obscene glint from time to time. "What it is?" Shan Qingluo asked in a cold tone. "Haha. Lady Demon Queen's speed is so great it took us a long time to catch up." Gui Yuanming's attitude was significantly more presumptuous now, as he obviously salivated at the meal before him but also using his attitude to confirm his speculations. He was 80% certain but still wanted to make that 100%. They had clearly parted for only a brief moment before, yet they had spent so much time chasing her down. If she was not hiding something, why would she need to run so fast? "Enough nonsense. Why are you here?" Shan Qingluo questioned impatiently. Her voice became ever colder. "Please forgive me. This servant had forgotten that my Lord Beast King had instructed that if we were to meet Lady Demon Queen, we were to give her this small gift. My lord wishes to send this to Lady Demon Queen as recompense for last month's offense in hopes that she will not pursue the matter." While speaking, Guiyuanming threw something from his hand towards Shan Qingluo. This item gave off a special aura. It was clearly a high-quality artifact. At the moment he threw this artifact, Guiyuanming had poured his true qi into it. So though it seemed to have been casually tossed, in reality it contained a hidden attack. Shan Qingluo readily caught this artifact, and though she was prepared, she still felt a shock shoot through her tender body, which caused her to tremble lightly as her arm went numb. Witnessing this reaction, these few men suddenly grinned widely. Guiyuanming, you court death. Shan Qingluo furiously screamed. However, Guiyuanming simply smiled maliciously. Oh, please forgive this servant's carelessness, Lady Demon Queen. It seems this one had used a bit too much force before, but with your great strength, how is it that you could not handle it? Is it that you have perhaps lost much of your strength right now? As he asked these questions, Guiyuanming's tone became more and more rampant. His eyes slowly revealed an obscene light as they wandered all over Shan Qingluo's body. Shan Qingluo's expression slightly changed. Understanding that the other party had seen through her current condition, she no longer bothered to conceal things and instead let out a proud laugh. Humph! It is true that right now I have lost a great deal of strength, but if it is to kill you few wastes, it is still enough. As she spoke, her pair of enchanting eyes suddenly shimmered as they released a dense light, seemingly containing an endless attraction, pulling the souls of all those around into them. At the same time, from all around a strange fragrance wafted about. As soon as they smelt this aroma, every man present had their pulse race as their blood began to boil. Even Yang Kai's eyes became slightly confused for a moment, but he swiftly regained his composure. Quickly returning his true qi to his dantian, Yang Kai summoned the Azura sword to his hand as the evil qi from his unyielding golden skeleton burst forth. Wrapped in this thick black gas, he quickly struck towards Guiyuanming. Yang Kai's reaction was very fast, almost simultaneously attacking the moment Shan Qingluo used her beguiling technique. Even Shan Qingluo was secretly surprised that he could free himself from her technique so quickly, without mentioning him only possessing a true element boundary 4th stage cultivation. Even an immortal Ascension master could not free themselves from her skill so easily. What exactly is this scoundrel's background? The Azura sword shot out from within the black gas, like a snake striking from its hole, and stabbed towards Guiyuanming's neck. Guiyuanming's confused and empty eyes suddenly released a cold light as a disdainful grin appeared on his face. Yang Kai's face instantly sank, and he quickly shifted from attacking to defense and poured all his qi into his guard. Ding! Yang Kai tumbled backwards, and eventually landed beside Shan Qingluo. The hand holding his Azura sword trembled slightly, and his blood flow was in chaos. Breathing heavily, he tried to steady himself. Ha ha ha! Guiyuanming laughed scornfully with an obscene look plastered all over his arrogant face. Licking his lips as he unscrupulously stared at Shan Qingluo, he mockingly said, "Demon Queen's beguiling fantasy technique deserves its reputation. It is truly extraordinary." Shan Qingluo's beautiful face was filled with an icy cold. Apparently Guiyuanming had long ago been prepared. If Lady Demon Queen was at full strength, naturally I would not be able to resist your technique. But now, heh. Guiyuanming crudely laughed, as he cried out, "Brothers, Lady Demon Queen doesn't seem to be feeling too well. She should be easy prey. Make sure you don't use too much strength. We don't want to ruin her body before we get a taste. Brother Gua, rest assured, we'll be sure to be gentle." Yuan Shi stepped forward slowly, and obscenely stared at Shan Qingluo. All traces of fear were gone from his face. Heh. A burst of wicked laughter rang out. Everyone here had been somewhat uneasy at first, but now seeing how easily they could withstand Shan Mengluo's beguiling technique, their courage suddenly surged. Shan Qingluo was extremely furious, but she maintained an elegant and aloof look and softly quipped, "Do you trashes really think you can take on this queen so easily?" Seeing her calm demeanor, without the slightest trace of panic, Guiyuanming's heart jumped as he involuntarily hesitated. But after a moment, he grit his teeth and cursed, "Brothers, now that the arrow has left the bow there is no turning back. since we have already offended this cheap whore. If she manages to escape, you all know what fate awaits us. Given Shanqing Luo's personality and methods, if she really escaped from them now, even if they all hid at the ends of the earth, they would still not be safe. Knowing how serious things had become, these men gripped their fists and nodded heavily. Since it has come to this, we only have one choice left. If we're able to taste the world's most seductive woman, what need is there to fear death? Gui Yuanming's voice suddenly became cold. Brother Ban, your strength is the lowest. You deal with that little shit over there. As soon as you're done, come assist us. A tall, lanky man looked over towards Yang Kai, disdainfully laughing. No problem. Shanqing Luo, on the other hand, while maintaining an indifferent smile, had secretly been gathering her true qi, suddenly waving her hands forward as she cried out, "Since you dare offend this queen, you can all go to hell." A crystal like white silk thread suddenly filled the sky, shrouding the opposite party. These 6 or 7 were all Immortal Ascension boundary masters, but their cultivation was not too high, most of them only reaching the 2nd stage. Only Gui Yuanming had broken through to the 3rd stage. Facing Shanqing Luo's sudden attack, all of them hastily circulated their secret arts and summoned their artifacts to defend themselves. Yang Kai also thrust forward his hand and condensed nearly 1,000 sword qi blades around him. As these blades stabbed forward, Yang Kai simultaneously summoned the 1,000-petal blades of the 1,000-blossoming blood begonia. With the appearance of this slaughtering artifact, the surrounding space instantly became a sea of blood-red petals. With his opponents all being Immortal Ascension boundary cultivators, Yang Kai did not plan to hold back. Such a dense and rapid attack sent the enemy party's resistance into confusion. Shanqing Luo quickly formed a series of hand seals, which manipulated the crystal silk threads to dart and weave, which instantly wrapped up 2 of the Immortal Ascension boundary 1st stage cultivators. These 2 were the weakest members of the enemy group, and facing this surprise attack, they soon found themselves bound tightly by layers of silk thread. Yang Kai quickly seized this opportunity to launch his White Tiger and Divine Ox Seals and summoned the 2 Crimson Monster Beast Phantoms. With an earth-shaking roar, the 2 phantoms bared their fangs and charged towards the 2 trapped individuals and ferociously mauled them. The 1,000 red petals also shot forth in concert, each piece as sharp as any high-quality artifact blade. A short burst of extremely shrill screams rang out, which caused Gui Yuanming and his companions to cringe as the sound reached their ears. Pu piu piu. Blood splattered everywhere. A surprised light also flashed across Shanqing Luo's eyes. She had not thought that Yang Kai's attack would have such power. The series of fierce attacks was not something an ordinary true element boundary 4th stage cultivator could display. Gripping her fist, her silk threads viciously contracted and instantly dismembered the 2 already black and blue Immortal Ascension boundary 1st stage cultivators. Within the span of a few breaths, 2 Immortal Ascension boundary cultivators had been brutally killed. As this happened, another burst of white threads shot out from around Shanqing Luo's tender body and wrapped up the remaining enemies. Her image flashing, she appeared beside Yang Kai, grabbed his arm with her delicate hand and shouted, "Run!" Yang Kai quickly waved his hand, recalling the 1,000 petals into his body and activated his movement skill and escaped together with Shanqing Luo. This devilish woman could now only use strength equivalent to a true element boundary 3rd stage cultivator. Working together with him to kill 2 Immortal Ascension 1st stage cultivators was already the limit of what she could handle. Although the conflict only lasted an instant, the amount of true qi she had consumed was certainly not small. If they stayed behind, they would certainly suffer. Cheap slut! Gui Yuanming's angry voice rang out from behind them. He had not thought that Shanqing Luo would only be able to launch a single attack. It was only after she had left that he realized that she had never actually planned to fight it out with them. After a few tens of breaths, Gui Yuanming and his companions finally managed to break free from their silk bindings. One after another, they stared somewhat fearfully in the direction Shanqing Luo had disappeared. In the end, a Devil King was still a Devil King, and even if they were seriously injured, they were not so easy to deal with. "What should we do now?" Yuan Shi asked gloomily. Gui Yuanming ground his teeth in hatred. If you don't want to live the rest of your life fleeing from her, we can only catch up and kill her. Brother Gua is right. The others quickly nodded in agreement. No longer hesitating, they hurriedly began the pursuit. When Shanqing Luo had first grabbed Yang Kai's arm, she had wanted to drag him along with her as they escaped, but she quickly realized the speed of this little rascal was actually not much slower than her own. Every time his feet moved, he cast some kind of strange movement skill that seemed to instantly propel him forward several tens of meters. Running at full speed, her proud peaks continuously brushed against and pressed onto Yang Kai's arm, which made Shanqing Luo's cheeks blush bright red, and she soon released her grip. Don't! Yang Kai hurriedly stopped her. My movement skill is only a short-range technique and my Yuan Qi is about to be exhausted. At that time I'll need your help. Yang Kai held her hand. Shanqing Luo nodded slightly and continued holding Yang Kai's arm as they dashed through the jungle. Half an hour later, Gu Yuanming and his band were catching up. They all knew what the consequences would be if they allowed Shanqing Luo to escape, so they spared no effort in chasing her down. Shanqing Luo ground her teeth in hatred and anger. If this time I can escape, I will let them suffer a fate worse than death. Yang Kai quickly quipped, You should worry more about what will happen if they catch up to us. Shanqing Luo's complexion suddenly paled as a ripple of fear gripped her heart and sent a shiver through her tender body. Suddenly, her beautiful face showed a touch of intoxicated blush and she resolutely declared, If that is my fate will be, before then, I'll give myself to you first. In any case, you're not too terrible, at least a bit better than those damn bastards. Yang Kai looked towards her in surprise, half laughing, half crying. My fair lady, although I am happy you'd propose so, I know that if I accept your offer I won't have a good end. So I'm afraid I'll have to decline. Shanqing Luo glanced at him bitterly and whispered, So you already know? Of course I know. In this life or death crisis, there was no need to hide anything, so Shanqing Luo sighed and explained, I have a special constitution called the Poison Widow Body. Yang Kai, somewhat scared, quickly said, What kind of constitution is that? What are its characteristics? When I become aroused, all my bodily fluids become highly toxic, including my breath. Shanqing Luo looked at him meaningfully. Now you should understand why you fainted the last time I kissed you, right? Yang Kai quickly licked his lips, recalling the sweet and savory flavor from that experience. The more intense my emotional state, the more potent the poison becomes. Last time was just a little punishment. Who told you to be so presumptuous? However, Yang Kai simply grinned stupidly. I also had no choice. Who told you to catch me back then for no reason why? All your bodily fluids, does that include, down there? Shanqing Luo's face instantly turned bright red, and she violently cursed, Shameless! Yang Kai hesitantly asked, So if you're intimate with someone, they die? Yes. Shanqing Luo took a deep breath, already deeply regretting telling her secrets to this little bastard. This rogue dared to say anything that popped into his head. He was truly shameless. It was simply unbearable. Yang Kai suddenly averted his eyes and asked, Then, how about I get you in the mood, then you spit a few mouthfuls of poison at them? Can you at least try to be serious? Shanqing Luo really couldn't stand it. Just what the hell was going through this little bastard's mind right now? I was being serious, Yang Kai said bluntly. Even as the two quipped back and forth, their feet never stopped moving, racing forward as fast as the wind when all of a sudden, the area in front of them opened up, and they rushed out of the jungle. The two of them suddenly paused, extremely shocked by the scene in front of them. Not far away there was actually another two groups of people. One of the groups had completely surrounded the other, and the ones in the center were all wearing faces of unwillingness and despair. As Yang Kai swept his eyes over them, he couldn't help being startled. He found that the surrounded group was actually the group led by Qiu Yimeng, the giant-breasted Luo Xiaoman, and the Bai families by Yunfeng were among them. In addition, there were 3 or 4 other true element boundary cultivators along with several dead bodies on the ground, blood constantly flowing from them. The group encircling them were all staring maliciously towards Qiu Yimeng's group. Most of them directed their gaze towards Qiu Yimeng and Luo Xiaoman's bodies. Their eyes exposed an obscene light. Qiu Yimeng wryly smiled while Luo Xiaoman's beautiful face had gone pale. The two women stood back to back, their breath ragged and their true qi also completely depleted. After escaping for so many days, they had finally been overtaken by the Devil Path cultivators of the ash-gray cloud evil land. Experiencing a desperate battle where several of them had been killed, they had now been completely surrounded. It was just as they came to understand that escape was impossible that Yang Kai and Shanqing Luo suddenly appeared. It was not that Yang Kai and Shanqing Luo had been particularly careless, but the two of them had just been engaged in a less than decent conversation and had not expected there to actually be people ahead of them. When the two appeared, they instantly attracted everyone's attention. The people surrounding Qiu Yimeng and her group were all ash-gray cloud evil lands cultivators, their strength and number far exceeding that of Qiu Yimeng's side. So now they were just leisurely looking at the two women, ready to enjoy the desperate struggles these two beautiful women would put up. The resistance of a beauty was always something to look forward to, especially Luo Xiaoman's, with her full-bodied chest trembling tremendously, shaking up and down as she panicked. It was nothing short of intoxicating, causing all of these men's eyes to glow with desire as they stared towards her. So even though they occupied the absolute advantage, these people were not actually in a rush to attack Qiu Yimeng's group. On the contrary, they were simply shamelessly ridiculing them, while lewdly gazing at the two women. Ha ha ha! There's another one! When Yang Kai and Shanqing Luo appeared, one of the surrounding men with a cultivation at the true element boundary 8th stage suddenly laughed, staring indiscriminately at Shanqing Luo. Shanqing Luo was known as the world's most seductive woman, possessing a near-infinite charm. This style and aura was no doubt more eye-catching than even Qiu Yimeng and Luo Xiaoman. In particular, this devilish woman was now thoroughly disheveled, covered in a fragrant sweat. Her cheeks flushed red, causing her to appear even more enchanting and inviting. As this burly man started at Shanqing Luo with a fiery gaze, he shouted, "Big brother, look here. Another great beauty has come. This one is even more enticing than the other two. Good. Since I was born, I have never had such an amazing woman. Once eldest brother tastes the meat, we can drink some soup. Then eldest brother can play with her again. Then our little brothers can too. Such a woman, even 1,000 times toying with her won't be boring." Another person excitedly shouted. There are also these two little girls here. Although they aren't quite as good as this woman, they're still big beauties. The heavens have truly blessed us today. Ha ha ha. The group's foul language made Qiu Yimeng and Luo Xiaoman pale. Even Shanqing Luo's expression sank. However, amongst this group, there was one Immortal Ascension boundary master who, after staring at Shanqing Luo's face for a moment, suddenly went white as he roared, "Everyone shut up!" With this shout, all the laughter and jeers abruptly halted. "What's wrong, eldest brother?" everyone asked confusedly, none of them understanding why their leader's face had suddenly drained of all color. That Immortal Ascension boundary master, his forehead covered in sweat, suddenly cupped his fists and bowed solemnly to Shanqing Luo. "Beast King's servant Gu Tian Luo greets Lady Demon Queen," while the others did not know Shanqing Luo. This Immortal Ascension master had obviously recognized her. An extremely seductive woman, with a mole under the corner of her eye, wearing a fiery red dress. If this was not the ruthless and murderous beguiling Demon Queen, then who was? If any man dared act the slightest bit presumptuous towards her, she would rip his corpse into 10,000 pieces. And now, these brainless bastards kept bragging about how they would play with her till she was broken, constantly talking about how they would taste her flesh and drink her soup. It's all over. With her personality, none of them would be able to leave here alive today. While trying to show the utmost respect and courtesy, Gu Tian Luo felt his heart freeze over. The high-spirited feeling of victory and the anticipation of the rewards to come all replaced by an overwhelming fear. These damn bastards, courting death without even seeking it. Even if you all want to die, don't pull me down with you. He could have been enjoying the taste of these two little beauties, but instead he had fallen into hell. The change in circumstances was simply too great. It was easy to imagine just how depressed Gu Tianluo was feeling. Moreover, this devilish woman also appeared to be in a bad mood. This time there really was no hope of escape. Seeing Gu Tianluo act so respectfully, the others were startled. Quickly going over his words, he had called this woman Lady Demon Queen. In addition to that demonic woman, who else would dare call themselves Lady Demon Queen? In an instant, everyone's jubilant mood had been completely destroyed, replaced with sheer terror and despair. How could I have possibly just molested this woman? As the situation continued rapidly changing, Qiu Meng looked over and upon catching a glimpse of who it was who had just arrived, hurriedly shouted, "Yang Kai!" However, Yang Kai simply grinned towards her and quietly squeezed Shan Qingluo's hand, urging her to quickly leave here. There was no doubt the several immortal Ascension cultivators they were escaping were still chasing. Shan Qingluo secretly nodded, purposefully ignoring the crowd before her. Not say a word and simply walking away with Yang Kai. Seeing his attitude and understanding that he was planning on simply ignoring them, Qiu Meng awkwardly wore an ugly smile and pleaded, "Yang Kai, you're not planning to leave us to die, right? Whatever the circumstances, we all came here together." Qiu Meng was well aware of just how powerful Shan Qingluo was. Earlier, she had killed 3 Immortal Ascension boundary masters as easily as 3 chickens, although she felt some resentment towards her, but in the end she was also a fellow woman. Falling into her hands was obviously a better choice than taking her chances with these scums. That day, she had suddenly abducted Yang Kai, and now they had appeared here again, together, and obviously sharing an unspoken intimacy. So Qiu Meng was certain they had developed some kind of relationship and decided to pin her hopes on convincing Yang Kai to help them. As long as Shan Qingluo decided to act, they could certainly escape this crisis. "Yang Kai, please save us," Luo Xiaoman also pleaded, her eyes filled with a mix of hope and entreatment. "Haha, do we know each other?" Yang Kai smiled and stared at them indifferently. Yang Kai was also a clay Buddha crossing a river. He couldn't even guarantee his own life right now, so how could he concern himself with the well-being of others? Not to mention that because Qiu Meng had brought these people to High Heaven Pavilion, he had been separated from Su Yan. Instead of spending his days happily with her, he was spending every moment fearing for his life. It could even be said that these 2 women and their companions were the root of all his current problems. Yang Kai not intentionally acting against them could already be considered benevolent. "It's me, Yang Kai. I'm Luo Xiaoman, and we've definitely exchanged greetings before." Luo Xiaoman in her panicked state really thought Yang Kai didn't remember them, quickly explaining herself in a desolate and desperate voice. "I beg of you, please help us. What benefits do I gain by saving you?" Yang Kai chuckled, still moving away gradually together with Shan Qingluo. "Whatever benefits you want, I and elder sister Qiu can give you. Then if I want you, will you agree?" Luo Xiaoman was suddenly rendered speechless. Qiu Meng also couldn't help taking a sharp breath, her face clearly showing a trace of disgust. "It's time to go," Yang Kai whispered to Shan Qingluo. "Before we leave, scare them a bit so they don't bully those 2. Do you like them?" Shan Qingluo looked suspiciously at Yang Kai. "No, it just feels awkward if I abandon them." Yang Kai frowned. "In fact, I'm actually quite a tender soul." Shan Qingluo giggled lightly, but before she had time to shout, Gu Yuanming's angry voice roared, "Stop right there, you cheap whore." Hearing this, the pair's expressions sank, no longer concerning themselves with the situation before them, instead quickly moving to escape. On the other hand, Gu Tianluo looked up as his brow wrinkled, loudly shouting, "Brother Gua, is that you?" Gu Yuanming was obviously surprised for a moment but was soon overjoyed. "Brother Gu, quickly block that slut Shan Qingluo." Gu Tianluo was instantly terrified, thinking that today his 8 generations of ancestors must be cursing him from the grave. Not only his useless underlings, even Gu Yuanming had gone completely insane. "Even if you've all gone crazy, what do you want me to do? This is a once-in-a-lifetime heaven-sent chance." That devilish woman has been seriously injured and has lost most of her strength, Gui Yuanming quickly shouted. Gu Tianluo suddenly stood up straight, now understanding why this vicious slut was in such a rush to leave, even directly ignoring all the slanderous offenses his men had hurled at her. So she's seriously injured. Immediately, the fear and panic on Gu Tianluo's face disappeared as he quickly formed a series of hand seals, releasing a golden light from his palms. Yang Kai and Shan Qingluo had only flown a few dozen meters before this golden light overtook them, suddenly transforming into a shimmering light curtain, blocking their path. Yang Kai and Shan Qingluo were caught off guard and crashed into this curtain head-on, violently being thrown back by it. As they fell to the ground, Gui Yuanming and the others who had been pursuing them immediately surrounded the two. Fuck! Yang Kai cursed loudly. He truly had dogshit luck today, running into more enemies even as he made his escape. Ha ha ha! Gui Yuanming laughed wildly, glaring towards Shan Qingluo coldly as he viciously cried, "Little slut! You can't escape. Stop wasting your energy." Shan Qingluo coldly snorted as she glared menacingly towards Gu Tianluo, her voice filled with ice. "Gu Tianluo, you want to die." Gu Tianluo's neck involuntarily shrank, but he soon let out a dismissive laugh. "Lady Demon Queen must be joking. Of course I do not seeking death. Today, several of my underlings acted terribly disrespectfully to you. I just wanted to properly apologize to Lady Demon Queen, so I could only ask you to remain. If you don't want to die, kill all of them for me and I will forget that today's offenses ever happened," Shan Qingluo coldly ordered. However, Gui Yuanming simply sneered. "Cheap whore! Still trying to intimidate all of us. Do you really think you're still at your peak? No matter what means you have left, you should never expect to leave here today. Since I've dared offend you, I will do things absolutely." "That's right." Yuan Shi stepped forward and glared towards Shan Qingluo. "If you want to keep your life, stop trying to resist. It would be a shame to have to kill you without gaining any benefits first." Seeing the situation develop to this point, Shan Qingluo's eyes filled with disdain as she let out an arrogant laugh. "If I go all out, I can at least force all three of you to accompany me on the road to hell. Are you willing to come?" The several gathered Immortal Ascension boundary cultivators all frowned at these words, their expressions suddenly becoming awkward. It was because they feared Shan Qingluo's desperate final resistance that even though they had surrounded her, none of them dared to act. A thin dead camel was still taller than a horse. A rotten boat could still have 3 nails inside of it. In the end, no matter what condition she was in, the beguiling demon queen was no ordinary master. "Turns out, you were powerless to defend yourself in the first place." Qiu Yimeng stared curiously at Yang Kai and Shan Qingluo, a touch of schadenfreude flashing across her eyes. But the strength of this red-clothed woman a few days ago was so overwhelming. How could she have been reduced to such a state today? Although she derived a moment of pleasure from their suffering, she immediately remembered her own situation and couldn't help letting out a sigh. Luo Xiaoman's eyes once again became hollow and gloomy, like a dark cloud covering the sky, blotting out all traces of light. She had pinned all her hopes on Yang Kai and Shan Qingluo, but now even the two of them had been encircled, a result far beyond her expectations, turning all of her prayers into one big joke. "When the fight begins, you find a chance to escape," Shan Qingluo whispered softly to Yang Kai as she stared down her opponents. However, Yang Kai turned a deaf ear to her words as he frowned as if he was deep in thought. "Hey!" Shan Qingluo gently nudged Yang Kai, who seemed to be in a trace. Yang Kai suddenly recovered, with a somewhat confused look upon his face as he quietly whispered back to her, "We may still have a chance." Shan Qingluo glanced over in surprise. "There's something underneath this place." Yang Kai tapped the ground softly. Just now, he had stealthily released his divine sense to inspect the surroundings, wanting to see if there was anything nearby he could use to their advantage. But he had not thought he would suddenly discover signs of life beneath their feet. On top of that, the amount of creatures was quite large, and many of them even possessed extremely potent vitality. As he glanced around once again, sure enough this place was somewhat different. In this vast jungle, only a radius of about 1,000 meters around them was completely devoid of trees, forming almost a perfect circle. There was definitely something unusual underground, and although he did not know what it might be, he had no other choice but to take a risk on it. At the very least, he could drag a few of these bastards down with him. Attack! Gui Yuanming cried, seeing Yang Kai and Shanqing Luo muttering to one another with their eyes shifting back and forth. He knew that they were certainly plotting something, so he no longer hesitated. Roaring angrily, he ferociously pushed his true chi and immediately launched a powerful strike. The others, seeing Gui Yuanming decisively act, also began their assault. Stall them for 10 breaths, Yang Kai yelled, as he hastily prepared to unleash his long-dormant star mark. What are you doing? Exclaimed Shanqing Luo, also not hesitating, as she hurriedly activated the silver bracelet on her wrist, transforming it into a silver light that darted out. At the same time, she suddenly summoned a pink cloth fan into her hand. This fan was covered in exquisite images of men and women intertwining with one another, engaging in various indecent acts and assuming all kinds of obscene positions. These patterns were extremely vivid and lifelike. As Shanqing Luo poured her true chi into the fan, she gently waved her hand, which seemingly brought these patterns to life. Not only did it give off the appearance of moving men and women, but it even sent out waves of erotic and seductive moans. A circle of light burst forth and wrapped up everyone in the surroundings with Shanqing Luo at its center. Upon her enchanting face, a charming smile blossomed as she fully displayed her enchanting figure. From her proud chest, her well-rounded bottom, her delicate waist and her swaying hips, every part of her body seemed to radiate an irresistible attraction, which blanketed everyone around her. Everyone present, be they man or woman, whether it was a member of Qiu Yimeng's group or the ash-gray cloud evil land cultivators, instantly looked slightly dazed. Those with slightly lower strength were, even more, affected, becoming completely immersed in a boundless fantasy. Their eyes completely glossed over as they become unable to extricate themselves. Qiu Yimeng and Luo Xiaoman also began releasing seductive moans. Their legs buckled as they unconsciously sank to their knees, with both of their pretty faces dyed a charming pink. The men and women on the cloth fan at this moment seemed to have transformed themselves into living creatures and desperately burrowed into everyone's minds, almost as if they were expressing their joy at being able to meld with all those around them. Delicate and sheltered girls like Qiu Yimeng and Luo Xiaoman, seeing such a vivid scene for the first time, how could they possibly react? Gui Yuanming was instantly frightened, desperately pushing his true chi in order to resist the silver bracelet's attack as she yelled, "Everyone be careful! It's her Qing Luo fan." The various Immortal Ascension boundary masters also paled upon hearing this, and all of them fell back in a fluster, doing their best to focus their minds to resist this illusory attack. They all knew about the power of this artifact. This was an artifact passed down through Shanqing Luo's family, and even her own name had been derived from it. With this Qing Luo fan in hand, the power of her beguiling technique would be greatly enhanced. Seeing everyone retreat, Shanqing Luo smiled even more charmingly as she laughed sweetly, her voice like an enchanting music that swayed a person's mind. "Damn slut!" Gui Yuanming cursed loudly. His face blushed a bright shade of red, and he ground his teeth as he bitterly resisted this assault. "Let's see how long you can keep this up. Once your true chi runs out, I'll strip you naked and ravage you here while everyone watches." Shanqing Luo's expression suddenly became cold as she waved her hand gently, increasing the speed and ferocity of her silver bracelet's attack. All of a sudden, a starry sky emerged. As if day had given way to night, streams of starlight burst out from the back of Yang Kai's hand. Violent true chi fluctuations burst forth, the intensity of each subsequent wave more powerful than the last. Even the Immortal Ascension boundary masters present did not dare underestimate this attack. Gui Yuanming and his compatriots all stared towards Yang Kai in astonishment as they saw him raise his glowing hand, seemingly lifting the starry sky with it. Light also flashed across Shanqing Luo's eyes as she looked at Yang Kai in surprise. She had never imagined he was still hiding such a devastating technique. If this attack struck any of the Immortal Ascension boundary masters present, they would definitely die. As the crowd watched on in horror, Yang Kai unexpectedly smashed his right hand onto the ground. Boom! Although the earth violently shook, Gui Yuanming and the others were all subconsciously relieved. They were all truly worried Yang Kai would choose them as his technique's target. A distinct cracking sound soon spread out, which caused everyone to look down towards where Yang Kai had struck. From this epicenter, countless fissures began radiating outwards in all directions, spreading at an increasingly fast pace. Gui Yuanming frowned, faintly feeling that something was wrong. Even if that technique was incredibly powerful, it shouldn't have produced such an effect. Hurriedly releasing his divine sense to investigate, his expression instantly went stiff as he cried out, "Bad! The ground beneath us is hollow and—" Before he could finish, a loud crashing sound rang out, and the ground within a radius of 1,000 meters suddenly collapsed and sent everyone tumbling down. Yang Kai laughed happily, "Go!" Probing the surroundings with his divine sense. He felt that the strong creatures beneath them had been alarmed by this collapse. If they didn't leave now, it would definitely be too late. Wrapping his arm around Shan Qingluo's waist, the latter simply glancing at him, offering no resistance, Yan Kai quickly shot up into the air. Of course, Gui Yuanming and his companions would not just idly watch them escape. They also took to the air to pursue them, but before they could launch any kind of attack, they heard a series of puffing sounds from below them. It was almost like someone or something was spitting at them. "Ah!" Yuan Shi screamed out. Hearing this, Gui Yuanming was thoroughly frightened and hurriedly looked down only to see a massive group of giant spiders. These spiders came in all sizes and colors, but more importantly, one of them, about the size of an ox, had captured Yuan Shi in its web, wrapped him up and was now hauling him away. It was obvious at first glance just how tough this spider's silk was. After all, Yuan Shi was an Immortal Ascension boundary second stage master, yet he was unable to free himself from his cocoon. Pu. More and more silk threads were constantly being spat from these spiders' mouths, quickly forming an inescapable net around all the cultivators present. After only 2 breaths worth of time, most of these cultivators had been caught, dragged down to the ground and wrapped up. Only the most agile amongst them, and those who had reacted the quickest by flying up, were still free. But it was still too late. Even Yang Kai and Shan Qingluo had been hit by several of these silk thread projectiles and were slowly being pulled down. Damn it! Yang Kai's expression changed dramatically, and he pushed his true chi to its limit, as he madly hacked away at these threads with his Azura sword. The Azura sword was a heaven-grade artifact. Its sharpness was extremely high, so even though the Immortal Ascension boundary masters here couldn't break free from these threads, Yang Kai could still easily cut through them. "This is it!" Shan Qingluo let out an involuntarily shout as she stared towards the ground. "Turns out it was here!" "Huh?" Yang Kai asked curiously. "The thing I came out to find, it was right below us." Shan Qingluo's eyes flashed a joyous light. "You've been looking for a spider den?" Yang Kai was momentarily stunned but quickly remembered Shan Qingluo saying that her special constitution was called the Poison Widow Body. Is her Poison Widow Body somehow related to these spiders? Oh no, these silk threads contain poison. Shan Qingluo suddenly remembered, her face instantly becoming pale. If she had arrived here when she was at her peak, she would not be afraid of the toxins hidden in these threads. But now that her strength had dropped so much, she was unable to stop this poison from affecting her. "Why didn't you say so sooner?" Yang Kai cried out in frustration as he too began to feel the effects of the poison, his strength draining as his consciousness started to blur. This must be one big joke. Not only did he not manage to escape, he had instead trapped himself in an even worse situation. Although Yang Kai knew beforehand that it would be dangerous to provoke whatever creatures were beneath them, he had not thought he would completely provoke so many powerful spiders. The biggest spider, the one the size of an ox, was clearly a 6th-order monster beast, and surrounding it were at least 20 or 30 other monster beasts. However, if he hadn't acted, he and Shan Qingluo would not have been able to escape Gui Yuanming's clutches. So instead of being captured or killed by them, dragging them down with them could be considered an improvement. Thinking so, Yang Kai's consciousness gradually faded. But before he fell completely unconscious, Yang Kai pushed both his palms forward and shot out a weakly glowing orb of light which quickly made its way into the body of one of the poisonous spiders. Seeing this gambit succeed, the corners of his mouth slightly curved, tightly embracing Shan Qing Luo as the two of them fell to the ground. That poisonous spider was stunned for a moment before continuing on as if nothing had happened, spitting more threads from its mouth, wrapping Yang Kai and Shan Qing Luo up before dragging them off. After an unknown amount of time, Yang Kai slowly regained consciousness, his whole body still quite limp, unable to move, completely encased within a thick layer of spider silk. From the vague shadows and images he could make out of the outside world, Yang Kai saw many silk cocoon-like objects huddled together. At first glance, these things seemed somewhat familiar, and as he thought carefully, he realized that they looked nearly identical to the white silk chrysalis that Shan Qing Luo had been encased in when she was attempting her breakthrough 1 month ago. Many of these cocoons showed traces of movement. Yang Kai slightly released his divine sense and immediately found that many of the stronger cultivators had woken up and were clearly trying to find a way to escape. But with their bodies still poisoned, how could they hope to break free? Upon his chest, he suddenly noticed a warm breath and a faint fragrance wafting across his nose. When Yang Kai looked down, the first thing he saw was a head of soft, supple black hair. Shan Qing Luo, still in a deep sleep, was snugly nestled in his arms. Their two bodies were pressed tightly together, and his arms were wrapped around her delicate waist. Feeling her supple body in his arms, and two amazingly elastic mounds pressed against his chest, Yang Kai couldn't help feeling a bit stimulated. After gently calling out to her a few times, Shan Qing Luo did not show any signs of waking. So as a last resort, Yang Kai could only use his hands to slowly stroke Shan Qing Luo's smooth, delicate waist, gradually applying more and more strength until his fingers involuntarily sunk deeply into her supple bottom and severely massaged it a few times. Feeling her shapely hips touched so aggressively, Shan Qing Luo finally woke up, unconsciously twisting her tender body. A seductive moan leaked from her mouth. Hearing this, Yang Kai regained his wits and quickly stopped. Seeing her pair of elegant, enchanting eyes slowly open, Yang Kai hurriedly whispered, "Beauty, you have to control yourself." Once she became aroused, the consequences would be disastrous. After all, Yang Kai didn't want to faint again after just waking up. Her eyes were slightly confused for a while. Then Shan Qing Luo quickly composed herself and recalled everything that had happened. Seemingly aware that Yang Kai had just pulled some kind of stunt, this devilish woman actually ground her teeth in frustration and glared at him. "Little bastard, what did you do?" However, Yang Kai just grinned and shrugged. "I was just trying to wake you up." Without waiting for her to shoot back, Yang Kai quickly redirected the conversation. "What should we do now?" Shan Qing Luo's brow wrinkled as she struggled a little, soon finding that she and Yang Kai were tightly wrapped together by the silk cocoon, unable to move about freely or even separate. She also quickly became aware of something hot and hard pressing against her lower abdomen. Her lashes jittering, Shan Qing Luo giggled meaningfully as she glanced towards Yang Kai. Understanding her meaning, Yang Kai, without an ounce of embarrassment, said, "It's an instinctive reaction. Definitely not intentional. You can only blame yourself for being too charming." However, Shan Qing Luo didn't seem annoyed, just a bit shy as her cheeks became slightly pink. "These spider webs are quite tough. It won't be easy to break free from them." Yang Kai frowned as he discussed their situation. "But my artifact can still cut through them." "Don't," Shan Qing Luo quickly warned, her expression quite solemn. "Right now we are quite weak. Even if you can cut open this cocoon, there's no way for us to escape this place with so many sixth-order monster beasts around. If we provoke them, we'll only end up dying faster." Yang Kai nodded slightly. It was because he was worried about this exact point that he had not already tried to cut his way free. Although he had gained control of one of the sixth-order spiders before falling unconscious, in their current predicament it wouldn't be enough to ensure their safe escape. For now, it was better if he simply allowed it to guard his and Shan Qing Luo's safety. "Earlier, you said you came here to find something?" This subterranean cavern was clearly a spider's nest, and not a normal spider's nest at that. With so many sixth-order monster beasts living here, along with countless fifth-order and fourth-order poisonous spiders, this was definitely not a place to take lightly. "This is the Spider Mother's den," Xianxia Luo softly replied, a faint sweet aroma wafting off her breath, like the scent of flowers, gently brushing past Yang Kai's nose, which caused him some slight discomfort. "My family's special constitution was acquired from here. It is said that one of my ancestors had come here by accident hundreds of years ago and was bitten by a great poisonous spider. After going back, her physique changed and was from that point on passed down from generation to generation. In this world, some people's constitutions were very special, different from the average person's. So far, Yang Kai had only met one such person, Xianxia, who possessed the sacred spirit medicine body, and now he had met Xianxia Luo, the possessor of the poison widow body. However, comparing the two, Xianxia Luo's special constitution was somewhat evil. Most special constitutions were innate, unable to be inherited by one's descendants. But this poison widow body was undoubtedly the kind of constitution that could be inherited. Every one of my ancestors, after their cultivation had achieved a certain height, would come here seeking something. Obtaining it would allow them to display the full potential of their physique. Xianxia Luo continued to explain, "I have never been here before and had only learned the route from my mother, but I did not expect after all those twists and turns to inadvertently arrive here. Perhaps this is the will of the heavens." Letting out a faint sigh, Xianxia Luo wasn't sure whether this was a fortunate or unfortunate development. "Yang Kai." As the two of them were speaking, all of a sudden they heard Qiu Yimeng's voice. Apparently she had been placed next to them and had just now awoken. Yang Kai glanced around and soon discovered the source of her voice, a slightly struggling white spider cocoon a couple meters away from him. "Elder Sister Qiu?" Luo Xiaoman's voice also called out, coming from another cocoon to his right. This was an unexpected coincidence, these two little girls actually being placed beside Yang Kai. "Xiaoman, don't be afraid. Don't move around too much. You don't want to attract those monster beasts' attention." Qiu Yimeng was still quite calm, even taking the time to comfort Luo Xiaoman, and Luo Xiaoman swiftly replied, stopping her struggles, "Yang Kai, I know you are next to me. I clearly heard your voice." Qiu Yimeng called out softly. Under such dangerous circumstances, she didn't dare speak too loudly. "What do you want?" Yang Kai snapped back. He very much didn't like this woman. She had unreasonably come to High Heaven Pavilion, acting completely domineering, and without a word launched an attack which caused him to be separated from his companions and his lover. Still upset, Qiu Yimeng giggled lightly. Her voice did not contain the slightest remorse or embarrassment. "Facing imminent death, will such a big man like you care so much about some past grievances with a little girl like me?" "Little girl," Yang Kai snorted. The Qiu family's world's famous first young lady. Only 21 years old yet already a true element boundary 9th stage master. The Qiu family's great hope for the future. The object of every 8 great families' young master's dreams? "You dare call yourself some little girl?" Qiu Yimeng giggled happily. "You seem to know quite a bit about me. Are you perhaps an admirer of mine?" "Ha! Why would I concern myself with you?" Yang Kai spat disdainfully. This young master currently has this world's most charming woman in his arms. Her tender peaks pressed right up against my chest. Enough nonsense. If you have something to say, just say it. Xianxia Luo gently pinched and twisted Yang Kai's waist, but her eyes still flashed a touch of pride. Listening to others praise her charms was normally grating because they were no doubt hiding ulterior motives, coveting her beauty or profaning her in their minds. But somehow Yang Kai praising her felt comfortable. Just his comment about her chest was a bit distasteful. "Must you use such foul language?" Qiu Yimeng frowned. "Then don't bother listening if it offends you. I'm also too lazy to waste my spit on you." Qiu Yimeng softly laughed. "But you're right. In the face of the elder sister Shan, the dream woman of every man, I really can't compare." Xianxia Luo watery eyes twinkled slightly, and she softly whispered to Yang Kai, This little girl really has some quick wit. She probably has something she wants to request. Sure enough, Chiu Yimeng quickly followed up. Chiu family Chiu Yimeng greets elder sister Shan. A few days ago, I was unaware of elder sister Shan's distinguished status. Moreover, I even offended you. I humbly ask elder sister Shan to not mind my impoliteness. Ka Yimeng had obviously heard Shan Qing Luo's name, one of the 6 great evil kings. Although she was currently the weakest, she was also the youngest, so there was no doubt that it would not be long before she could openly hold her own against the other 5 overlords. 1 month ago, she had not known her identity, but now that she did, Chiu Yimeng naturally did not show any disrespect. Hee. Shan Qing Luo giggled openly and smiled happily towards Yang Kai before leisurely responding. Junior sister Chiu's tongue is quite sweet, but this elder sister you keep shouting about, I believe the gap in our ages isn't that small. Chiu Yimeng grinned happily and softly quipped. Though elder sister is definitely older, she most definitely looks younger. If we were to go out together, others would only be able to think I am the elder sister. Hearing such praise, Shan Qing Luo smiled more radiantly, and her charm instantly magnified. This temptress. Yang Kai took a deep breath and did not dare to stare into her eyes, afraid he might lose control of himself. Sister Chiu, please be at ease, Shan Qing Luo quickly asked, no longer teasing Chiu Yimeng. With the beguiling demon queen as her partner, even this Chiu family's first young lady was under no small pressure, always on edge, afraid she may inadvertently anger her. What advice does Sister Chiu want to speak? I don't dare, Chiu Yimeng politely replied. Junior sister just wished to ask if elder sister has any way of escaping our current predicament? Shan Qing Luo was the strongest master here, and although she was also currently bound, she was still the best chance they had of making it out of this situation alive, and relying on the others like Guo Yuanming was not even worth considering. If elder sister has any way out of this, could you possibly bring our 2 junior sisters along with you? Chiu Yimeng asked cautiously. Elder sister Shan will not regret doing so. My Chiu family has a treasure bead, a naturally occurring heaven-grade top-rank artifact. By perennially wearing it, it will preserve the beauty of elder sister Shan's face. If you can help us, junior sister can have it brought to you. Shan Qing Luo's beautiful eyes suddenly flashed, obviously somewhat interested. Chiu Yimeng was indeed the Chiu family's first young lady. Although she was young, she was still well-versed in reading people's hearts. If she promised Shan Qing Luo some outstanding precious treasures or high-grade elixirs, she would likely not be tempted. But this artifact specifically useful for maintaining a woman's beauty was clearly different. After all, which beauty didn't want to maintain their youthful radiance and appeal? Especially a heavenly beauty like Shan Qing Luo. Her face becoming yellowed and wrinkled after merely 100 years was no doubt one of her biggest worries. Observing Shan Qing Luo's silence, Chiu Yimeng knew that she had found a path forward and immediately pressed her advantage. She quickly followed up, if elder sister Shan has any other request, please don't hesitate to ask. As long as this junior sister can accomplish it, I will agree. Oh, really? Shan Qing Luo suddenly smiled slyly. Of course. Good. Then I want you and that little girl named Xiao Man. Chiu Yimeng was startled, quickly wearing a forced smile. What does elder sister Shan mean? I have a little rascal here who seems to be very interested in both of you. If you can serve as his maidservants for a year, I'll take you with me when I leave this place. Hey! Yang Kai couldn't help pinching the beauty before him, calmly saying, why are you trying to pull me into this? I don't deny that I have some stray thoughts towards them, but that's just a man's nature. I don't actually want to be involved with them. I'm just casually saying things. I don't actually have a way out of this mess. Shan Qing Luo grinned. Are these his intentions? Chiu Yimeng replied. A gentle grating sound was apparent in her voice. Although she did her best to hide it, she was clearly irritated. Nope. These are just my whims. Elder sister Shan seems to be quite good towards him. Chiu Yimeng smiled helplessly and wondered why the beguiling demon queen would take such an interest in this little high heaven pavilion brat. They've only known each other for less than a month or so. During that time, what exactly happened? Please let me consider elder sister's proposal. Qiu Meng bit her lip and whispered. N. Shanqing Luo didn't force her any further, instead just nodding lightly. Inside the spider's sack, Yang Kai looked suspiciously at Shanqing Luo. Beauty, have you taken a fancy to me? So you're suddenly being so generous to me? Shanqing Luo blushed lightly and glanced towards him. So what if I am? Yang Kai was instantly dumbfounded. So you prefer having an old cow to eat tender grass? Gah, it hurts. Shanqing Luo sneered and maliciously twisted Yang Kai's chest as she grit her teeth. Old cow eating tender grass? This queen taking a fancy to you is your lifetime's ultimate blessing. I can't accept such a blessing. Yang Kai stared at her in shock, unable to believe what he was hearing. Even if you've become taken with me, I have no way to really be with you. Why are you intentionally trying to seduce me? Shanqing Luo's face instantly became chilly, and she glared at him with a slightly murderous look. You've already done so many bad things to me, felt and explored every part of my body, yet you still refuse to take responsibility. Simply by touching you a little, you've decided it is necessary for you to rely on me? Yang Kai wryly smiled and stared back at her before he seriously replied. Besides, I'm just a young kid without any previous experiences. Before meeting you, I was both physically and mentally innocent, so in reality I'm the one who's lost something. But out of fairness and virtue, why don't we forget about all of that and just carry on as if it never happened? You shameless lying little bastard. Being so skillful and aggressive, how could you have possibly had no experience? Shanqing Luo angrily glared at Yang Kai before suddenly revealing an elegant smile. Each generation of my poison widow body family will only ever develop emotional attachment to a single man. Since you've already emblazoned your image into my heart, don't even dream of being able to escape in this lifetime. Fuck! How can the heavens be so cruel? Yang Kai complained vehemently. Hee hee? Shanqing Luo giggled happily with a proud smile pasted upon her face and a victorious light flashing in her eyes. But suddenly, a shrill scream rang out from nearby. Everyone who had awakened heard the scream, held their breath, and perked up their ears to listen only to hear a slicing noise followed by the sound gushing liquid. And then they saw a bright red splash of light just outside the layers of spider silk imprisoning them. Young lord, don't come out. They're just outside, ah. After an anguished shout, there was quickly no more movement. A moment later, an eerie sound of chewing could be heard. Shanqing Luo's beautiful face slightly paled. Her soft, tender body involuntarily pressed closer to Yang Kai, shrinking up into his arms. That was one of my family's man. Luo Xiaoman's voice tremblingly called out from beside them, a light whimpering obvious in her words. This girl, although her chest was large, her courage was somewhat small. This 1 month of panicked fleeing had no doubt strained her nerves to their limit. Usually, Qiu Meng would quickly comfort her. But now that they had been captured and she had been separated from Qiu Meng, she suddenly found herself isolated and alone. The pressure she felt was quickly becoming unbearable. Xiaoman, don't cry, or else you'll draw those spiders' attention to you. Qiu Meng hurriedly called out, eagerly trying to soothe her. But how could Luo Xiaoman all of a sudden control her emotions after losing control? Although she had quickly clamped her hands over her mouth, her sobs were still gradually becoming louder, leading to an ox-sized 8-legged spider soon arriving in front of her. Frightened by this, Luo Xiaoman let out a loud shriek and instantly fainted. We are doomed. Everyone was certain that this girl had reached the end of her life. Even Yang Kai couldn't help holding his breath as he listened carefully to the noises around him. Fortunately, for some unknown reason, this giant spider simply lingered around in front of Luo Xiaoman for a while before leisurely walking away. Ah! Qiu Meng let out a long sigh of relief. Her worst fears slowly receded, and she quickly discovered that her entire body had become soaked in cold sweat. It looks like even if we speak to one another, as long as we don't make any attempt to escape, they'll ignore us, Yang Kai said thoughtfully. Unfortunately for that by family cultivator, he had used some unknown method to escape from the spider sack and was thus condemned to death. Listening to his hypothesis, everyone couldn't help relaxing slightly. The sound of ragged breathing suddenly erupting from all over the cavern. Before now, everyone had tried their best to suppress the sound of their breath and even their own heartbeats. Brother Gua, Yuan Shi suddenly called out. I'm here. Gui Yuan Ming quickly responded, softly whispering, Brothers, are you all right? Not really. Gu Tianluo joined in. Right now we're only wrapped up in these spider sacks and are temporarily unable to move. Yuan Shi continued. We're capable of breaking these webs, but Brother Gua knows there are many of those spiders outside, right? How should we deal with them? Gua Yuanming was unable to reply. 20 or 36th order monster beasts. Altogether they only had 5 or 6 immortal Ascension boundary masters on their side. Clearly, they weren't worthy opponents. And these spiders' ability to shoot webs was really overwhelming. Even if they were capable of flight, they would not necessarily be able to escape. Damn it! How did this happen? Yuan Shi cursed angrily. Why are there so many spiders here? Shan Qingluo couldn't help letting out a light laughter, reveling in these men's anguish, sarcastically quipping, retribution. Gui Yuanming quickly became enraged, cursing viciously, cheap slut. You'd better pray that I don't manage to escape from here. If I get out, sooner or later I'll make you suffer a fate worse than death. I'll make you beg for mercy under this lord's crotch. Shan Qingluo's face suddenly went cold as she inhaled a deep breath. She wanted to retort, but eventually didn't saying anything. Since no one here could actually fight, in a war of insults, a woman was never a man's opponent. Cursing back at them with any kind of unscrupulous words would only serve to stain Shan Qingluo's dignity further. Ha ha ha! Seeing her chose to remain silent, Yuan Shi burst out into laughter. Brother Gua, this whore's fame is legendary, and you alone might not be her opponent. Be careful that she doesn't suck you dry. Gu Tianluo also lewdly called out. Good thing Brother Gua isn't alone. There are so many of us brothers here to help. Fuck yeah. Wait until we escape this storm. With more than a dozen of us brothers taking turns non-stop, I'd like to see how many days and nights this world's greatest slut can persist for. Elder brother you cultivate a yin-yang absorbing art, right? Which do you think is more potent, your secret art or her beguiling technique? That brother you wore a vicious grin. Between our two secret art strength, how could I dare compare myself with this wench? Everyone knows this slut spends all night crying out in ecstasy, draining the Yang Yuan force from an untold number of men, then tossing their dried-up dead husks into mass graves. But if both our secret arts aren't used, this lord has confidence that this bitch will soon choose to submit. Ha ha ha! Brother, you has such great style. Brother Ban, I heard a few days ago you received quite a number of girls, all of them beautiful virgins. After we escape from here, you should contribute a few of them to us. Let your brothers share in your fun. Good idea, brother you. Gui Yuanming loudly applauded, although he was still slightly unnerved by their current predicament. Even he couldn't stop his breath from becoming heavy, and he laughed wretchedly. At that time we'll cripple this so-called demon queen's cultivation, then force-feed her some violent stimulants. Then while we brothers play with Brother Band's new girls, we can watch this slut writhe in agony. Ha ha ha! At that time, I'm sure this arrogant demon queen will cry out and beg us to rape her. After we play with her 1,000 times, we'll sell her to this world's filthiest whorehouse so that those beggars, cripples and wastes can have a turn with her. After a few years living there, forget being this world's most charming woman. I'm afraid even wild dogs won't be able to stand her rotten stench. Ha ha ha! As their foul language became uglier and uglier, this group of the ash-gray cloud evil land cultivators suddenly found themselves unable to stop, and they released their pent-up bitterness by profaning Shan Qingluo with the most horrid and obscene insults they could hurl. As these words reached her ears, Shan Qingluo's face became more and more cold, and her breathing slowly increased. Her tender body trembled involuntarily, and her beautiful eyes were now dyed completely in murderous light, as her anger reached never-before-seen heights. Yang Kai, who was with her, also couldn't help becoming indignant. I'll kill them. Sooner or later I'll slaughter each and every one of them like dogs. Shan Qing Luo ground her teeth as she clenched her fists. Her mouth constantly murmured such thoughts. She was the beguiling demon queen. Usually no man dared even gaze upon her, much less insult her with obscene curses. But now that they had all fallen into the tiger's den, these few trash servants of the Beast King had debased her no less than 100 times. "Don't worry. I'll help you vent your anger." Yang Kai suddenly chuckled loudly. Shan Qing Luo suddenly looked up at him. "Well, just listen." Yang Kai grinned mysteriously, and his face slowly became cold. This group of evil cultivators were still continuing their presumptuous tirade, spewing mouthfuls of base insults, venting to their heart's content, when suddenly one of them screamed out in horror. All of a sudden this conversation came to an end. "Brother Yuan, what happened? What happened to you?" Gui Yuan Ming asked frantically. The voice that had cried out no doubt belonged to Yuan Shi, but after that he no longer spoke. "Brother Yuan." Several others also called out, yet Yuan Shi still didn't respond. An unknown feeling of dread slowly began to envelop the crowd, but before they could figure out what had happened, another scream rang out. This time it was that brother Yu. He cried out in pain, screaming in despair, "Why? This lord didn't try to escape. Why are you attacking I?" As he screamed, this brother Yu quickly tried to release a martial skill. However, this only served to bring more attention to himself, soon drawing many more giant spiders towards him. Within a mere few breaths of time, this brother Yu had become a shredded corpse. Everyone instantly fell silent, and no one dared to speak. Shan Qing Luo's beautiful eyes filled with an astonished light, and she quickly gazed suspiciously towards Yang Kai, while trying to figure out what secret hand he had played in these events. However, Yang Kai simply grinned and softly whispered, "It's not over yet." As soon as he spoke these words, another panicked voice cried out, "Brother Ban, one of those spiders is moving towards you." "What?" a panicked voice cried out. This brother Ban clearly didn't want to sit still and wait for death, so he instantly began pushing his true chi and with a great roar violently ripped the silk cocoon holding him. But just as he emerged, a sharp knife-like spider leg chopped down on his head. After a violently blooming crimson flower burst forth, a severed head rolled down to the ground, quickly followed by a fountain of blood spraying out. "What's going on?" Gui Yuan Ming cried out. All of them had thought that there would be no problem if they spoke as long as they didn't try to escape, but now it seems like they had unwittingly drawn the attention of these spiders. At that moment, the sound of movement suddenly came from in front of Gui Yuan Ming, accompanied by the faint outline of a giant sixth-order monster beast spider appearing through the thick white spider silk cocoon before him. "Brothers, these spiders have started indiscriminately slaughtering. We have to escape now." Gui Yuan Ming roared loudly, instantly split open the cocoon which was binding him, and launched an all-out assault towards the giant spider before him, using the rebounding force from this attack to fling himself backwards. Seeing Gui Yuan Ming act so decisively, the others didn't dare hesitate. All of them used whatever means available to them to escape from these sacks and follow behind him. Pu. Instantly, the surrounding 20 or 36th-order monster beasts pounced onto these evil cultivators, wantonly spitting out threads of silk and captured everyone one by one, not allowing a single one of them to escape, and soon all of them were once more wrapped up and turned into squirming dumplings. A giant ox-sized spider stood watch nearby as this whole process took place. It then slowly walked over to these people, spat some more silk, wrapped them up and pulled them back into the den. Seeing that they temporarily didn't have to fear for their lives, this group of frightened people subconsciously relaxed slightly, but were suddenly somewhat confused about why these spiders had begun to slaughter earlier. But before they had completely relaxed, the giant spider, which had previously been wantonly killing before, again raised its sharp foreleg and mercilessly stabbed down. Pooh! Blood spattered. Screams rang out and Gui Yuan Ming's body was viciously pierced. He struggled fiercely, roaring in pain as he rolled around. But this spider no longer paid him any attention, and allowed the other spiders to haul him away, leaving behind a long bloody streak as he was dragged off. Not only Gui Yuan Ming, all of the ash-gray cloud evil land cultivators were stabbed by this spider. A few of them with bad luck were killed on the spot, while those who didn't were scared senseless. Endless screams were heard, and one bloody stain after another was left behind on the ground. A truly gruesome scene. Qiu Yimeng's pair of beautiful eyes was filled with horror. Her face wore a look of sheer panic. After just listening to Guo Yuanming's words, she had nearly made a desperate escape herself. But if she had really broken free, she most likely would have died as well. Fortunately, just before she was about to escape, she had glanced over and saw that Yang Kai and Shanqing Luo remained perfectly still. Since these two were not moving, Qiu Yimeng also decided to trust their instincts. She grit her teeth and pinned all her hopes on Shanqing Luo. Now it seems she really had made the right choice. As the rest of the ash-gray cloud evil land cultivators were dragged off, all of the remaining monster beasts looked at their bloodthirsty comrade, confused as to why it had suddenly decided to kill these people. After a long period of silence, these monster beasts gradually dispersed. Why? Guo Yuanming asked weakly. His hand clutched his stomach, and he was unable to even circulate his secret art. His blood steadily flowed out, and his voice was filled with weakness. Why did this happen? These beasts seemed to have specifically targeted his ash-gray cloud evil land brothers, sparing everyone else. This point alone confounded Guo Yuanming. Must be retribution. Ha ha ha. Yang Kai's rampant laughter quickly reached his ears. What did you do? Shanqing Luo gazed at Yang Kai with her eyes full of disbelief. Yang Kai just said that he would help her vent her anger, and then these people suffered a fierce attack. If Yang Kai now professed he had not played any role in this, Shanqing Luo would never believe him. But she had truly not seen him made any suspicious moves. So how had he controlled that sixth-order monster beast? Cool, right? Yang Kai grinned smugly. Shanqing Luo's pair of infinitely charming eyes suddenly filled with a strange light as she stared deeply into Yang Kai's. A touch of passion flashed across them. Suddenly, standing on her tiptoes, she gently lifted herself up and pressed her red lips onto his. Woo? Yang Kai was caught completely by surprise. His arms already wrapped around Shanqing Luo's slender waist, involuntarily exerting more strength, and pressed this devilish woman's tender body closer to his own, seemingly trying to melt their two bodies together. Her pair of thin red lips were soft yet also hot. Not only did they feel erotic, the flavor they held was entrancing enough to soften his bones. As the two passionately locked lips, Shanqing Luo's breath began to carry a strange fragrance, prompting her to quickly stop. Gazing towards Yang Kai, she couldn't help smiling mischievously. We can't. For too long, if I really become entranced, it won't end well. Yang Kai grinned, his expression quite bitter, licking his lips as he said, Damn it, you devilish woman. A poor young man like me falling into your grasp. How could my end be good? Humph. Taking advantage of me so much is your life's good fortune, Shanqing Luo said, her voice full of meaning. Other men can't even gaze upon me, yet you've already stolen so much from me. First off, I didn't make you do all that, Yang Kai said in a straightforward tone. What are you two doing? Qiu Yimeng asked softly. Expressing our undying love for one another. Shameless, Qiu Yimeng quickly shouted before falling silent, her face slightly red. No wonder there was a strange heavy breathing coming from their side. As time passed by, and the sun and moon rose and fell, it had been a couple of days since these spiders had caught them, and those who were left were still trapped inside these cocoons, unable to escape. Yang Kai and Shanqing Luo had been cuddled together this whole time. This devilish woman was worthy of her notoriety. Every one of her actions, a simple breath and single glance, was enough to seduce Yang Kai and throw his emotions into a whirl. But because of her special physique, Yang Kai didn't dare act too presumptuously, even unable to tease her too much, so these days had been quite difficult for him. Qiu Yimeng close by somehow maintained her calm. From start to finish, she did not show any concern or panic. Meanwhile, Luo Xiaoman shed numerous tears every day, obviously quite scared. The little brat by Yunfeng also woke up a while ago, but since he learned about all the recent developments he had remained silent, unsure of what to do or think. The ash-gray cloud evil land's cultivators had all died miserable deaths, some of them from being torn apart, while others from excessive blood loss. On this day, Xianxia suddenly discovered the presence of an extremely tyrannical blood force while he was exploring the surroundings with his divine sense. The strength of this presence and the murderous aura it radiated dwarfed even those of the many sixth-order monster beast spiders. Its appearance was very abrupt, as if it had always been there but had only just woken up now. Before he even had time to warn Shanqing Luo, a pressure like the entire world was shaken descended upon them, like the earth was splitting and the heavens were shaking. From some unknown place, everyone present suddenly felt like something was gazing towards them. Under this unseen gaze, no matter who it was, they couldn't help feeling small and humble, unable to lift their heads before this presence. Xianxia also became pale, his true qi unconsciously circulated. However, Shanqing Luo quickly shouted, "Don't move!" Seeing her act like this, Xianxia felt she knew something about this presence and couldn't help asking, "It's her." Shanqing Luo, beautiful eyes slightly trembling, an extremely complex look surfacing on her face. "Who?" "The Spider Mother." Shanqing Luo softly replied, "A seventh-order monster beast. None of us are its opponent." "Seventh order?" Xianxia gasped in shock. "N." Shanqing Luo nodded solemnly. "How else do you think this group of monster beasts is able to live here so carefreely? A sixth-order monster beast's beast core is extremely valuable, and with so many sixth-order monster beasts around, without this spider mother watching over them, they'd have long been harvested clean. With a seventh-order monster beast here, even if someone accidentally discovered this place and had thoughts about harvesting the sixth-order monster beasts for themselves, they would have to weigh whether or not they could bear the cost. However, most of the time the spider mother is either busy spawning her young or sleeping, so unless someone deliberately attacks this place, she will not pay them any mind." Shanqing Luo whispered, "See that stone spider statue over there?" In the direction she indicated, Xianxia really could see the outline of a stone statue. It was incredible, immense, and obviously in the shape which greatly resembled the spider monster beasts in this den. The spider mother usually lives inside that statue, and the thing I've come here for should also be there, her venom. In this world, only women who possess the poison widow body can safely enter that stone statue. Is it possible for the spider mother to feel your blood force? And that should be the case. Shanqing Luo nodded. This was the first time she had come here, so she was not completely sure of the situation. Then you should try consulting with her and see if she's willing to let us go, Xianxia suggested. I can only try. Shanqing Luo bit her lip, but didn't make any promises. Closing her eyes, she tried her best to communicate with the spider mother, following the method her own mother had left behind to her. A moment later, an enchanting voice floated into everyone's ears. Even Xianxia could hear it clearly. "HM? Are you this generation's poison widow body woman?" Xianxia's expression suddenly changed, twisting his head around to scan his surroundings but unable to see anything. The voice was crisp yet soft, like the sound of an alluring beauty softly whispering, causing people's minds to sway. Shanqing Luo quickly whispered, "Don't panic. This is just the spider mother using her divine sense to speak with me." Xianxia was suddenly aghast. A monster beast that was capable of communicating with people using its divine sense. This was the first time he had encountered a monster beast with such abilities. He knew that a sixth-order monster beast wouldn't be able to accomplish this, yet this spider mother seventh-order monster beast before him could. Shanqing Luo quickly yet solemnly replied, "Yes, this junior pays her respects to the spider mother." "Who is Han Fei Yen to you?" asked the spider mother calmly. "Han Fei Yen is my mother," Shanqing Luo promptly replied, careful not to show the slightest disrespect. "It has been 30 years since then. It seems this generation has already grown up. But how is it that your strength is so low?" Shanqing Luo couldn't help smiling wryly. "Junior encountered a minor accident. After some days my strength should be fully restored." "N," the spider mother softly acknowledged, remaining silent for a moment before continuing. "Since you have already found your way here, I shall grant you what you came for and allow you to leave. At any rate, you can somewhat be considered my descendant, so we share at least some connection. Seeing how well things had gone so far, Shan Qing Luo couldn't help smiling happily, quickly asking, "Please forgive this junior, Spider Mother, but would you be willing to let the people who came here with me leave as well?" Yang Kai suddenly looked towards Shan Qing Luo in astonishment, seemingly not expecting this devilish woman to be so compassionate. "Humph," the Spider Mother coldly snorted, loudly proclaiming, "These people dared damage my nest and now have delusions about leaving it alive? Aside from you, my child, everyone else must die. Spider Mother, please recons?" "Enough nonsense." Shan Qing Luo grit her teeth and glanced towards Yang Kai, a look of struggle flashing across her face, but soon she regained her calm as her will became firm. "Please, Spider Mother, at least I must take him away." Such impudence. The Spider Mother voice carried a hint of annoyance, even going so far as to have her underling spiders approach the various cocoon sacs here. "Forget it. I shall grant you 5 days of time to carefully consider your situation. After 5 days I will awaken again, and if you still insist on not wanting to leave alone, then there will be no need for you to leave at all." After delivering this cold ultimatum, the Spider Mother fell silent again. The daunting pressure which had been pressing down on everyone also vanished without a trace. Apparently the Spider Mother had once more fallen into a deep sleep. Qiu Yimeng and Luo Xiaoman couldn't help trembling. They too had heard the conversation between Shan Qing Luo and the Spider Mother a moment ago. They too were similarly as horrified as Yang Kai was, never imagining that such a powerful monster beast existed in this world. Bai Yunfeng nearby also involuntarily let out a desolate voice. "So in 5 days' time we will all die?" Although all of them had been in a constant state of anxiety, the surrounding spiders had yet to actually make a move towards them, so many of them still held out some hope. But now, after listening to the Spider Mother's judgment sentencing them to death just 5 days later, how could any of them be willing to accept? With his mind thrown into panic and facing imminent death, Bai Yunfeng suddenly snapped and shouted, "Yang Kai, I, your father, will make sure you pay for this. What the fuck is your problem?" Yang Kai cursed, extremely irritated. Hey. Bai Yunfeng grinned and viciously retorted, "If it weren't for you smashing the ground earlier, how could we have all gotten caught by this group of spiders? If I didn't do that, how could you still be alive to whine about it now? All of you would have already been killed by Guo Yuanming and his gang already." Yang Kai sneered, knowing that Bai Yunfeng couldn't be reasoned with right now. This young lord is the first son of the famous Bai family. Would they really have killed me? Bai Yunfeng snorted. As long as I had reported my true identity, they would definitely have taken me hostage to exchange with my Bai family rather than murdering me. Maybe you wouldn't have died. But if young Lady Qiu and young Lady Luo had fallen into their hands, I'm afraid they wouldn't be able to hold on to their innocence anymore. I think that if they had been given a choice, they would have still chosen to be stuck here in the spider sacks rather than being caught by those bastards. Why should I give a damn about their innocence? I just want to live." Bai Yunfeng roared loudly. As soon as he had spoken these words, though, he suddenly realized that it was not something he should have said out loud, suddenly becoming silent. "Bai Yunfeng, I didn't think you were so—" Luo Xiaoman's sad voice softly echoed, an infinite amount of disappointment and disgust contained within it. A woman's purity was sometimes more important to her than her life. At that time, Luo Xiaoman would have gladly taken her own life rather than be humiliated if they had been caught by the ash-gray cloud evil land brutes. Qiu Yimeng quickly followed up, "Everyone always values their own life the most, Xiaoman. Don't pay him any mind." Her voice didn't contain any fluctuations, neither sadness nor disappointment, just coldness. Facing death, it seems those from the Bai family can only become cowards. Luo Xiaoman sneered. "Humph, say what you'd like." Bai Yunfeng snapped back, not showing the slightest remorse. He had already completely offended these two women now, so even if they managed to escape from this place, although they wouldn't immediately become enemies, he would never associate with them again. Yang Kai and Shan Qing Luo, on the other hand, were silently watching each other. After a long time, Yang Kai wrinkled his brow. If you wanted to leave, you could have just gone now, and that spider mother doesn't seem to have any intention to retain you. Shanqing Luo slowly shook her head. But if I left just now, you wouldn't be able to leave with me. Yang Kai's expression suddenly cramped before it became serious, and he hesitated for a while before continuing. Our friendship doesn't seem to be close enough for you to care so much about me. Just like Qiu Meng said, people always care most about themselves. Shanqing Luo, however, just smiled back at him. You're not serious about all this, are you? Yang Kai's brow slightly wrinkled. I told you before, a woman who possesses the poison widow body will only ever love a single man for her whole life. When have I ever not been serious towards you? Shanqing Luo sighed faintly. If it weren't for you barging into my knowledge earlier, I really would be too lazy to care about your life or death. Little bastard, you're so shameless and lustful. I really should kill you so you don't taint all the innocent girls you'll meet from now on. But with things progressing as far as they have, I really don't have any other choice anymore. Shanqing Luo really couldn't bear to watch him die, that is, unless she could accept her secret art never reaching the grand accomplishment stage. Since this feeling of love had taken root in her heart, it growing into an all-consuming impulse was just a matter of time. Once her emotions reached a peak, she would need to spend her first night with her beloved man. Moreover, a poison widow body woman, once in love, would be far more sentimental and devoted than an average woman. This made this family of women bearing a truly tragic existence. On the one hand, there was the death of her one love, while on the other there was the grand accomplishment stage of their secret art. Even if they abandoned cultivating their secret art in favor of saving their love, it would not stop the attraction and temptation from consuming them. Han Fei Yen, Shanqing Luo's mother, experienced such a situation, where she one night lost control of herself and slept with her husband, only to wake the following morning from this drunken stupor to discover what had happened, spending the rest of her life in pain and regret. Yang Kai's face became extremely solemn, deeply staring into Shanqing Luo's eyes, seemingly wanting to see into the depths of her heart, hoping to read her true thoughts. Shanqing Luo simply smiled and without hesitating took the initiative to unlock her knowledge-seized defense, whispering softly, "If you don't believe me, see for yourself." Yang Kai, though surprised, didn't hesitate, plunging his divine sense directly into her knowledge sea. Inside, he once again witnessed the sight of an endless ocean. Above this vast sea, an image of Shanqing Luo sat softly upon the wind, gazing towards Yang Kai's divine sense, gently saying, "Do not touch my image, it represents my soul. If you do, the consequences will be disastrous." "I know," Yang Kai acknowledged softly. If two souls were to blend, they would be able to taste sweetness more than 1,000 times more potent than if they had intimately embraced one another. But if their wills weren't stable enough, the only result would be them losing themselves in this feeling, instantly becoming idiots. Yang Kai, of course, understood this, so he paid special attention not to act recklessly. Shanqing Luo's soul avatar quickly waved its hand, sending a ball of light into Yang Kai's divine sense. Absorbing all the information contained within this light sphere, Yang Kai gained intimate insight into all the emotional experiences of this devilish woman, along with all her thoughts about their relationship without the slightest omission. He also saw and comprehended the effects her special constitution and secret art would eventually have, realizing their future destiny. As these innumerable scenes flashed before him, it was so vivid that it was like he was living them himself. After a long time, Yang Kai slowly withdrew from her knowledge sea. As their eyes met once more, Shanqing Luo smiled happily. "Now do you believe me?" This time, Yang Kai nodded firmly, never imagining that the secret art of this seductive woman had such special effects. Smiling wryly, Yang Kai couldn't help asking, "Should I say I am honored or that I have bad luck?" He had confirmed that her feelings towards him were not an act, but in the end it still resulted in her needing his life. Shanqing Luo's face suddenly became a bit dark, whispering under her breath, "The women in my family do not really want to kill their beloved man, but sooner or later this impulse becomes unbearable, so no matter how far they separate themselves, they will eventually find their way towards him, and whether consciously or unconsciously, they will give their innocence to him, while at the same time taking his life. Although sacrificing one's life for the woman they loved was a romantic thought, but in the end that was simply rhetoric. When the time really came, no man would truly be happy about such a fate. Have you never thought about solving this issue? Naturally, I have thought about it, but I have no idea how to even begin. Shanqing Luo slowly shook her head. Let's not talk about that first. Yang Kai nodded, a bit forlorn, not discussing the matter any further. Since you aren't willing to leave me behind, we'll just have to find a way to escape from here together. After 5 days, when the spider mother wakes up again, I'll try to convince her again. If she doesn't agree, Yang Kai frowned. Then I'll keep trying until she does. Shanqing Luo revealed a pouting expression, her face not showing any sign of worry. On the other hand, Yang Kai's eyes flashed, quietly asking, "If you could fully restore your strength, could you escape from here?" "Naturally." Shanqing Luo nodded. "But right now my strength is only equivalent to a true element 3rd stage cultivator, and it will take several months for me to fully heal. I may be able to do something about that." Yang Kai grinned meaningfully. After viewing all of Shanqing Luo's deepest thoughts, he now felt much more relaxed around her. This seductress appeared to be the very definition of debauchery. Her name was world famous. Her methods were legendary, but in reality, before they had encountered each other, she was actually a pure blank slate. Although she knew an incredible amount about the interactions between men and women, she had actually never had any personal experience in such matters. "What are you planning to do?" Shanqing Luo asked curiously. Yang Kai subtly swiped his hand past his sleeve and extracted a small piece of myriad drug cream. "Swallow this." Shanqing Luo glanced at him suspiciously, not knowing what kind of mysterious compound he was offering her. But she still opened her thin lips. She softly licked the myriad drug cream with her pink tongue. "Quickly circulate your healing art to refine it." Even without Yang Kai say this, the moment the myriad drug cream touched her lips, Shanqing Luo's face showed a clear look of surprise, hurriedly closing her eyes and circulating her secret art. Thought her strength had fallen. The main reason for this was because of the backlash from her secret art, so in the end it was simply her suffering from internal injuries. With the help of this small piece of myriad drug cream, such injuries would be quickly restored. Even though there was only 5 days before the spider mother would wake up again, using the myriad drug cream, Shanqing Luo would absolutely be fully healed before then. With nothing else to do, Yang Kai also began silently adjusting his state to its best. As time passed, the momentum and true chi fluctuations Shanqing Luo radiated became stronger and more violent. Obviously she was quickly recovering. Noticing this change, the silent Xiao Yimeng couldn't help glancing towards Shanqing Luo's cocoon. Her pair of beautiful eyes flashed with a hesitant light, and she struggled with herself about what to do. Having been trapped here for so many days, her strength had long ago been restored, but with so many 6th-order monster beasts lurking nearby, even though she could break free from this cocoon, she didn't dare take such a reckless action. But Shanqing Luo's sudden movement had let her once again see hope of survival. Just the conditions she had been given caused Qiu Yimeng to hesitate. After all, she was the first young lady of the famous Qiu family. How could she possibly become the maidservant of some unknown junior? Forget about her exalted status. Even Luo Xiaoman possessed a nobler position than this kid. If such an arrangement were to be spread out, what face would the Qiu family and Purple Fern Valley have left? On top of all that, she would have to endure such a position for a whole year. Over the course of a year, who knows what that shameless little bastard would do? 3 days later, Shanqing Luo suddenly opened her enchanting eyes. A glistening light glowed within them, and her soft, tender body seemingly contained a terrifying momentum. "Better?" Yang Kai hurriedly asked. Shanqing Luo nodded delightedly and gazed at Yang Kai with great interest. "You've hidden your depths quite well. Who knew you still had such an amazing treasure?" However, after showering him with praise, she quickly reached out and viciously pinched Yang Kai's chest, fiercely twisting as she ground her teeth. "You had such a good thing all along. How come you didn't give it to me sooner? You little bastard." You really were still quite wary of me, weren't you? Looking embarrassed, Yang Kai could only laugh awkwardly. If she had not freely shown him her most intimate thoughts earlier, how could Yang Kai have dared help this devilish woman restore her full strength? Since you've recovered, let's leave here quickly. Yang Kai lightly squeezed her delicate hand. A look of hesitation crossed Shan Qing Luo's face, suddenly, quietly whispering, "Since we've come all this way already, I want to take some of the spider mother's venom first, or else after taking you away this time, she will certainly become enraged and no longer allow me to come here. Are you sure you can succeed? Fairly? Do you still have control over that spider? Good. Then let it cause a scene. Good." Yang Kai nodded firmly, silently issuing new orders to the spider he had taken control of. A moment later, that sixth-order spider suddenly became violent and attacked its companions without any explanation. The other spiders, noticing this disturbance, hurriedly swarmed towards the fight. Shan Qing Luo lightly waved her hand and directly cut a hole in the cocoon, and vanished without a trace in the next breath. Her soft voice soon drifted into Yang Kai's ear. "Don't move from there, and wait for me to come back." Yang Kai naturally wasn't going to move about randomly. Calming his breath, he carefully examined the outside situation. The spider that he was controlling at the moment was now engaged in a turbulent struggle with its former companions. A sixth-order monster beast would undoubtedly have already gained a certain amount of sentience, albeit not a lot, but it was at least capable of some simple reasoning. The attacked spiders didn't seem to understand why their companion had suddenly gone crazy, just like when it had suddenly killed so many of the Ash-Gray Cloud Evil Land's cultivators. After passively resisting for a moment, the attacked spiders, as if having reached some kind of consensus, no longer held back and treated this violent comrade of theirs as if it had gone insane and couldn't be saved. In only a few breaths of time, the sixth-order monster beast controlled by Yang Kai had met its end. The gathered spiders then quickly began to disperse again. "Yang Kai!" Qiu Yimeng suddenly shouted. Yang Kai's face remained indifferent, and he didn't even bothering to respond. "Has elder sister Shan recovered her strength?" Qiu Yimeng eagerly asked. Still he remained silent. Qiu Yimeng wryly smiled. "Yang Kai, you're not such a stingy man, right? I admit that I had offended you before. Will you not allow me to apologize to you for that?" "No need." The distinguished young lady chose apology. "I'm afraid I can't afford it." Yang Kai replied coldly. Qiu Yimeng giggled lightly. Fine. I was wrong. I was truly wrong. I should not have brought people to your high heaven pavilion to find trouble. In fact, I'm also at a bit of a loss about how I would have taken you. Your combat ability is so strong that between us, if we really compete, I'm not sure who would win. I really can't believe such a small sect could train a disciple like you. Don't bother trying to flatter me. It's disgusting. Fine. You and I are both reasonable people, so I'll be direct with you. Qiu Yimeng said with a light smile. After elder sister Shan comes back, can you please ask her to bring Xiaoman and I out with you? Rest assured, as long as she promises to help us, my Qiu family will spare no expense to repay her. Saving you is up to her. It's not something I can interfere with, Yang Kai said bluntly, his brow slightly wrinkled. No. I see that the relationship between you and the beguiling demon queen is quite intimate, quite unlike how she must treat other men. If you put in a few words with her, I'm sure elder sister Shan will be more inclined to help us. Qiu Yimeng's voice suddenly became more restrained. As long as you don't insist on Xiaoman and I becoming your servants, any other conditions you mention we can comply with. Even if you want to marry a young lady of my Qiu family, I can make sure that my lord father agrees. Oh, but be careful not to mention such things in front of elder sister Shan, or else I'm afraid she might become jealous. Yang Kai's patience increasingly grew thin as his face twisted with antipathy. I've already said, her saving you is up to her. It has nothing to do with me. What meaning do you have to spout such nonsense towards me? Qiu Yimeng's face quickly became miserable, like she was about to cry. But I can only pin my hopes on you. If you don't speak up for us, I'm afraid we really have no hope of escaping this crisis. As she was speaking, the sound of her voice choked up, stuttering slightly. Do you really have the heart to just leave us to die? Knowing that she was simply putting on an act to try to gain his sympathy, Yang Kai couldn't help feeling repulsed, and he was no longer willing to even respond to her. Yang Kai had a particularly bad impression towards this scheming woman. Yang Kai. Choi Meng did not become discouraged though and continued to call out softly to him again and again. The conversation between the two of them was quite quiet, but Luo Xiaoman, who was not far away, naturally heard it clearly. Seeing Yang Kai act so ruthlessly, Luo Xiaoman couldn't help but to despair, and her face gradually became deathly pale. She sobbed in a panic before she quietly called out, "Elder Sister Chiu, what should we do?" Chiu Meng faintly sighed and gave up on her efforts to convince Yang Kai, wearing a desolate smile. "Just wait. We can't simply die here." At that moment, a breath of incense suddenly flew over as a red-clothed figure suddenly appeared in front of Yang Kai. With a wave of her fingers, the remaining silk threads binding Yang Kai were instantly severed. "Go!" Shanqing Luo said hastily, one hand grabbing Yang Kai as she lightly kicked the ground, quickly flying up. Yang Kai's expression also became dignified as he quickly kept up with her. His divine sense, which was constantly monitoring the surroundings, had already noticed that the Spider Mother's unique, overwhelming blood force was rapidly reviving. Apparently Shanqing Luo's movements just now had awakened it. "Elder Sister Shan." Chiu Meng shouted in a hurried voice and ground her teeth, still showing a slight hesitation on her face. But she knew that this was no time to be concerned with her pride. If Shanqing Luo left, she and Luo Xiaoman would really have no chance of escaping from here alive. "Elder Sister Shan, I agree to your previous conditions. Please take me and Xiaoman away with you," Chiu Meng cried out. Shanqing Luo slightly frowned as she glanced towards her. Flicking her wrist, 2 pink ribbons shot out and wrapped up Chiu Meng and Luo Xiaoman and quickly dragged them up with her. Seeing Shanqing Luo not abandon them in the end. Whether it was Chiu Meng or Luo Xiaoman, they were both suddenly filled with a desperate joy. Betraying your own blood. Not heeding the advice of your elders. Don't even dream of escaping. The Spider Mother's infuriated voice rang out, no longer containing the slightest bit of charm and instead sounded more akin to an enraged woman. As she spoke, 2 thick white silk threads pierced through the air. These 2 silk threads were ridiculously fast, and almost instantaneously arrived in front of Shanqing Luo and Yang Kai and forced them to hastily guard themselves. As the yuan qi from their attacks collided and exploded, the 2 spider threads were blocked, but the force from the impact cut off one of the ribbons Shanqing Luo was holding, sending Luo Xiaoman plummeting back down towards the ground. Letting out a piercing wail, Luo Xiaoman's watery eyes filled with panic as her heart all but stopped. Seeing this, Yang Kai reacted instantaneously by push-kicking Chiu Meng's waist, sending her towards Luo Xiaoman. Before the pair had even reached the ground, Chiu Meng managed to stretch out her hand and grasp Luo Xiaoman's clothes, pulling her towards herself. "Elder Sister Chiu?" Luo Xiaoman cried out in amazement as large round tears poured out of her eyes. Her lofty peaks rose and fell as she gasped for breath. Her face was still filled with terror. "I've got you, don't worry. I won't let go of." Chiu Meng smiled towards her, trying to disperse the lingering fear still apparent on her face. Shanqing Luo quickly glanced towards Yang Kai meaningfully, her mouth showing a teasing yet soul-stirring smile. Yang Kai simply shrugged his shoulders. Just now, his kick had been made subconsciously. It was a purely instinctive reaction. Suddenly, from down below, Bai Yunfeng's raving voice rang out, "Bring me with you, you damn sluts. How could you just abandon me here? Even if I become a ghost, I won't let you off." Chiu Meng and Luo Xiaoman's faces filled with disgust as they remained cold and indifferent. Only by journeying together with someone through ups and downs would you be able to know them. Bai Yunfeng used to give them a favorable impression. Although they wouldn't rate him highly, whatever the case, he had behaved appropriately for the eldest son of a first-class family. Be it his background or personal power, his capital was not small. Needless to say, there was no shortage of young women who sought after him. However, when they had fallen into this crisis, he had completely exposed the darkness hidden within his heart. As a man, he was no better than dog shit, Qiu Yimeng and Luo Xiaoman didn't have the slightest bit of sympathy towards him. Next to a quaint, calm, crystal-clear lake, filled with floating plants and happily swimming fish, 3 people sat. In front of a bonfire he had made, Yang Kai roasted some fatty fish he had caught. Luo Xiaoman and Qiu Yimeng sat opposite him, breathing in the crisp, clean air while glancing towards this young man awkwardly. As a splashing sound drifted over from the lake, Shanqing Luo's gracefully figure suddenly emerged. After finishing her bath, her exquisite snow-white skin seemed to glisten with an attractive luster. This hint of blush only added to her radiance. Her delicate pair of bare jade-like feet lightly flashed in and out of view, exuding 10,000 different types of charm. Her thin and tender red lips displayed a carefree smile. Her skin was nearly fully exposed, and only her bountiful peaks and the sacred valley below her waist were covered, making for an alluring display. Seeing such an fascinating, flirtatious picture, not only did Yang Kai's heart race, even Qiu Yimeng and Luo Xiaoman's faces blushed a bright shade of red. All of their breaths became slightly hurried. Immediately, the 3 of them quickly turned aside their gazes and silently cursed this bewitching fairy in their hearts. Hee. Shanqing Luo giggled happily as she observed the reaction of these 3. Arriving at the edge of the lake, she draped her clothes haphazardly over her lithe body, only half covering herself before gracefully stepping forward and quickly arriving beside Yang Kai and sitting herself down and snuggling up next to him. "Can't you behave yourself a little?" Yang Kai asked helplessly. "Is there a need for us to be discreet?" Shanqing Luo smiled brilliantly. "We've already touched each other intimately and shared more than one kiss. Why do we suddenly need to act all prim and proper?" Qiu Yimeng and Luo Xiaoman couldn't help looking shocked and gazed towards Yang Kai in surprise. Their eyes were filled with a confused light. Although Qiu Yimeng had felt that the relationship between Yang Kai and Shanqing Luo was not simple, ultimately she had never seen the 2 interact with her own eyes and couldn't tell just how close they really were. However, seeing them sit so close to one another, if they were not essentially lovers, what woman would behave so shamelessly? Could the world's most charming woman actually be in love with him? Qiu Yimeng pondered as she gazed absent-mindedly and swept her eyes over Yang Kai once more. Although he gave off an uninhibited aura, and his strength wasn't bad, in the end, he was still only a youth at the true element boundary 4th stage. Just how in the world did he manage to capture the world-famous beguiling demon queen's heart? Qiu Yimeng continued staring at them for a long time before she managed to pull herself together. Yang Kai, on the other hand, turned a blind eye to her and pretended he didn't notice the puzzled stares he was receiving. Instead, he just intently grilling his fish. As the delicate aroma of fresh cooked food wafted about, Qiu Yimeng and Luo Xiaoman couldn't stop their stomachs from crying out softly, and both of them immediately became crimson-faced after. The 2 of them had been chased relentlessly by the cultivators of the ash-gray cloud evil land for more than a month, and they never had a moment of rest and were constantly suppressing their feelings of fatigue and hunger. After that, when they had reached the height of their exhaustion, they had been captured by those spiders, and it wasn't until now that they could truly relax. "Thank you for saving us, elder sister Shan," Qiu Yimeng suddenly said, doing her best to squeeze out a smile. Shanqing Luo simply smiled back frivolously. "It was simply a deal between you and me. There's no need for thanks. Be that as it may, if it weren't for elder sister Shan, Xiaoman and I would not have been able to escape that crisis." Qiu Yimeng shook her head gently. As she finished speaking, she once again glanced towards Yang Kai awkwardly, reluctantly saying, "Thank you, too." Qiu Yimeng knew that if he hadn't swiftly helped her back then, there was no way she could have rescued Luo Xiaoman. However, Yang Kai remained indifferent and completely ignored her. Qiu Yimeng couldn't help suddenly feeling a bit bitter. Half a month later, outside Fragrance City, this place's prosperity was no less than any of the great cities in the outside world. It was also the place where the beguiling demon queen lived. The ash-gray cloud evil land covered a vast area, but was roughly divided into 6 territories, each one belonging to one of the 6 demon kings. With Fragrance City as a center point, all the land within a radius of several thousand kilometers belonged to Shanqing Luo. For the past 2 weeks, Shanqing Luo, Yang Kai, Qiu Yimeng and Luo Xiaoman had passed through the territories of the other great evil kings, forcing them to be constantly on alert. Now stepping into Fragrance City, no matter whom it was, they couldn't help feeling relieved. After 2 weeks of traveling together, not only had Yang Kai's impression of the ash-gray cloud evil land changed, even Qiu Yimeng and Luo Xiaoman had their previous impressions completely subverted. From the rumors they had heard, the ash-gray cloud evil land was filled with evil cultivators, where demons rampaged about, and every person they encountered was some kind of heinous criminal. But after accompanying Shanqing Luo, they found that the ash-gray cloud evil land was far different compared to the rumors about it. At the very least, the site which she occupied wasn't that kind of infernal hell. It was undeniable that there were indeed many evil cultivators in the ash-gray cloud evil land, but many of the people here were actually just ordinary people. There was no lack of cultivators around who had committed some kind of crime within their sect and had been forced to flee to the ash-gray cloud evil land. There were also some who had offended large forces that they could not afford to and had sought refuge in the ash-gray cloud evil land. Still others were here because the secret art or martial skills they practiced were eerie, and they had been classified as demon by the world and expelled from their homes like plague rats. It could be said that the majority of the ash-gray cloud evil land cultivators simply had their own bitter pasts but were not necessarily evil. This world only recognizes their so-called righteousness, shunning any kind of darkness within their hearts, labeling such practices and feelings as evil. It's all just sophistry. Shanqing Luo said, certain helplessness apparent in her tone. Although she was one of the 6 great evil kings and governed a vast land that stretched across thousands of kilometers, she still couldn't do anything about this world's deep-rooted prejudices. Yang Kai couldn't help suddenly remembering the words old demon had once said to him. What is a man, what is a devil? Men and devils are all one in the same. Everyone had demons within their hearts. As they continued forward, Yang Kai quickly noticed how vibrant the city was, a fact that amazed him to no small degree. Yet he wasn't clearly aware that they hadn't left the ash-gray cloud evil land. Yang Kai would have sworn that this Fragrance City was just another town in the outside world. Everything here was no different from the grand cities in the outside world. The streets were filled with ordinary shopkeepers and people pawning their goods. Cultivators swam through the crowds like carp, and most of whom didn't engage in any wanton bullying in their interactions with these ordinary people. Occasionally there was a cultivator exuding a thick demonic qi, but even they were for the most part following the rules of Fragrance City and didn't make the slightest bit of trouble. From time to time, Yang Kai would spot cultivators dressed in black uniforms patrolling about. These were apparently the law enforcement teams charged with maintaining order. Whenever someone acted out and disrupted the public order in Fragrance City, they would swiftly and mercilessly be attacked by these law enforcement teams. As a result, throughout the entire ash-gray cloud evil land, Fragrance City was about the safest city and under the effective management of Demon Queen Shanqing Luo, and it was also the most prosperous. There were actually very few people here who committed crimes. At the moment, this very demon queen was concealing her face with a black veil and leisurely strolled about as she led their small group forward. Qiu Yimeng and Luo Xiaoman followed close behind her while secretly observing the scenes within this city. A deep sense of admiration welled up in their hearts. Allowing this great city to be so peaceful, Shanqing Luo's means were clearly not simple. As they continued walking, Yang Kai's pace suddenly paused. Aware of this, Shanqing Luo turned to look at him. Is something wrong? Yang Kai grinned helplessly. Beauty, as the saying goes. The world is filled with infinite wonders. One must not always remain in one place and further explore. Although receiving the favor of this beauty was quite enjoyable, Yang Kai still couldn't help feeling nervous that one day Shanqing Luo wouldn't be able to restrain herself from eating him. Also, it had been quite some time since he had been separated from Su Yan, so he wanted to quickly investigate her current situation. Listening to him say as such, a light flickered across Shanqing Luo's eyes, and she immediately saw through all the thoughts that were in his heart. Quickly wearing a smile as she slowly walked back and grabbed Yang Kai's arm, she let out a light, fragrant breath. Do you think you can just walk away? Please try to restrain yourself. Yang Kai's expression became bitter. This was exactly what he was most worried about. He had constantly been worried that Shanqing Luo wouldn't let him go. On the way back here, he had also tried multiple times to escape, but each time before he even had a chance she would see through him. Given the height of Shanqing Luo's true strength, if she was set on keeping him here, he really had no hope of getting away. Outside there is chaos everywhere. If you went out by yourself, it wouldn't necessarily be safe. It's best if you just stay here for now. For how long? Depends on my mood. Haha. Yang Kai's expression instantly became gloomier. Damn it. If I'm stuck here, won't I eventually become prey for this devilish woman? Qiu Meng and Luo Xiaoman nearby both watched this farce play out with smug grins on their faces, indulging in a moment of pleasure at Yang Kai's expense. He was thoroughly restrained by Shanqing Luo, his true qi unable to circulate, but on top of that, this seductress also put on a well-behaved, devoted lover's appearance and gently linked arms with Yang Kai as she affectionately snuggled up next to him. Fortunately, she had concealed her face with a veil. If she were to expose this appearance to the inhabitants of Fragrance City, there would certainly be chaos. Within a short while, the four of them arrived at Shanqing Luo's palace. This grand palace exuded magnificence, covered a vast region, and was filled with jade statues, dragon carvings, and phoenix images, which gave it an elegant yet domineering air. Once inside, Yang Kai unexpectedly discovered that this huge palace was exceptionally peaceful. It seemed like not many people lived here. Glancing around, he saw numerous wide corridors, and the sounds of small streams flowing nearby reached his ear. It was quite a picturesque feeling. Within my palace, in addition to a few maidservants, there are no other people. It has always been deserted like this, so there's no need for you to be overly cautious, Shanqing Luo softly explained. Having made it back to her palace, she also completely relaxed and casually removed her veil before slowly stretching, putting her wondrous curves on full display. Who goes there? A melodious voice soon called out as a purple-dressed figure quickly approached. It's me, Shanqing Luo replied leisurely. After the figure paused for a moment, it suddenly flew forward even faster. In the blink of an eye, a sweet, petite girl appeared in front of everyone. My queen, you've finally come back. The girl appeared to be around 20 years old. A beautiful young lady who was at the height of her youth, and upon seeing Shanqing Luo, clear lights of joy and relief flashed across her eyes. Because she was so happy, her eyes actually began overflowing with tears, which rapidly became a veritable flood, as her proud snow-white rabbits heaved up and down as she cried. With only a faint glance, Yang Kai found that this girl was also an exceptional beauty. She had long, freely flowing hair, elegant thin eyebrows, and a pair of bright, enchanting eyes. Her nose was perfectly proportioned, and her face was slightly flushed. Every time she breathed, her petal-like lips fluttered softly, like flowers adorning her glamorous face. Her creamy snow-white skin seemed to glisten under the light. All of this coupled with her graceful posture and exceptional figure, she was extremely enchanting. Seeing her, Yang Kai couldn't help nodding in approval. Only such a beauty was worth of being the beguiling demon queen's maid. Lightly sweeping her with his divine sense, he was surprised to find that this girl was actually a true element boundary 7th stage cultivator. Although she was not as strong as Qiu Meng, it was clear that she was also younger than her by a year or two. Being probed by a thread of divine sense, the girl's expression suddenly became serious, and her eyes darted about before quickly glaring coldly towards Yang Kai. Ho! Her senses are quite sharp. Yang Kai chuckled lightly and carelessly ignored her gaze. Her brow slightly wrinkled. This young girl obviously didn't understand why Shanqing Luo had brought these three people here, but instead of probing further, she instead quickly ignored Yang Kai and eagerly asked, Mistress, I heard that the Beast King and his people ambushed you. You're not hurt, are you? I'm perfectly fine. Shanqing Luo shook her head lightly. Nothing to worry about. Thank goodness. That Beast King is really despicable. The elders almost ran out to fight with him over this matter. Also, right now those 8 great families are rallying all the outside world's major sects to attack the Holy Land. Fragrance City has dispatched a lot of people to intercept them. The elders said, Leave such things for tomorrow. I'm feeling a bit weary right now. Shanqing Luo interrupted her. Tell the elders they have full discretion on these matters. Yes, mistress. The girl nodded seriously before once again suspiciously looking at the three newcomers. These three? Shanqing Luo also frowned slight as she glanced towards Qiu Meng and Luo Xiaoman before suddenly laughing happily. She flicked her wrist and sent two faint lights towards them. Qiu Meng and Luo Xiaoman both trembled slightly, but before they could react, they instantly discovered that their true qi had been sealed. What meaning does elder sister Shan have? Qiu Meng asked with a wry smile on her face. Oh, nothing much. Shanqing Luo giggled. Bai Luo, bring these two girls to the fragrance guest house. N. Bai Luo glanced curiously at Qiu Meng and Luo Xiaoman and wondered how these two had provoked her mistress, even causing her to go so far as to keep them under house arrest in the fragrance guest house. Although she was puzzled by this, she did not bother asking and instead just clapped her delicate hands twice. Soon after, a few young women arrived. Each one of them was as beautiful as a flower, and their cultivation was also not low. All of them were dressed up as maids. Show them to the fragrance guest house, Bai Luo swiftly ordered. Yes, take good care of them. Do not let them suffer any grievances, Shanqing Luo quickly added. Qiu Meng and Luo Xiaoman both wore helpless smiles, not even attempting to revolt, but simply allowing these few maids to lead the way. What about him? Bai Luo pointed towards Yang Kai and asked, confusion and doubt filling her thoughts. After all, she had never seen her mistress bring a young man into the palace before. Even when one of the other demon kings came to visit, she would arrange a separate location for them. This quiet place had never had a man set foot in it before. About him, Shanqing Luo smiled meaningfully and also sent a stream of light into Yang Kai's body. Yang Kai's complexion subtly changed, and he stealthily circulated his true qi only to discover that it had not been blocked, but instead finding that a mark had been left on his body, one that he had no way to resolve. Bring him to the tranquil Phoenix Pavilion to rest. Shanqing Luo smiled sweetly as she looked towards Yang Kai. Although Yang Kai maintained a calm expression, his stomach quickly filled with grievances. The tranquil Phoenix Pavilion, Bai Luo exclaimed, her bright eyes filled with a look of surprise. That place was located in the deepest part of the palace and was no doubt the best pavilion in the palace grounds. It was also where her mistress had stayed when she was growing up. The mattress, curtains, and pillows were all things her mistress had used before, and many of which still carried her lingering scent. Most importantly, it was filled with Shanqing Luo's childhood memories. How could such an intimate and private place suddenly be given to a man to live in? Bai Luo also had ideas towards Tranquil Phoenix Pavilion once and persistently begged Shanqing Luo for several months to let her stay there, but ultimately did not receive approval. Yet now, an unknown man was actually going to live in Tranquil Phoenix Pavilion, and Bai Luo couldn't help but feel shocked. What's the story behind this little brat? How can the mistress value him so highly? Surprised, she constantly glared towards Yang Kai, and a thick look of jealousy and reluctance filled her beautiful eyes. Running around all the way here, you must be tired. Have a good rest today and let me finish my work. Once I'm done, I'll come talk with you, Shanqing Luo said sweetly. Yang Kai's face remained indifferent, and he blankly stared at her, not saying anything. People under the eaves have to bow. Just as Bai Luo was about to clap her hands again and summon a few maids to escort him, Shanqing Luo said, You take him to Tranquil Phoenix Pavilion personally. Bai Luo trembled, unable to hide her surprise, but still hurriedly nodded. Yes. Shanqing Luo leaned over and quietly whispered to Yang Kai. Little bastard. Don't bully her too much. She and I grew up together. She is my precious little sister. Got it? Yang Kai laughed helplessly. Let's go. Bai Luo then led Yang Kai off through the palace. Following behind this enchanting girl, Yang Kai casually observed his surroundings and found that Shanqing Luo's palace was indeed very quiet. Although outside there was a prosperous, boisterous city, within these walls there wasn't the slightest noise. Instead, everywhere was filled with fragrant aromas. Every path and corridor was meticulously cleaned and was completely free of dust. From time to time, they would pass by a few pretty maids, all of whom would respectfully greet Bai Luo before curiously glancing towards Yang Kai. During this entire trip, he had not come across a single other male. After a short while, the pair arrived at Tranquil Phoenix Pavilion. It was an extremely elegant loft, a total of 3 stories high, neither big nor small. Overall, it was quite tasteful with plenty of neatly arranged planters decorating it. Each of them was filled with blooming fragrant flowers. "Hey!" Bai Luo shouted towards Yang Kai and quickly stepped towards him to block his path forward. "Careful where you step. Don't trample over these flowers. All of them were carefully grown by mistress herself." Yang Kai nodded indifferently, not caring about the resentful tone in her voice, knowing that this little girl had already formed a very poor image of him in her heart. "This damn bastard!" Bai Luo cursed in her heart. This little brat didn't appear the least bit formidable, and neither his dress nor his temperament was in any way noble. Why did her mistress value him so highly? On top of that, her mistress had specifically told him not to bully her. Was he somehow capable of beating me? Bai Luo simply couldn't understand. If not for Shanqing Luo specifically ordering her to treat Yang Kai with respect, Bai Luo would have already tried to teach him a harsh lesson. Entering the building, the pair walked up to the 2nd floor. When Bai Luo opened the door, a sudden look of joy appeared on her face as she hurriedly rushed inside, completely ignoring Yang Kai. The first thing she did was head straight for the large soft bed in the middle of the room and quickly jumped onto it while wrapping her arms around a giant pillow nearly as tall as she was. Holding it close to her, she gently sniffed the lingering scent it was stained with. As she inhaled this fragrance, her entire face couldn't help but fill with an extremely happy expression. This was mistress's pillow, the pillow mistress once slept on. It still has mistress's scent on it. Bai Luo felt like her soul was fluttering, and her face gradually turned red. Yang Kai, on the other hand, couldn't help but frown towards her, and secretly found all of this somewhat funny. It was obvious that this little girl held Shanqing Luo as an object of absolute worship in her heart, or else she wouldn't be putting on such a vigorous performance. However, while this little girl laid there, her prominent well-rounded bottom was fully displayed. Looking around carefully at this boudoir, Yang Kai eventually nodded. "Not bad." Bai Luo instantly woke up from her trance and quickly got up from the bed. Her large round eyes glared towards him as she gritted her teeth. "Not bad, you say?" Yang Kai nodded succinctly. This was a bedroom designed specifically for a woman. It seemed a bit strange for him to live here, so giving it a satisfactory rating was the most he could do. "Haha. Good, good." Bai Luo ground her teeth and angrily retorted. "This is the place where mistress lived in while she was growing up. I spent so long begging her to allow me to live here, yet never receiving permission. But now some smelly little brat from who knows where not only doesn't know how to show appreciation for it, and actually dares denigrate it as just not bad?" Yang Kai stared back at her slightly stunned, as he tried to figure out why she was so hostile to him. Scratching his nose lightly, he embarrassedly replied, "Miss Bai Luo, do you have some kind of misunderstanding about me?" "Humph. Who do you think you are?" Bai Luo stood up angrily, still holding the giant pillow in her arms as she angrily stomped towards the door. "Do you plan to take that pillow away with you?" Yang Kai asked stiffly. "This is something mistress once used." Bai Luo shot back sharply, before suddenly halting, turning back and walking over to the bed once more. She quickly picked up all of the remaining bedding as well. These were also used by mistress. Glaring sharply towards Yang Kai like a little tyrant, Bai Luo wrapped everything up in her arms before arrogantly storming out. Yang Kai couldn't help but feel surprised. He knew that this girl's worship towards Shanqing Luo could now only be described as obsession. However, in the end this was irrelevant to him. So he set aside such thoughts and simply sat himself down cross-legged on the bed. He certainly couldn't stay in Fragrance City for very long. With Shanqing Luo's cultivation technique demanding his life as a sacrifice, if he remained sooner or later he would die at her hand. But now that this seductress's strength had been fully restored, even if Yang Kai wanted to run, there was no way he could. It really was a case of harming oneself. If he had known earlier things would end up like this, he wouldn't have given her that myriad drug cream. Even if it was true that he had no choice back then and had in fact successfully escaped from the tiger's cave as a result, what was the point if he now found himself trapped in the wolf's den instead? To make matters worse, that devilish woman had left some kind of spiritual mark on his body. If he wanted to leave, he first had to deal with this seal. Closing his eyes, Yang Kai carefully investigated his body. Although divine sense was not meant to investigate one's inner body, investigating his physical condition wasn't too difficult. After a few breaths of time, Yang Kai felt a faint yet formidable wisp of energy embedded on one of his ribs between his chest and abdomen. Immediately he tried to use his true Yang Yuan Qi to disperse, but doing so proved fruitless. Next he attempted to remove it using his unyielding golden skeleton's evil energy, but once again met with failure. The mark was incredibly persistent. It did no harm to his body and did not interfere in the slightest with the circulation of his true Qi, but it instead acted like a lighthouse in the blackness of night. No matter where he went, Shanqing Luo could easily feel its energy. If old demon was here, everything would be fine. He could see exactly what this energy was, but unfortunately, since the Devil Lord incident, old demon had been secluding himself in the coiling dragon stream. Yang Kai wasn't even aware of his current status. As he was attempting to remove this mark, Yang Kai suddenly became aware of a ray of divine sense floating beside him. "Little bastard, what are you doing?" Shanqing Luo's voice immediately reached his ear, a hint of annoyance apparent in her tone. "Going to sleep." Yang Kai rolled his eyes and silently cursed this woman's vicious means. He knew this mark would allow her to track him, but he hadn't expected that even tampering with it would draw her attention. Shanqing Luo Jiao simply snickered lightly. "Don't waste your time. That mark is my soul-seeking seal. Unless I personally want to remove it, even a peak Immortal Ascension boundary master can't dispel it. As long as that seal is present, no matter how far you run, I can still find you." "There's no need for this," Yang Kai complained with a bitter look upon his face. "Hee." Shanqing Luo giggled happily. "Who told you to be so unfaithful? If you were a little more honest, I wouldn't have to take such measures. Just rest for tonight. Tomorrow I'll come look for you, I promise." "Do as you please." "Humph, heartless bastard," Shanqing Luo cursed, quickly taking back her divine sense. Helpless, Yang Kai could only give up his attempts to crush the soul-seeking seal and settled down for the night. The next day, while meditating, Yang Kai's concentration was disturbed by the sound of footsteps coming downstairs. A moment later, a knock came from his door. "Come in." When the door opened, a mature, elegant woman walked in. Her face was adorned with a warm, friendly smile. It was impossible to tell how old this beautiful woman was, but from her looks alone she seemed to be no more than 25. She had a wonderfully curved body, and her pair of peach blossom-like eyes seemed shine with a captivating luster. A light scent wafted from her body, which caused all of one's sense to go dull. With delicate snow-white skin and a potent naturally born charm, even if she wasn't quite on the same level as Shanqing Luo, her allure did not miss by much. However, the spring-like appeal of this woman had a rich quality to it as opposed to Shanqing Luo's delicate, intoxicating aura. Smiling pleasantly towards Yang Kai, she softly spoke. "Did young lord sleep well last night?" "Yeah." Yang Kai nodded slightly. The mature beauty stepped forward lightly, walked up to the bedside and bowed elegantly as she let out a light breath. "That is good to hear. This servant has been sent by the mistress to attend to young lord's needs. Young lord may call me Yunli. These two have also been assigned to you." While introducing herself, Yunli quickly nodded once, immediately summoning two beautiful young girls dressed in maid outfits from the hall. One of them appeared gentle and tranquil, while the other seemed dignified and elegant. Whether it was the mature beauty or these two young girls, each of them had their own unique appeal and charm. "This is a Ruoyu." The beautiful woman gestured towards the gentle and quiet young girl before turning to the dignified and elegant young girl. "And this is Ruo Qing. Ruoyu va Ruo Qing greets young lord." The two quickly bowed elegantly. Whether it was their demeanor or their temperament, it was in no way inferior compared to those young ladies from great noble houses. Everything about them was impeccable. Yang Kai couldn't help but stare blankly for a moment, unable to figure out what that seductress Shan Qingluo was thinking sending these three great beauties to serve him. No matter which one it was, they would definitely arouse the instincts of any man to conquer them. Even without mentioning the fresh and vibrant appeal of these two young girls, the great beauty Yun Li's temperament was only worse than Shan Qingluo by a tiny margin. And on top of that, she had a unique advantage over these young girls in the form of her extremely well-developed body. Coupled with her pair of spring peach eyes, it was like she was constantly exuding an air of enchantment. Is this her idea of a soft appeal? Yang Kai's heartbeat quickened slightly. The beautiful woman Yun Li simply continued smiling. Mistress has said that while young lord is in Fragrance City, all of his daily needs will be attended to by we three. I'll be imposing upon you then. Yang Kai replied in a lukewarm tone. Of course, young lord is an honored guest after all. Yun Li smiled as she elegantly replied. However, a hint of flush suddenly crept into her expression as she whispered. Mistress has also said that any request young lord has, this servant must satisfy. Any request? Yang Kai's heart suddenly clenched as he immediately understood the subtle meaning in these words. Seeing his reaction, this mature beauty gently nodded. Even though she was an impeccable servant with a finely refined temperament, Yun Li couldn't help her gaze from becoming slightly erratic, and she became somewhat unnerved and was almost afraid to look at Yang Kai. Regardless of what purpose Shan Qingluo had in sending these three women to him, Yang Kai couldn't complain about the service they rendered. The second floor of the Tranquil Phoenix Pavilion was completely a sleeping chamber, while the entire fire floor consisted of a large bath, carved from exquisite white jade, and it was obviously very expensive. As for the third floor, there was almost nothing there. It was probably just a place meant for enjoying the scenery. At the behest of Yun Li, Ruo Yu and Ruo Qing, respectively on his left and right, accompanied Yang Kai down to the first floor's bathing pool. Inside the bathing room a thin watery mist lingered, carrying the scent of blossoming flowers, and unbeknownst to Yang Kai, the entire bath had been filled with hot water along with various scented flower petals. Yang Kai couldn't help but stare blankly. A nearly vagabond man like him indulging in a petal bath here. Obviously he felt somewhat awkward. Young lord, please enjoy the bath. The mature beauty Yun Li continued smiling from start to finish. Her pleasant expression never once diminished. Yang Kai unconsciously nodded. However, after waiting for a while, he found that whether it was Yun Li, Ruo Yu, or Ruo Qing, none of them seemed to have any intention of leaving. Turning an astonished gaze towards them, he hesitantly asked, "It can't be that your mistress also ordered you to help me bathe, right?" To his question, Yun Li simply smiled and gracefully replied, "If young lord wishes so, we servants will naturally obey. Mistress has ordered, any requirements or request you make we are to meet." Even for someone as composed as she, by the time Yun Li reached the end of the sentence, she couldn't help her voice from becoming smaller and her face from becoming redder from apparent shame. The nearby Ruo Yu and Ruo Qing also appeared quite tense. "There's no need for that, all of you may leave." Yang Kai waved his hand casually. The mature beauty's peach blossom eyes couldn't help but reveal a touch of surprise, and she quickly glanced once more towards Yang Kai to seemingly reevaluate him. Ruo Yu and Ruo Qing, on the other hand, hearing Yang Kai's words, wore expressions like they had just been granted amnesty and involuntarily breathed a sigh of relief. After the three beauties left, Yang Kai quickly undressed and jumped into the bath. Even he was somewhat eager to wash himself after such a long time. The temperature of the water was not too hot nor too cold, just perfect for relieving one's fatigue. Finally relaxing somewhat, his thoughts wandered, and he worried about what had happened to Su Yen after they had been separated at the Void Corridor. After traveling 10,000 kilometers in an instant, where was she now? What had happened to the other members of High Heaven Pavilion? What was the outcome of Grand Master and the Four Elders' battle? Recalling all of this, Yang Kai suddenly felt restless again. Outside the pavilion, Bai Luo paced back and forth. She really didn't understand why her mistress was so good to this little brat, not only providing him with the palace's finest accommodations, but also assigning the best maidservants to him. Those three, whether it was their beauty or temperament, were ranked at the very top of the palace's staff. Such meticulous care, it was something not even shown towards the other demon kings. Her first opinion was that this little brat was definitely not a good thing. He couldn't be devouring Yunli, Ruoyu, and Ruoqing right now, right? As such a thought crossed her mind, Bai Luo suddenly felt even more indignant and secretly thought that these three girls had suffered a terrible injustice. Yunli had been widowed for several years now and had not indulged in any moisturizing since then. Her accompanying that little brat to experience such things would not be too devastating, but Ruoyu and Ruoqing had grown up together with Bai Luo like little sisters. Both of them were rather simple little girls, pure and innocent, and allowing that bastard to taint them. "I'll castrate that little bastard." Bai Luo's eyes flashed a murderous light, and she secretly made a solemn vow in her heart. However, just as her anger was rising to its peak, she suddenly saw Yunli, Ruoyu, and Ruoqing all walk out together from inside. TSS. Bai Luo was startled, but she immediately rejoiced, quickly rushed over, and held onto Ruoyu and Ruoqing's hands and hurriedly asked, "Are you all right? He didn't try to molest you, did he?" Ruoyu and Ruoqing both blushed bright red and quickly shook their heads. The mature Yunli nearby smiled warmly. "Bai Luo, you're overthinking things. The young lord doesn't look like a shameless womanizer. He is actually very calm and respectful." "He's not." Bai Luo was taken aback. "Did you not tell him about mistress's command?" "I did, but he didn't have much reaction." Yunli nodded slightly. "He didn't take advantage of you in any way?" Bai Luo asked again, tilting her head to the side in confusion. "No." Yunli couldn't help laughing. "If you don't believe me, you can just ask Yuer or Qinger." Bai Luo quickly glanced suspiciously towards these two. Ruoqing lightly shook her head and blushed as she said, "Sister Bai Luo, you seriously frightened me. After what you said, I really thought that he would lay his hands on me. Strange. How could this be? I've always had a sharp intuition about this. That little brat is definitely a sinister and untrustworthy type. There's no reason for him not to have at least harassed you." Bai Luo frowned before suddenly thinking of something. "Yes, of course. It must just be that he's somewhat disconcerted right now. All men are simply vultures. You've greeted those young lords who came here representing the other 5 demon kings, haven't you? Which one of them hadn't drooled upon laying eyes on you? Like they couldn't wait to strip off all your clothes and ravish you upon their beds." Listening to her, Ruoyu and Ruoqing suddenly became nervous again. "He must be the insidious type, first acting gently towards you to reduce your vigilance before taking advantage of your naivety, conquering not just your body but your heart as well. He's the most underhanded and malicious type of beast there is," Bai Luo declared, completely confident in her speculations. Ruoyu and Ruoqing were shocked. However, the more mature Yunli was instead dumbfounded. "Little Bai Luo, don't scare them so. The young lord isn't such a wicked person, and besides, even if he really was, we're unable to resist?" Bai Luo angrily looked at her, then suddenly rushed forward, firmly grasped Yunli's rich chest, and wickedly kneaded them while laughing mischievously. "It seems elder sister Yun has made plenty of psychological preparation. All these years the palace has refused entry to all men, so you've been holding back the whole time. Now that there's a chance, you're actually not that opposed, are you?" Suddenly being attacked and having her sensitive chest being obscenely fondled by Bai Luo, the mature beauty Yun Li almost collapsed into her arms. Her white face suddenly showed an intoxicated tinge, and she struggled to reply. "What are you talking about? Who? So sensitive already? Seems like it's true." Bai Luo not only didn't let go, she instead began groping her more intensely, while subtly pushing her true qi to generate a kind of mild electrical shock, which rhythmically sent tingling pulses from her fingertips to ferociously stimulate the voluptuous peaks. And suggestive moans began leaking from the mature beauty's thin red lips, and her pair of peach blossom eyes instantly blurred as her skin began showing a light crimson shade. As these sounds rang out in their ears, Ruoyu and Ruoqing couldn't help but feel strange. Bai Luo, however, simply smiled naughtily and leaned in towards Yunli, bringing her face up next to Yunli's long white neck. She stretched out her delicate pink tongue and licked this mature beauty's earlobe suggestively. Yunli suddenly let out a cry. Ruoyu and Ruoqing were both stunned, and their faces were completely dyed red as they stood there in shock. Although they all knew that Bai Luo cultivated the same beguiling technique as their mistress, and that she was well versed in the ways of men and women, they had never thought she was skilled enough to not allow her prey to resist. Damn little girl! Stop making trouble. Yunli, this mature, beautiful woman, finally managed to hold down the heat which was rising within her and struggled free from Bai Luo's evil grip, but she was barely able to support herself on her softened legs, unable even to summon even a bit of strength, and her voice still carried an awkward tone. Hee. Sure enough, a mature woman's reaction is really not the same. Bai Luo licked her lips seductively, her face filled with an unrestrained expression, and her eyes contained a suggestive light. Stop fooling around. If you want to do such things, why don't you go search for Qianing and Qianhen? Mistress has ordered them to cultivate the beguiling technique. I, Ruoyu, and Ruoqing have to serve the young lord breakfast, and delaying any longer is no good. Yunli quickly said, and only glanced at her briefly. She understood Bai Luo's temperament well, so she swiftly made her escape along with Ruoyu and Ruoqing. You too, let's go. Oh. Ruoyu and Ruoqing hurried to keep up. Elder sister Yun, I'll look for you tonight, Bai Luo called out in a jovial tone from behind her back. Hearing such a threat, Yunli turned around and fiercely glared at her. I, Ruoyu, and Ruoqing will be resting here tonight. If you have the courage, you're welcome to come. After bathing, Yang Kai donned a set of brand new freshly washed clothes. These clothes were something Shan Qing Luo had personally ordered her maidservants to go out and buy earlier today. They were light and tasteful, matching Yang Kai's measurements almost perfectly, and gave him the look of a handsome young noble lord with a firm temperament. Even the mature Yunli and the innocent Ruoyu and Ruoqing couldn't help but blush lightly. In the pavilion's dining hall, a sumptuous breakfast had been prepared, filled with all kinds of fine delicacies. Each one was an exquisite work of art. Yunli even stood beside Yang Kai and served each dish to him personally and lightly commented. All of these dishes were prepared by we three. Young lord should eat while they're still hot. Glancing at Yang Kai once again, Yunli suddenly couldn't help but smile warmly. Young lord appears to be a bit on the lean side, probably because of constantly rushing around outside. Correct? Young lord should take advantage of this time to eat his fill. N. Yang Kai nodded lightly before asking, What about your mistress? Mistress has some important matters to deal with today? Yunli replied with a smile. Oh, I thought she would come join me for breakfast. Yang Kai couldn't help wrinkling his brow slightly. Hearing him say this, the mature beauty Yunli and the two young girls suddenly stared at him in amazement. They were increasingly puzzled about just who Yang Kai was in the end. Daring to say Shan Qing Luo would sit and dine together with him, this was a blessing that even the other 5 demon kings could not receive, right? Then, if I want to see her, where should I go? Yang Kai asked as he ate. Yunli quickly fixed her smile and replied, Mistress has said that for the next few days she will be a bit busy, so if young lord has any requests he should speak directly with Bai Luo. She has been waiting outside since early this morning. Seems like she's trying to avoid seeing me. Yang Kai grunted unhappily. Yesterday, Shan Qing Luo had promised to come see him today. He had not expected her to suddenly change her mind. She certainly knew he was going to talk to her about him leaving. Sweeping away the food on the table, Yang Kai leisurely walked out of the pavilion. The enchanting young girl Bai Luo really was standing outside waiting for him. Her brow thoroughly furrowed as she glared towards Yang Kai. Obviously she was not pleased having to be with him, but with Shan Qing Luo personally issuing her these orders, she didn't dare disobey. Ms. Bai Luo, Yang Kai called out. Humph. Bai Luo snorted lightly. Her arrogant and disdainful expression clearly displayed her dissatisfaction. Seeing her like this, Yang Kai couldn't help but laugh dryly and quickly said, I want to see your mistress. Bai Luo frowned even harder, and a thoroughly displeased look appeared upon her face. Mistress has many matters to discuss with the various elders in the city, so she has no time to see you. When will these discussions end? Probably not for a few days. This time, Mistress had left Fragrance City for about 2 months. So numerous issues and disputes have arisen which she must attend to personally. Yang Kai's expression suddenly became cold, and his mood quickly became solemn. Bai Luo hesitated for a moment before she somewhat reluctantly continued. However, Mistress said last night that to make up for her fault, she will allow you to look at the palace treasure house. Treasure house. Yang Kai's brow twitched, and he cursed that devilish woman. Was this her way of trying to seduce him? Although he was silently cursing in his heart, his mouth still said, "Is there anything good inside that treasure house? Little brat." Bai Luo glared at him angrily. Mistress' treasure house is filled with many rare and valuable items. Mistress said that you're currently too weak, so she said that you can look around inside the treasure house for things you can use to enhance your cultivation. What are we waiting for then? Yang Kai quickly urged her. Seeing him suddenly wear an eager and impatient look, Bai Luo more and more despised him in her heart, and she cursed this ignorant countryside bumpkin. Although she was extremely reluctant, as long as it was something Shan Qing Luo commanded, Bai Luo would never object, and instead do her best to complete. "Come with me," she said gruffly and quickly lead the way. After walking through the palace for a long time, the pair suddenly arrived at a very secluded wing. Roughly 10 meters into this wing they came upon a thick, heavy door. This door was cast from some unknown material and seemed quite old. It was obviously quite thick and sturdy, clearly not something easy to break. However, the strange thing about this door was that there was no handle, nor were there any visible gaps. It was more like an extension of the wall than a door. Bai Luo quickly pulled out a black rectangular object from her waist pocket, tightly held it within her jade-like hand, and poured her true qi into it. A moment later, she pressed this rectangular object onto the gate. Accompanied by a burst of rumblings, the heavy door slowly opened. Yang Kai couldn't help but stare curiously and unconsciously praised. "Things stored in this place are quite safe." Bai Luo snorted loudly and proudly quipped. "Naturally, the entire treasure house was forged from desolate red-black gold. Even if a peak Immortal Ascension Boundary Masters came here, he would never be able to open this vault. This is the safest place to store things in the world." Listening to her boast, Yang Kai did not openly refute and instead simply disdained silently. If they wanted to talk about security, his black book space was no doubt this world's safest storage. "Come in." Bai Luo stepped forward and begrudgingly ushered Yang Kai in as well. The treasure house's door closed again once both of them were inside. Although this treasure house was fully enclosed, it was by no means dim. All 4 walls were dotted with pebble-sized pearls, each of which released a soft, sparkling light, which illuminated the entire vault. Once inside, Bai Luo half-bitterly began introducing various things to Yang Kai. "Over there is where the gold and silver items are kept. Here is the storage place for all the rare medicinal herbs. These are refined pills. Here are all the high-grade artifact, and over there are various secret arts and martial skills. Well, just look around yourself. Don't bother me with any unnecessary questions." She seemed quite impatient to separate from Yang Kai. Yang Kai couldn't help but scratch his nose and wrinkle his brow slightly. Bai Luo, did your mistress say how much I could take from here?" Bai Luo sneered disdainfully. "How much do you want to take?" "I'm just asking." Bai Luo's expression suddenly became cold, and she irritably replied, "Mistress said that however much you want to take you can take." Yang Kai nodded, then without any further scruples went straight to the place where the spirit herbs were kept. Seeing him not show the slightest bit of restraint, Bai Luo couldn't help muttering under her breath, "Humph, really nothing but a country bumpkin. I really can't understand why Mistress is so good to him." As she was whispering to herself, she also quickly arrived in front of the stored artifacts. Staring inside, she fixed her gaze on a pair of exquisite teardrop-shaped earrings. This pair of earrings had a nearly transparent blue hue, appearing almost like a piece of the crystal-clear sky. Holding this pair of earrings in the palm of her hand, Bai Luo suddenly smiled and was no longer willing to let them go. On the other hand, across the room, Yang Kai smiled deviously. That seductress Shan Qing Luo had put him under house arrest, and although she didn't have any malicious intent towards him, he still couldn't help feeling uncomfortable. However, her allowing Yang Kai into her treasure house was really a big mistake. If Yang Kai was willing to, then taking away the entire content of this treasure house would not be a problem. The black book storage space was much larger than this treasure house after all. However, Yang Kai didn't want to expose the black book space yet, so he only picked out some things that were of immediate use to him. Firstly, he needed to supplement the yang liquid in his dantian. About the energy contained within his unyielding golden skeleton, he was not worried about running out anytime soon. The only problem he had was maintaining the amount of yang liquid he had available. So, Yang Kai swept away any yang attribute spirit herbs and pills he found and loaded everything into the black book space. Soul-nourishing herbs and pills, no matter the place, were scarce, so he took everything he could find without hesitation. His 5-colored soul-warming lotus needed these things in order to evolve, and they also had great use in cultivating his divine sense. As for the secret arts and martial skills stored here, Yang Kai wasn't very interested. No secret art here was a match for his own, and the martial skills weren't particularly appealing to him either. Yang Kai was more interested in finding high-grade soul skills to cultivate. Although he had managed to cultivate out his divine sense already, because he had no offensive-type soul skills until now, the role it played was limited and only allowed him to scout his surroundings. But to his disappointment, he did not find any decent soul skills inside this treasure house. He occasionally came across some earth-grade or lower rubbish, but such weak soul skills had virtually no appeal to Yang Kai. Even if he were to cultivate them, they wouldn't have any great use. It would simply be a waste of time. After searching up and down the entire treasure house, in the end, he only managed to find some yang attribute herbs and pills as well as a small amount of soul-nourishing precious treasures. Symbolically holding 2 bottles of heaven-grade pills in his hands, Yang Kai finally walked over to where Bai Luo was standing. This enchanting young girl was now wearing the pair of earrings on her delicate earlobes and was holding up a crystal mirror while smiling happily as she stared at her reflection. Yang Kai's sudden appearance in front of her startled her, and patting her well-shaped chest with her delicate hand, she quickly wore a frown and angrily snapped, "Why did you not say anything? Is sneaking up on people fun for you?" Yang Kai could only grin wryly. "Wasn't it just that you were too immersed in her own world to notice me?" Having things pointed out so bluntly, Bai Luo couldn't help but blush, and she earnestly took off the earrings and carefully placed them back into storage before reluctantly removing her sight from them. "Find what you were looking for? And what did you take?" Yang Kai casually lifted the 2 bottles of pills in his hand so she could see. Seeing this, Bai Luo was slightly surprised, laughing lightly. "You're surprisingly frugal, aren't you? I thought you would surely—" Stopping herself mid-sentence, Bai Luo instead stuck out her little pink tongue in lieu of finishing her thought. "Surely what? Nothing. If you've got what you want, we should leave. But are you sure that you only want these 2 bottles of pills? Mistress specifically said that you should find some things to raise your cultivation." Bai Luo asked quietly, "Are these pills really enough for you to enhance your strength?" "It's enough." Yang Kai nodded. "Fine. It's not my concern anyway. If you're all right with it, then why should I care? Just don't try to blame me if Mistress asks about you taking only these 2 bottles of pills." Yang Kai simply nodded indifferently. And, leaving the treasure house, Bai Luo closed the vault door again, but as she turned around, a small box came flying towards her. Reflexively, Bai Luo reached out and caught this box and was at first shocked, but then warily turned her gaze towards Yang Kai. However, after seeing which box this was, she couldn't help but cry out in surprise. Her gaze changed from wariness to shock. Yang Kai smiled lightly. "Don't you like it?" "Of course I like it." Bai Luo nodded, half stunned as she hesitantly opened the box. Inside it was the same pair of earrings she had tried on inside the treasure house. "But, how did you know?" Bai Luo asked Yang Kai in confusion. "Anyone who saw you like that would know." Yang Kai chuckled. "I'm not blind. Hee hee." Bai Luo let out a heartfelt laugh filled with joy, and she quickly took the earrings out and stared at them. Spellbound for a moment, she proceeded to explain. "Although these are only a set of low-grade artifacts, From the first time I saw them, I fell in love with them. If so, why didn't you just ask your mistress if you could have them? As far as I can tell, she is quite good to you. Yang Kai asked suspiciously. Well, these belonged to mistress's mother. I was worried that she would be sad if she were to see them. Bai Luo faintly sighed and suddenly tightly gripped the earrings to her chest. Are you giving these to me? And why else would I have brought them out? If your mistress asks, just tell her I took them. Thank you. Bai Luo happily thanked him, but her expression became a bit complicated before quickly becoming alarmed. Why are you being so good to me? You're not trying to make a move after taking a fancy to me, are you? Dumbfounded, Yang Kai couldn't only shake his head wryly. You're thinking too much about it. I'll tell you up front, I don't like men. Bai Luo started at Yang Kai with her guard fully up, seemingly trying to discover if he was speaking the truth or not. So no matter how gallant you behave or how attentive to me you are, I will never be swayed. In my heart, only mistress is my perfect companion. Yang Kai was once again flabbergasted, as if he had been struck by lightning, and he stared towards Bai Luo in shock. What you mean is, you're in love with Shanqing Luo. That's right. Bai Luo's face was a bright shade of red, but she still firmly nodded and replied in a shy voice filled with infinite longing. One day, sooner or later, I will definitely become mistress's wife. At that moment, she completely showed the look of a young girl in love. It was just, the object of her affections was a bit unexpected. After a long stunned silence, he took a deep breath, then nodded strongly and said, In that case, I sincerely hope you achieve your happiness, Bai Luo. Giggling happily, Bai Luo smiled as she looked Yang Kai over again and re-evaluated him. And I don't find you as annoying as before. Sending her a gift seems to have been quite beneficial. Yang Kai thought to himself. At least she wasn't treating him as coldly anymore. Ha ha ha. Yang Kai smiled awkwardly, not knowing what to say now. Thankfully, Bai Luo quickly followed up. Good, with that, our trip to the treasure house is now finished. Mistress said that if you were bored staying in the palace, I should escort you around the city. Would you like to go out now? No thanks. I'd rather go back and cultivate. Yang Kai replied casually. Oh. Bai Luo smirked and laughed meaningfully. With elder sister Yun, Ruyu, and Ruoqing back at the tranquil Phoenix Pavilion, I suppose you really wouldn't have any interest in going out. And ahem. If you really want to, then you should start with elder sister Yun. She was only married for 1 month before her husband died, and that was almost 10 years ago. Since then she hasn't once had a man. Right now, she is almost like a starving tiger ready to pounce. All you need to do is give her a nod, and I'm sure she'll happily accompany you. Well, just make sure you treat her well. Oh right, elder sister Yun also particularly likes it when you caress her ears. Bai Luo suddenly started explaining to Yang Kai. Her beautiful face was filled with a kind of indulgent excitement. Yang Kai, on the other hand, looked like he had been struck over the head. Such an enchanting little girl. How could she so easily talk about such matters? As if it were the same as having a light midday snack. On top of that, she seemed oddly experienced. It was a bit worrisome. Where had she acquired this knowledge? Tranquil Phoenix Pavilion, 2nd floor. Yang Kai was sitting cross-legged on the fragrant bed with a solemn expression. His breath was steady and even. Circulating his true Yang secret art smoothly, he absorbed and refined the Yang energy contained within numerous spirit herbs and pills. These things were the spoils he had taken from Shanqing Luo's treasure house, and all of them were high-quality goods. The lowest quality items reached Earth-grade top rank, while most of them were heaven-grade. Naturally, since they had come from the treasure house of a supreme master like the beguiling demon queen, there was no chance of them being mediocre. As a light churning sound floated in the air, Yang Kai's true Yang secret art rapidly operated and quickly converted the essence stored within these pills and herbs into pure true Yang Yuan Qi, gradually filling up his meridians. In Medicine King's valley-hidden cloud peak, Xiao Fusheng had prepared a special secret art and medicinal bath for Yang Kai which had fully developed the potential of his meridians and allowed him to more smoothly cultivate. It wasn't until now that the medicinal bath really displayed its effects. The speed at which he could refine and condense his true qi had obviously been greatly enhanced. Moreover, this refinement would continue to play a role for the rest of his life. The more he cultivated, the greater the effect would be. After merely a dozen or so cycles, before the first drop of yang liquid had even formed, the energy within his meridians suddenly began to swell, and a subtle ripple started spreading throughout his body before suddenly vanishing. His entire being was filled with a clear sensation that his strength had risen, which gave him a sense of physical and spiritual comfort. True Element Boundary 5th Stage. Once one entered the true element boundary, each minor realm's breakthrough would become progressively more difficult. However, these days Yang Kai had consistently taken a small cup of myriad drug liquid every morning, using the myriad drug liquid to temper his physique and cleanse his body. After doing so for a long period of time, both his physique and meridians had undergone a significant improvements compared to the past, so even when he was breaking through the various stages of the true element boundary, it was still quite a relaxed process for him. Having spent nearly a month consolidating his true element boundary 4th stage, undergoing a breakthrough now was essentially taken for granted. The scorching true yang yuan qi burst forth from his body, like a raging flame, and instantly caused the temperature in the entire room to soar. Calming his breath and condensing his true qi, the flame-like qi in the air was suddenly sucked into Yang Kai's body, disappearing completely. Immediately, his whole body was bathed in a warm and comfortable sensation. At that moment, Yang Kai, with his true yang secret art circulating as rapidly as it could, appeared to radiate a vibrant aura. His meridians were filled to the brim and were no longer able to store any more pure true qi. With a sudden dripping sound, a new drop of yang liquid was condensed and was quickly stored in his dantian. Instantly, Yang Kai's bloated meridians once again became uncomfortably empty. However, the medicinal herbs and pills he had ingested quickly began producing new true qi, and they gradually filled up his empty meridians once more. This dripping sound was extremely pleasant to the ear, and each time it occurred, it brought him a serene feeling. After absorbing all the medicinal essence from all the spirit herbs and pills, more than a dozen drops of yang liquid had been added to his dantian. Letting out a long breath and feeling the fullness of his dantian, Yang Kai couldn't help smiling with satisfaction. Although the number of drops of yang liquid he had stored right now was not many compared to before, the grade of each one could not be compared to back then, so even if the number was less, they could actually support his high level of consumption for a much longer period of time. Without resting for even a moment, Yang Kai once again closed his eyes. Now that he had refined enough yang liquid, it was time to nourish his soul. The soul-seeking seal Shan Qing Luo had implanted into the Yang Kai's body should be some kind of soul skill. As long as his divine sense became strong enough, naturally he would be able to crush it. If he wanted his divine sense to become strong, his only options were to take some precious treasure or cultivate an appropriate soul skill. However, the only soul skill Yang Kai could cultivate right now was the defense skill Soul Palace. But in order to cultivate this defensive soul skill, one had to be in a very specific environment. Currently, there was no way for Yang Kai to practice it. So, how was he to rapidly cultivate his soul and enhance his divine sense in order to break free from this seductress's soul-seeking seal? Yang Kai furrowed his brow and contemplated deeply. After a long time, an idea came to him. What he thought of was the 2 times before that his soul had rapidly increased in strength, both of which he had entered into very dangerous places, causing his spiritual energy to be greatly drained before being supplemented. Each cycle brought a slight enhancement to himself. The first time was when he was in the isolated world for life experience and had entered the white mist bank where the soul-cleansing dew was formed. The second time was in the depths of the coiling dragon stream when the hostility from the thick demonic qi, rising from the canyon floor, had impacted him and damaged his soul. After being damaged and restored, the strength of his spiritual energy had rapidly increased at a speed far beyond cultivating a soul skill or taking precious treasures could match. For any ordinary person, it would be impossible to cultivate their soul this way. If one experienced a severe loss of spiritual energy, they wouldn't necessarily suffer any lasting damage, but if such a process was repeated many times, they would inevitably be given a permanent trauma, one they would never be able to recover from. However, Yang Kai was different. In his possession was the heaven-defying 5-colored soul-warming lotus, the world's most precious soul-cultivating treasure. With this treasure, Xianxia simply didn't need to consider his soul receiving permanent damage. Frowning, Xianxia contemplated for a long time before deciding to implement this strategy. Supplementing his spiritual energy wasn't a problem. After all, he had acquired a number of herbs and pill from Shan Qing Luo's treasure house, and on top of that, his myriad drug milk could also be used. As for depleting his spiritual energy, that was easy. Stored within Xianxia's mind was the true alchemic way. The last time he had studied it, he had completely consumed his spiritual energy multiple times, yet ultimately only managed to obtain an auxiliary support type spirit array for pill refinement. Just by simply viewing the true alchemic way with his divine sense, he could quickly exhaust his spiritual energy. Having made up his mind, Xianxia didn't hesitate to immerse himself in the true alchemic way's various records stored within his mind. The true alchemic way was incredibly extensive and profound. Contained within it were innumerable documents, texts, and theses. If he wanted to completely master it, it would no doubt take countless hours and an enormous amount of spiritual energy. Xianxia, though, wasn't interested in actually studying the true alchemic way, so he only haphazardly browsed through it. A moment later, Xianxia felt a sharp pain in his head. His whole being was suddenly afflicted with a sense of exhaustion, and his face instantly became pale. His spiritual energy had been exhausted. However, soon after, a cooling sensation began spilling out from his mind as the soul-warming lotus began to repair the damage done to his soul. A few breaths later, the pain had disappeared and his soul had been fully repaired. However, his depleted spiritual energy still needed to be supplemented. With his latest experience beneath the myriad drug pond, Xianxia knew that if he wanted to depend entirely on the soul-warming lotus to replenish his spiritual energy, it would take a long time, at least 4 or 5 hours. It was precisely because spiritual energy was much more difficult to restore than true qi that cultivating one's soul was incredibly difficult. Weekly removing a bottle of soul-replenishing pills, Xianxia poured out several of them, and together with a small sip of myriad drug milk, he began to refine and absorb their medicinal essence. After a short time, his spiritual energy was fully restored, and Xianxia once again felt as mighty as a dragon and fierce as a tiger. Immediately, he sunk his divine sense into his mind and continued studying the true alchemic way, combing through its mysteries. Time quickly passed by. Xianxia kept repeating this cycle of damaging then restoring his soul. With each cycle, his spiritual energy would have some enhancements. Although the increase was not great, such progress was still quite gratifying. Not only that, Xianxia also gradually became interested in exploring the mysteries of the true alchemic way. The last time he had studied it, Xianxia had only glimpsed a single support-type spirit array. Specifically, it was designed to improve the quality of the pills an alchemist could refine. For example, if one refined a furnace of heaven-grade top-rank materials, with the assistance of that spirit array it would be possible to improve the quality of the pill by a single rank to a mysterious grade low-rank pill. Of course, this was only a possibility. The effects of this spirit array were by no means a guarantee, and as one refined more and more pills, the effect would continuously degrade. As his understanding the true alchemic way deepened, Xianxia discovered that there was actually a variety of spirit arrays recorded within it. At the very least, he had now glimpsed several different types which were related to improving the quality of the pills, increasing the chances of pill veins forming, improving the success rate of refining pills, and numerous other auxiliary effects. And these were still just the preliminary methods of the true alchemic way. It was truly hard to imagine what profound insights and mysteries the later chapters contained. In addition to these spirit arrays, there was also some special alchemic knowledge such as how to select the best materials to use when refining pills. These pieces of the information had been recorded by Xianxia into his memory, so that if there was a chance in the future he could pass them on to Xianxia and Xiao Fusheng. After 2 days of continuously repeating this soul cultivation, the herbs and pills Xianxia had ransacked from Shan Qing Luo treasure house had been completely consumed. Without these things to supplement his spiritual energy, Xianxia could no longer continue this reckless form of practice. Any other Immortal Ascension boundary master would at most carry 1 or 2 bottles of these types of pills in case they suffered from a grievous injury to their soul, but none of them would so wantonly consume them simply to cultivate. Without these pills and herbs, Xianxia's myriad drug milk alone couldn't supplement his spiritual energy loss fast enough. Although the myriad drug milk also had a restorative effect, its role was simply too broad, not specifically for nourishing the soul. Taking it 1 or 2 times in quick succession still produced significant results, but as it was consumed more and more, its efficacy decreased. In the end, the myriad drug milk's role was more so as a catalyst which allowed one to rapidly refine the efficacies of various pills, while enhancing their contained medicinal essence's potency. Without soul-nourishing pills, even if he continued such cultivation, his progress would have to slow dramatically. Ahem. As various thoughts churned inside Xianxia's head, he wrinkled his brow and quickly beckoned to the people waiting nearby. These past 3 days while he had been cultivating, he was constantly aware of the auras of 3 other people staying within Tranquil Phoenix Pavilion. It was no doubt the mature beauty Yun Li and the 2 young girls Ruo Yu and Ruo Qing. Xianxia's room was in the innermost wing of the pavilion, while nearby there was a separate room where the 3 maids lived, always at the ready, just waiting for Xianxia to summon them. As soon as he called out to them, Xianxia immediately heard the light sound of footsteps approaching, and within a few breaths, Yun Li, Ruo Yu, and Ruo Qing came into his room. "What orders does young lord have?" Yun Li respectfully asked as she directed a warm smile at Xianxia. "Where is Bai Luo?" "Ms. Bai Luo right now should be cultivating in her residence." Yun Li replied professionally. "Go call her for me." "Yes, young lord." Yun Li elegantly nodded, gently turning her gaze towards Ru Yu and Ruo Qing. "Go summon Ms. Bai Luo here." The 2 girls nodded once before swiftly walking away. Next, for some unknown reason, the mature beauty remained behind. Directing her elegant pair of enchanting eyes towards Xianxia, she softly asked, "Young lord looks tired. Have you not rested well these past few days?" "It's nothing." Xianxia lightly shook his head. "I've just been cultivating." The beautiful woman elegantly smiled, lightly stepping forward, and her well-rounded hips gently swayed as she unhesitantly walked over to Xianxia and knelt down behind him. Stretching out her 2 soft white jade-like hands, she gently began to massage Xianxia. "Young lord's pursuit of strength is very admirable, but you must also take good care of your body. If mistress were to see you looking so worn out, I'm afraid she would think we servants had been negligent in our duties to care for you. We may even be given some punishment as a result." As she spoke, her small, delicate hands continued to rhythmically rub his tense, tired muscles. They seemed to know exactly where and how much pressure to apply in order to produce the most soothing effect. The mature, beautiful woman Yun Li's 10 slender fingers seemed to contain some kind of magical power. No matter where she touched, Xianxia's physical and mental fatigue would vanish, which caused him to involuntarily relax and fall into a sense of extreme comfort. A gentle village was the burial place of a hero. These words were not false. Xianxia also felt very contented with this service, and gradually closed his eyes and immersed himself in this pleasant feeling. He was by no means an obstinate person, and since Shanqing Luo had specifically sent Yun Li, Ruo Yu, and Ruo Qing to serve him and had even ordered them to accept any request he made, Xianxia simply didn't mind imposing such a minor matter upon this mature beauty. These 3, an enchanting mature woman, a gentle and tranquil girl, and an elegant and dignified young lady, each had their own unique style, but all of them were undoubtedly extremely attractive to men. Now that this beautiful woman had taken the initiative to serve him, Xianxia naturally had no reason to refuse. Doing so would only make it seem like he felt guilty about something. A temporary tranquility fell upon the pavilion. Xianxia didn't speak, nor did the beautiful woman Yun Li make any noise. Both just concentrated on the massage. As time passed, Xianxia began to notice that the beauty kneeling behind him was beginning to breathe slightly heavier. Even the faint heat her body was radiating gradually increased. As she breathed in and out, a faint aroma leaked from her lips, and her heartbeat also started to accelerate. Whether intentionally or unintentionally, while she was massaging him, Yun Li's full amazingly elastic peaks from time to time would brush against Xianxia's back, which added to the ambiguous atmosphere. Two cherry-like bulges occasionally pressed against him and sent a light shock running up his spine. Yang Kai couldn't help feeling surprised, and was unable to stop his expression from becoming awkward. Yun Li, this graceful mature beauty, couldn't actually be just as Bai Luo described, right? After suffering a 10-year drought, was she really now akin to a starving wolf or crouching tiger, just waiting for an opportunity to pounce? If not, why would she have such an exaggerated reaction from just a simple massage? The not-so-subtle change in this beauty, along him being alone in his bedchamber, suddenly made various stray thoughts surface in Yang Kai's mind. In truth, Yun Li's age was not large. At most, she was only 25 or so years old, and although she couldn't be described as a girl anymore, she was still in the prime of her life. Most importantly, she gave off the charm of a mature woman, both physically and mentally. She had a certain appeal that was impossible to find on a young naive girl, and this point alone made her particularly attractive. This woman had been married once, but she had only been able to spend a single month with her husband before he died. Since then she had spent 10 years as a widow. 10 years ago, she would have only been 15 years old. To have tasted that kind of wonderful feeling and then have to spend so long without it, she may really have some unsatisfied desires. Seemingly aware of Yang Kai's awkward reaction, Yun Li once more wore an elegant smile and took the initiative to separate herself from Yang Kai as she softly said, "Young Lord, Bai Luo should arrive shortly." And, knowing that she was simply reminding him, Yang Kai just nodded slightly before falling silent once more. The mature beauty couldn't help being slightly surprised. Apparently not thinking Yang Kai would be so succinct, she felt a bit lost in her heart. A moment later, from outside the pavilion, the sound of Bai Luo gnashing her teeth and cursing under her breath rang out, as if she was just at a critical moment in her cultivation but had been disturbed by Ruo Yu and Ruo Qing. However, with Shan Qing Luo's order in place, she really had no choice but to swallow her dissatisfaction and arrive quickly. "Yang Kai!" Calling out from downstairs, Bai Luo stood straight with her hands on her hips, and her eyes clearly contained an unhappy light. Yang Kai, in response, simply stood up, walked over to the window, and without reservation jumped down to lightly land in front of her. A woman should try her best to maintain some elegance. "Why must you look so vicious?" Yang Kai quipped. "Mind your own business." Bai Luo snapped back at him and glared at Yang Kai in annoyance. "Don't think that just because you managed to please me last time, I'll suddenly take a liking to you. I'll say it clearly once more, if not for mistress's orders, I, your aunt, wouldn't bother wasting any of my time with you." "Fine, then give those things back." Yang Kai reached out solemnly. "What things?" Bai Luo asked in an indignant voice. "That pair of earrings." Bai Luo hurriedly took a few steps back and bitterly stared at Yang Kai. "Why do you want them back now? Since it's no use trying to please you, why should I offer you anything? Come on, quickly return them." Yang Kai coldly said. Hey, are you really a man?" Bai Luo suddenly asked sarcastically. "Sending something out but then trying to grab it back. Aren't you being a bit too stingy?" "It's your own fault," Yang Kai sneered. "Now, are you going to return them to me or not?" "Never," Bai Luo firmly declared. "I won't give them back. Since you gave them to me already, they're mine now. I'll never give them back to you." "You're determined?" Good." Yang Kai nodded, quickly striding forward towards the palace. "Where do you think you're going?" Bai Luo suddenly felt suspicious and quickly blocked his path. "I'm going to tell your mistress that you stole an artifact from her treasure house." Yang Kai looked at her defiantly as he smiled deviously. You? Bai Luo falteringly took a few steps back and pointed her trembling finger at Yang Kai with her face dyed a bright shade of crimson. "How can you act so ruthlessly, you heartless, shameless bully? Obviously, you were the one who took them out from the treasure house and threw it to me. That day you said—" "I didn't say anything that day." Yang Kai smiled arrogantly towards her. "Silly little girl, you're still too naive. Did you really think this young master would be so kind to send you something without some strings? That day, I didn't get anything except 2 bottles of pills," Yang Kai calmly declared. "Don't be so unreasonable, okay?" Bai Luo became completely sluggish. She finally understood what it meant to suffer injustice from receiving another's gifts. She had no choice but to swallow her anger now. Although she couldn't wait to rip Yang Kai's corpse into 10,000 pieces, she still wore a delicate and aggrieved expression on her face. Staring begrudgingly at Yang Kai, she desperately pleaded, "You're not such a person, right? Simply because my attitude just now wasn't very polite, and I had a minor disagreement with you, are you really going to intentionally create a misunderstanding between mistress and I just to see me get punished?" Bai Luo wore a pitifully expression as she begged him, and her eyes became slightly watery, which gave her the appearance of an innocent young girl suffering a great injustice. However, Yang Kai simply pretended he didn't see any of this and coldly said, "I'm sorry. After all, I'm just a shameless, ruthless person. Any grievances I have must be settled. Since you provoked me, I have to make sure you learn the folly of your choice. I'll remember you." Bai Luo saw that the soft approach wasn't going to work, so she immediately dispensed with her cheap act and bitterly ground her teeth as she asked, "What do you want?" "Nothing. I'm just too bored. I thought it'd be a good time to have a chat with your mistress." Bai Luo's true qi suddenly ferociously surged as she glared fiercely at Yang Kai, seemingly tempted to teach this rude brat a lesson. Yang Kai remained indifferent, however, and instead sneered provocatively towards her. If Bai Luo thought that her true element boundary 7th stage was enough to suppress him, she was really looking down on him too much. He actually hoped she really would start something here. It would give Yang Kai the perfect excuse to act furiously towards Shanqing Luo and allow him to legitimately escape from this devilish woman's grasp. The pair continued staring each other down until, all of a sudden, Bai Luo's momentum collapsed, and her threatening air evaporated. "Name your terms, I'll agree." From childhood till now, the first gift she had received from a man had actually become a fatal constraint. From now on, even if it kills me, I'll never accept gifts from someone ever again, especially a man. Bai Luo felt like her innocent soul had suffered a deep wound, casting a lingering shadow in her heart. "Either show me some respect or return those earrings," Yang Kai casually demanded. "Agreed," Bai Luo replied forlornly. "What else? I want to go out for a stroll. Come with me." Good." Yang Kai laughed triumphantly, his mood suddenly a bit lighter. As the two of them left, Yunli, Ruoyu, and Ruoqing, who had watched this scene unfold, still couldn't help staring with astonishment at the pair's shrinking backs. Bai Luo, back down? In Fragrance City, Bai Luo had always been fearless. Besides Shanqing Luo, no one could make her submit, yet now Yang Kai, this young man of unknown origin, had actually forced her to back down? The mature beauty and the two girls still couldn't believe what they had seen, standing there stunned, not knowing what to say. "Right. Did Shanqing Luo tell you if I wanted to buy something, she would pay?" After leaving the palace and arriving on the streets, Yang Kai suddenly asked. Bai Luo nodded softly and seemingly did not have the energy to even reply. However, suddenly thinking something, she angrily snapped, "You dare casually call mistress by her real name?" Before she could finish, though, Yang Kai decisively interrupted her. "Even in front of your mistress's face, I dare call her by her name, yet she never had a problem with it. So stop being so long-winded." Bai Luo tightened her fists in rage. "I warn you, don't overstep your bounds." Yang Kai simply ignored her and continued walking in front. Behind him, the sound of grumbling was obvious, as was the piercing glare of hatred which seemed akin to a wild beast ready to rip him to shreds. Wandering around the city for a while, they eventually came to a medicine store. This was a fairly high-grade shop. As soon as the two of them entered, the store's head treasurer stumbled out from behind the counters and swiftly arrived before Bai Luo, his forehead filled with cold sweat. "Greetings, Bai Luo, your arrival was unexpected. So this servant has not prepared an appropriate welcome. Please forgive this sin." As soon as the shop's treasurer shouted as such, all the people in the shop, whether they were employees or guests, swiftly made their escape, as if they had seen a poisonous viper suddenly emerge. In the blink of an eye, only the head treasurer and the young pair were left. Yang Kai couldn't help being astonished as he witnessed all of this. quickly discovering just how famous Bai Luo was in Fragrance City, and not in a good way. N. Bai Luo offhandedly nodded, apparently used to such treatment already. Did Ms. Bai Luo perhaps come here today to purchase something? The treasurer asked carefully while wiping the sweat from his forehead. I'm not here to buy things, he is. Quickly greet him. Bai Luo snappily pointed towards Yang Kai. The treasurer suddenly became confused, and glancing back and forth between Yang Kai and Bai Luo, a light of suspicion flashed across his eyes. Do you have soul-nourishing and spiritual energy recovery type pills? Yang Kai asked directly. Yes. Treasurer repeatedly nodded. Soul-cultivating pill, soul-supplement pill, soul-restoring pill. We have all of these. Which one does this young lord want? How many do you have? Yang Kai asked. The number of these pills is generally quite small. This humble store only has 3 or 4 bottles of each. Only the soul recovery pills have 5 bottles. I'll take them all. Yang Kai's casually made such grand demands. In any case, since Shan Qingluo was backing him, he might as well take advantage of the situation while he could. With her being a great demon king who reigned over several thousand kilometers of territory, she was definitely not short on money. Ah, all of them. The treasurer couldn't help gawking, while even Bai Luo turned a puzzled look towards Yang Kai and asked, Why do you want all of these things? You haven't even reached the immortal ascension boundary yet. It's none of your concern. Yang Kai replied lightly. Ms. Bai Luo, this... The treasurer nervously asked for instructions. Didn't you hear? Since this young lord said he wants everything, then quickly bring all of them out. Have all of them packaged up right away and sent to the palace. Payment will be made in full when we receive them. Since Bai Luo couldn't vent her anger on Yang Kai, thus her anger spilled over onto the poor treasurer. Yes, yes, yes. The treasurer no longer hesitated. Although Bai Luo was famous for her bad temper, she had always conducted business fairly. However much was owed, she would pay, so the treasurer was not actually worried about money. His only concern was who this young man was. Bai Luo seemed to be very angry with him, yet she still spared no expense to help him. However, with his heart beating like a drum, the treasurer dared not delay and quickly packed up all the pills Yang Kai had ordered before having a store boy deliver them to the palace. When this shop boy walked in front of Bai Luo, he kept his head lowered, his eyes staring at his toes, and did not dare to even glance at Bai Luo. After leaving this medicine shop, Yang Kai and Bai Luo's eyes met coincidentally. Seems like many men in the city are afraid of you. Humph! Bai Luo proudly snorted, and her enchanting face donned an arrogant look, as she proudly puffed up her chest and casually said, If they dare look at me the wrong way, I'll claw out their eyes. Isn't that a bit much? Yang Kai frowned. A great beauty always draws the eyes of many others. If no one dares look at you, what is the point of being beautiful in the first place? You know shit. Bai Luo glared at him menacingly and disdainfully quipped. All you men ever have in your heads are dirty thoughts. When you see a beautiful woman, the first thing you think of is defiling her. I don't want to be stared at with such filthy gazes. Not all men are like that, Yang Kai said indignantly. Bai Luo looked him up and down suddenly before quietly declaring, Well, not you, I guess. At least when you look at me, your eyes don't seem to be filled with obscene intent. I'll admit that you are at least a bit better than most men on that at least. Young lady, Bai Luo's vision is quite good. Yang Kai faintly responded. Now, where do you want to go? With Bai Luo's hands crossed behind her back, her shoulders drooped slightly as she was obviously feeling a bit impatient. If you're done shopping, I'd like to head back and resume my cultivation. Of course, there are more places I wish to visit. Fragrance City has more than this one medicine shop, right? There are 4 or 5. Do you still plan to visit more pill shops? Bai Luo looked at him slightly surprised. You don't want to buy more soul-nourishing pills, do you? Indeed I do. What do you need so many for? Bai Luo grumbled before suddenly curling her lips. Fine, fine. If you want to buy more, then I'll just bring you there. After turning around and walking away, Bai Luo quickly grinned impishly before hurriedly adjusting her face. Then she lightly coughed and pretended like nothing had happened. Although Fragrance City was by no means small, there were only a few pill shops doing business. After all, in order to sell large quantities of pills, one needed to have a very strong family background. The sheer amount of financial, material, and human resources wasn't something a small force could accommodate. Therefore, in the entire city there were only a total of 5 pill shops. Bai Luo worked tirelessly leading the way, and after spending half a day or so she had finally finished escorting Yang Kai to visit 4 of these shops, sweeping clean all the soul-nourishing pills they had in stock. At last she led Yang Kai toward the 5th and final pill shop, Heavenly Melody Medicine Square. Inside Heavenly Medicine Square, a young man in a shop boy's uniform flew up to the 2nd floor and gently knocked on a large door at the top of the stairs. Immediately, a raging voice like thunder resounded. "Fuck! What is it? Didn't I say no matter what matters come up, no one is to disturb me? Damn brat! I'll rip off your dog head. Fuck! Fuck your mother! Young master, it's about young lady Bai Luo." The fatigued young man diligently ignored this vicious scolding without a single complaint before respectfully reporting. All of a sudden a loud thumping sound was heard, like someone had just violently stood up, which was then quickly followed by a series of flustered footfalls. On the 1st floor of the shop assistants all wore bitter expressions, and each of them were frightened that the ceiling above their heads would crack under their young master's footsteps. With a loud crash, the large door was opened, and an extremely burly man, with the physique of a wild bear, charged out. This man was by no means old, only in his early 20s, but his image was quite imposing. His face was covered with a shaggy beard, and he looked extremely rough and unfriendly. Only his eyes were somewhat small and narrow, and coupled with his hulking physique, he gave off a somewhat sinister aura. He was the young master of the family which owned Heavenly Medicine Square, Lu Yu. The Lu family was also a big force in Fragrance City. Its patriarch was one of the city's elders. They had been serving Shan Qing Luo's family for more than 200 years and had rendered many meritorious services. The Lu family's main residence was actually not inside Fragrance City, instead located on a nearby mountain range. Lu Yu's reason for staying in his family's pill shop in Fragrance City was entirely related to Bai Luo. Since a year ago, when he had first encountered Bai Luo by accident, Lu Yu had become completely infatuated and declared that he must by all means make her his woman. Although Bai Luo did not come from a great family, and was neither a pure chaste maiden nor had a noble temperament, she was still Shan Qing Luo's foremost subordinate. Therefore, the Lu family was quite supportive of Lu Yu's decision, allowing him to stay in the city. Unfortunately, this past year, Lu Yu had barely managed to interact with Bai Luo, and each time he did, Bai Luo would quickly escape. Even if Lu Yu was arrogant, he would not dare recklessly intrude into Shan Qing Luo's palace. So once Bai Luo escaped into the palace, he could only hopelessly give up. In all of Fragrance City, Lu Yu was no doubt the person Bai Luo most did not want to meet. Even remembering this rough, overbearing burly giant at least 4 times her size would always give Bai Luo tremors. Outside his room, Lu Yu vice gripped the young shop assistant. This youth was not weak, but now facing Lu Yu, he was no better than a chicken, his feet dangling in the air as he was held up by his shoulders. "What about Bai Luo?" Lu Yu asked urgently. With a cold sweat dripping down his forehead, the youth quickly replied. "Young master had ordered that once young lady Bai Luo leaves the palace, we must inform him right away. Today she has come out." "She came out." Lu Yu suddenly looked overjoyed and casually tossed the young shop assistant aside, dashing forward 3 steps before he halted, turned around, and asked, "Where is she now?" The youth couldn't help having an awkward look cross his face as he replied, "Young lady Bai Luo is on her way here to Heavenly Medicine Square." Lu Yu's expression suddenly froze before he asked again, "Are you sure your dog eyes didn't see wrong?" "It's true, young master. She really has come to Heavenly Medicine Square." "But why?" Although Lu Yu looked like an uncouth muscle-brained savage, but quite inconsistent with his physical appearance, he was actually quite shrewd. He was well aware that Bai Luo would do everything in her power to avoid him, and that each time he chased after her she would quickly escape to the Demon Queen's palace. So how come she all of a sudden decided to leap into the tiger's mouth? taking the initiative to come see him on her own? Did she come alone? Suddenly thinking of something, Liu Yu's look became cold, his already small eyes narrowing further, a dark, dreadful light flashing across his gaze. No! The young shop assistant shuddered unconsciously, hesitantly replying. It seems as if she is accompanying a young man. Humph! Liu Yu's true chi suddenly burst out and nearly crushed the shop's second floor to pieces, maliciously smiling as he muttered, "A young man, huh? I'd like to see which bastard dares have ideas about this young master's woman." On the street, Yang Kai looked suspiciously towards Bai Luo. Although Yang Kai knew she was planning something, he was unsure just what it was. As well, this enchanting girl's facial expression was quite stiff, like she was suffering some kind of inner conflict and was constantly struggling to make a decision. Bai Luo was naturally somewhat conflicted. Liu Yu was not someone who could be reasoned with. If they really arrived at Heavenly Lu Medicine Square, he was sure to raise a fuss. What if this smelly brat was killed by Liu Yu? However much she disliked him, there was no refuting the fact that he was an honored guest. If he suffered from some kind of accident, how could she possibly explain to her mistress? However, Bai Luo quickly put down such extreme concerns. If things developed too far, she could simply invoke Shan Qing Luo's name. Even if Liu Yu was domineering, there was no way he wouldn't give her mistress face. Good. This time I'll give this little brat a little lesson, lest he think this young lady is easily bullied. Thinking back on Yang Kai's attitude towards her, Bai Luo couldn't help but feel angered. Are we there yet? Yang Kai frowned and asked. Along this particular road, Bai Luo's pace had been much slower than before, seemingly because she was considering if there was a problem in coming here. We're here. Bai Luo's slender fingers pointed towards a large building in front of them. That's Fragrant City's largest pill shop. It's also the last one in the city. But maybe we shouldn't go. Her haughty attitude suddenly deflated. Bai Luo began to hesitate once more, wondering if she was being too vicious. Yang Kai looked at her meaningfully, his curiosity somewhat piqued. There's a man inside there that I hate. Looks like we're too late. Yang Kai couldn't help chuckling. They've already come out to invite us in. Ah! Bai Luo suddenly looked dismayed as she quickly swept her gaze forward. From the Heavenly Lu Medicine Square in front of her, a few uniformed men quickly appeared, walking straight towards them. These few people's cultivation were not weak. Although they were all quite young, each one of them had at least reached the true element boundary. Swiftly arriving in front of the pair, all of them smiled as they cupped their fists. Young Lady Bai Luo, our young master has been looking forward to you paying a visit to our humble shop, and has instructed us to courteously escort you inside. I have nothing to say to your young master. Bai Luo's face twisted in disgust, and she turned around and quickly pulled on Yang Kai's sleeve. Let's go. However, the few shop assistants quickly blocked her path and grinned helplessly. Young Lady Bai Luo, if you do not come with us, I'm afraid we brothers will lose a layer of skin today. We hope young Lady Bai Luo will not refuse this invitation, thus inciting our young master's anger. What do you want to do here? Bai Luo coldly asked. Quite reluctantly, the leader of this group replied. Young master has said, if young Lady Bai Luo refuses to meet him, then he will not force the issue. But this young lord accompanying you must come with us. He dares. Bai Luo's tone became even colder. Her enchanting eyes quickly flashed an angry light and regretting she had come here in the first place. She deeply felt that she shouldn't have dragged Yang Kai into this muddy water knowing full well that nothing good would come of it. But in the end she had still brought him over, which caused her to feel guilty. Haha, this doesn't seem like a decision young Lady Bai Luo has the final say in. This young lord, please follow us. These few people turned their eyes towards Yang Kai while maintaining a formal smile. Yang Kai stared back indifferently and slightly wrinkled his brow. I've only come here to buy some pills. Whatever grievances you have between you doesn't concern me, so don't get me involved. By now, Yang Kai also understood what was happening. That Liu Yu probably had intentions towards Bai Luo, and upon seeing him accompanying her, he became angered. Bai Luo also surely understood this point and wanted to take this opportunity to have Liu teach him a lesson. But now, for some unknown reason, she was regretting her decision. Thinking so, he couldn't help glancing back at Bai Luo. Feeling the deep coldness in his eyes, she unconsciously shivered. Since this young lord wants to buy pills, then please accompany us inside. Heavenly Lu Medicine Square, Fragrant City's largest pill shop, will definitely not disappoint the young lord. The lead shop assistant smiled as he spoke to Yang Kai. Having reached this point, if he tried to pull back, it would only bring disdain upon himself. Not to mention, the other side had made it quite clear that even if he wanted to walk away he wouldn't be able to. We'll settle this once we get back. Yang Kai coldly snorted before calmly walking towards Heavenly Lu Medicine Square. Bai Luo's expression dimmed slightly at this, and she anxiously kept up. Her enchanting face was filled with a mix of displeasure and grief. Stepping into Heavenly Lu Medicine Square, before Yang Kai had even had a chance to glance around, he felt a sharp and hostile gaze fall upon him. Staring back at the source of this gaze, Yang Kai's expression became cold. He had never before seen such a burly man. He was no different from a tower, at least 2 heads taller than the average man, with an incredibly muscular frame. His physique appeared full of explosive power. Every part of his body seemed to ripple with vitality, akin to a great beast standing there before him. What stood out most, though, was his pair of narrow, squinting eyes, only revealing a small gap, radiating a cold light, and his mouth was similarly curled into a chilly grin. Although he hadn't yet exchanged blows with him, Yang Kai still felt slightly pressured by this brawny man's imposing aura. Liu Yu's combat effectiveness, he estimated, was no worse than Qiu Yimeng's, possibly even somewhat higher. Liu Yu, what do you want to do? As soon as Bai Luo came in, she immediately frowned and said, He is an honored guest of my mistress. You should not act too presumptuously. Mistress Demon Queen's honored guest? Liu Yu couldn't help but show a startled expression, but soon after revealed a disdainful sneer, and his eyes filled with cold light. Him? Who the hell is he? What qualifications does he have to be Mistress Demon Queen's honored guest? Apparently, Liu Yu thought Bai Luo was simply trying to intimidate him and did not take her seriously. I'm serious, Bai Luo said anxiously. If anything should happen to him, it will cost you your life. Mistress's anger isn't something to take lightly. Even your Lu family won't be able to save you. Enough! Liu Yu roared impatiently. Watching Bai Luo treat Yang Kai so favorable only deepened the resentment in his heart. But eventually he showed a cold grin. So what if he's the Mistress Demon Queen's guest? As long as he doesn't die, then everything is fine, right? Humph. Look at his scrawny arms and legs. This young master disdains to even attack him, lest others say I am bully a weakling. Hearing this, Bai Luo heaved a sigh of relief. Good. You still have a little bit of sense. As long as Liu Yu didn't personally take action, things wouldn't escalate too far. As these two carried on their discussion, Yang Kai simply observed from the side. His brow slightly wrinkled as things developed, and he eventually said, Whatever grievances you two have, you should solve them on your own. I said before, I've only come here to buy pills. Buy pills? Liu Yu grinned meaningfully. We indeed have many pills here for sale. If others wish to buy them, we will sell things at fair prices. But you, little brat, if you want to buy something, I'm afraid things won't be so easy. Liu Yu, are you going to insist on being like that? Bai Luo's look also became cold. Is Heavenly Lu Medicine Square not an open and fair business? Must you intentionally try to embarrass him? Indeed, I must embarrass him, unless of course, if young lady Bai Luo were to promise to marry me. As long as you swear an oath to marry me, I will immediately kowtow before this little brat and provide an appropriate compensation for any previous slights. Liu Yu shifted his gaze towards Bai Luo as he revealed an arrogant grin. Keep dreaming. Bai Luo immediately refused. This young lady would rather marry a dog than marry you. Liu Yu was not fazed by her answer, and instead just laughed it off, as if nothing Bai Luo could say to him would arouse his anger. After an instant, Liu Yu shifted his eyes back to Yang Kai, his smile still icy cold and disdainful. Little brat, seems you have bad luck. Since she refuses to marry me, it seems you'll have to suffer some inconvenience. What pills do you want to buy? Liu then suddenly asked. Bai Luo, thinking Liu was willing to take a step back, suddenly relaxed slightly and quickly said, soul-restoring and soul-nourishing pills. Good. We have plenty of those in stock. Liu nodded and waved. Take out all the pills we have with such effects. The shop assistants inside the pharmacy quickly nodded, and a moment later had brought out a dozen or so bottles of pills. And please have all of these sent to the palace. After a few days I will come to deliver payment. Bai Luo smiled lightly and looked at Liu. Seems like even though you're just a bear, you're not completely unreasonable. Heh heh. Liu grinned meaningfully before glancing towards Yang Kai. Of course I'm not unreasonable. I'm simply earning this little friend here some face. Face is earned by myself, not given to me by others. Yang Kai coldly snorted. Being involved in this troublesome matter for no reason, he was extremely unhappy. If he was not happy, no one would be. Very good. Liu laughed, seemingly now somewhat enjoying this. Since you've said so little, friend, I will give you two choices. First, take these pills and then leave Fragrance City. The farther you roll the better. Just make sure that in this life you never appear in front of me again. I chose the second option. Yang Kai looked back at him indifferently and instantly cut him off. Liu was stunned for a moment before he grinned happily. Good. It's been a long time since I've seen such a crazy, arrogant little bastard. Saying so, he signaled towards a few of the young shop assistants who were standing nearby. You guys, play with him a bit regardless of the outcome. These pills afterwards will belong to him. Bai Luo was startled and immediately objecting. Hey, Liu, don't go too far. All of them are true element boundary masters. If it's one-on-one, then so be it. But making them all gang up on him, don't you think you're bullying him too much? Bullying him too much? Liu shot back disdainfully. Here, in this place, this little bastard can't compare with this young master's financial power or family power, so the only thing he can compare with this young master with is strength. Since he dares act so arrogantly, he must show he has the strength to back it up. The few young shop assistants who were called up grinned menacingly. All of them cracked their knuckles and shook their heads as they slowly walked forward and encircled Yang Kai. These youths were not pushovers either. All of them at least had reached the true element boundary 3rd or 4th stage. One of them even had a cultivation at the true element boundary 6th stage. Inside the heavenly Lumedicine Square, a few old men squinted. Their expressions were dull and indifferent. Although they were immortal Ascension boundary masters who served the Lu family, they would not lower themselves to intervene in the battle between young people. Not to mention that given how prideful Liu was, he would not allow them to do so. Yang Kai and Bai Luo arriving together proved that their relationship was certainly unordinary. But such experts acting against them would only serve to stir up the other immortal Ascension boundaries in the city and possibly even arouse Shan Qingluo's ire, making the situation extremely troublesome. Youth fighting amongst themselves was simply a matter of course. It was not something they would involve themselves in. Because of this, these old men would simply open one eye and close the other. This was, after all, not the first time they had witnessed their young master bully someone. Even him killing people wasn't uncommon. Either way, it wasn't a big deal. Little brat, it's too late for you to regret it. Your uncle, won't allow you to choose again. Liu laughed wildly. However, as Liu laughed, Yang Kai had already begun to move. A true element boundary 3rd stage uniformed youth only saw something in his vision before he felt his whole body suddenly lift up and a sharp pain radiating from his chest before he immediately fell unconscious. Pung pung pung. A series of muffled bangs rang out as 3 or 4 limp figures flew out. Accompanied by the sound of bones cracking, in just a blink of the eye, Liu's henchmen all crashed into the shop walls before falling to the ground. Only the true element boundary 6th stage cultivator remained. But before this man could recover from the shock of his companions being blasted out, the vague image of a man flashed in front of him. In a panic, he instinctively tried to defend himself, but the other party easily broke open his guard, and he found himself immediately suppressed. A rain of fists flew towards him, each one seemingly ethereal and illusory, superimposing themselves onto one another, and all of them seemingly landed on his body simultaneously. Pa 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 pa. His true chi was unable to block a single one of these strikes, and the sound of all his bones shattering rang out. Following this explosion of punches, Xianxia swiftly landed a kick on the man's shoulder and sent him flying tens of meters like a rag sack before he fell to the ground, motionless. Lu Yu's pupils suddenly shrank. At the moment Xianxia took action, he had instantly become aware of his strength. That sudden burst of true chi, its force and purity, it was so great he almost couldn't believe his eyes. Before he could collect himself, his few henchmen had all been beaten senseless. TSS. Bai Luo's charming eyes bulged, and her expression was completely aghast as she gazed in pure shock towards Xianxia. Although she had been in contact with Xianxia several times, she actually didn't know too much about him. The only thing she knew was that his cultivation realm wasn't too high. This was the first time she had seen him fight. In a flash, 4 or 5 true element boundary cultivators had all been crushed. Just how powerful was he? Was this really something a true element boundary 5th stage cultivator could achieve? Bai Luo's heart couldn't help but tremble. All of a sudden, she understood why her mistress valued him so highly. This little true element boundary 5th stage brat was definitely unusual. Inside Heavenly Lumedicine Square, those few old men also narrowed their eyes and were unable to suppress their surprise. Xianxia had struck decisively and extremely ruthlessly. These few true element boundary uniformed youths all had at least a dozen broken bones each. The true element boundary 6th stage man was in even more tragic shape. From what they saw, they estimated that he would be bedridden for at least 6 months. Such a powerful and overbearing young man. How come they had never heard of him before? In the midst of all this chaos, Xianxia simply stood there indifferently, glancing around once at the youths before him. He soon called out, "Bai Luo!" Bai Luo, still in shock, quickly responded, "Take the pills, we're leaving." N. Bai Luo hurriedly stepped forward and received the dozen or so bottles of pills that the shop assistant was holding, before somewhat dazedly following behind Xianxia. "What to leave?" Lu Yu bellowed, like a thunderbolt on a calm sunny day disturbing the entire street. With a great roar, he leapt out, flew above everyone's heads and suddenly fell in front of Xianxia, blocking the way, as he angrily glared at him. "After injuring my people, you want to just walk away? Stop dreaming. What do you want?" Xianxia stared back coldly at him. "Play with me for a bit." Liu cracked his neck, and a burst of crackling noise sounded out. "If you can't beat me, don't even think about leaving here. Liu, don't go too far." Bai Luo frowned. "I've already got what I wanted. What capital do you have to get me to act?" Xianxia looked at him disdainfully. However, Liu just sneered. "A soul-nourishing pill. There's a soul-nourishing pill inside my Heavenly Lumedicine Square of mysterious grade low rank. Not interested." A mysterious grade low rank pill was indeed very valuable, but if there was only one, it really couldn't attract Xianxia's attention. No matter how good the pill was, it was ultimately only something disposable to be eaten. "A mysterious grade pill isn't enough for you?" Liu Yu's brow wrinkled slightly. It was, after all, not an ordinary pill, but one used to replenish spiritual energy. The value of such a pill compared to other mysterious grade pills was significantly higher, and it was worth at least tens of thousands of silvers. On top of that, a mysterious grade pill wasn't something that could be casually refined. In the entire Great Han Dynasty, the number of mysterious grade alchemists numbered no more than 30 people, yet he actually didn't care about such a rare treasure? Wasn't this little brat's vision a bit too high? "Not interested," Xianxia casually repeated himself. "Bastard." Liu Yu's eyes suddenly became cold, and his true chi ferociously burst out. "I, your uncle, don't care if you're interested or not. Since uncle here is determined to fight with you, you have no choice but to fight." Done talking, Liu Yu roared as the ground beneath his feet began to crack and rocks and dust flew about randomly. An ominous dark purple light began to radiate from Liu Yu's body, pulsating out shockwaves that crashed upon Xianxia's body. "Liu Yu, if you dare hurt him, you're dead." Bai Luo's beautiful face paled as she cried out fiercely. although Yang Kai had instantaneously just defeated a few true element boundary cultivators, fully demonstrating just how great his strength was. Liu was an entirely different story. Throughout the ash-gray cloud evil land, he was quite a famous existence. Though he wasn't a peak rank master, he was still well known for his remarkable combat strength. Within the younger generation there were few who could fight evenly with him. Moreover, Liu was a bloodthirsty person. All those whom he had played with in the past had died miserable deaths. Not a single one had survived. Because Bai Luo didn't know if Yang Kai was his opponent, how could she not worry? If something were to go wrong, how could she possibly explain to Shanqing Luo? As these thoughts raced through her head, Yang Kai's true qi burst forth. Pu. Sending out his true qi, the two auras wildly collided with each other, and Liu's invisible attack was dissolved. Without enough time to even breathe though, Yang Kai suddenly saw Liu's face fill with a wild grin. His expression rapidly changed, and Yang Kai swiftly leapt high into the air. Suddenly, from the place he was just standing, sharp rays of the same ominous light burst out from the ground. Oh! Liu's eyes flashed a cold light. Apparently he didn't expect Yang Kai to have been so alert that he would manage to dodge this sneak attack. A raging ball of flame suddenly broke out around Yang Kai as he stood in midair, pushing his true Yang Yuan Qi to its limit. His image suddenly flickered as he rapidly descended, like a swooping eagle striking from the sky. This blow contained a devastating force. Feeling this immense heat and pressure rapidly approaching him from above, Liu didn't dare to be neglectful. Steadying his stance, he raised both his palms to the sky. Hong. As the pair's true qis furiously collided, shockwaves burst forth in all directions, and each one visibly distorted the surroundings. As a result of this earth-shaking collision, Liu's towering body was actually slowly driven into the ground. This was not, however, because his strength being weaker than Yang Kai's, but rather a result of the ground not being able to withstand such a heavy bombardment. Where Liu stood, all around him, deep cracks radiated out. Seeing this, the chill in Yang Kai's eyes only became heavier. Without hesitation, he poured his true qi into this attack and forced Liu further into the ground. Aware of his opponent's intention, Liu roared like a raging beast as his muscles bulged, and he exhausted the full potential of his body as he struck back. Half of Fragrance City trembled under the force of this confrontation. The surrounding shops all fragmented and blew apart as those unfortunate enough to be inside them cried out in terror as they quickly tried to escape. Even heavenly Lu Medicine Square couldn't avoid being affected. Yang Kai's expression remained steadfast as he stood without the slightest intention to avoid this blow. Burning Sun's three-layer blast. 3 explosive waves of true Yang Yuan Qi shot out and instantly superimposed themselves in front of Yang Kai. Boom! The remaining half of Liu's giant frame was instantly smashed into the ground by the force of this explosion, while Yang Kai leapt backwards from the rebounding force and stood firmly on the ground. His expression was slightly pale. In this exchange, Liu had actually not suffered. It was instead Yang Kai who had taken some damage. But to abruptly be pounded into the ground, Liu had lost all face. Silence fell. The crowd watching this spectacle stared silently at Yang Kai with their eyes full of shock and horror. None of them had dreamed that Liu would be shamed in such a way. What happened? Someone asked as many figures rapidly flew over, including all of the city's Immortal Ascension boundary masters. Fragrance City, under the management of Shanqing Luo, experienced very little street fighting. However, the battle today was so loud and violent that even these normally aloof Immortal Ascension boundary cultivators couldn't help running over to investigate the situation. Upon discovering that this fight actually involved Liu, all of them felt stunned. However, the key was, Liu seemed to have suffered a loss. His body was buried into the ground, and his opponent was unexpectedly just a teenage youth. What is going on? Who is Liu fighting with? A number of these new arrivals quickly asked the several Immortal Ascension boundary old men who were occupying Heavenly Lu Medicine Square. Who is that youth? How is he fighting Liu head-on? One of the Lu family masters smiled wryly. We don't know where this little brat suddenly appeared from, but according to what that little girl by Luo said, he is some distinguished guest of Mistress Demon Queen. Mistress Demon Queen's honored guest? How come we haven't heard of him then? Forget about that for now. What should we do about the current situation? There's nothing we can do. Young Master has never eaten such a big loss before. No doubt he has become completely enraged. Ha! Ha ha ha! From inside the recently appeared pit, Liu suddenly laughed a few times. He raised his head and gloomily stared towards Yang Kai. The chill in his eyes all but solidified as he growled in a low voice. No one has ever dared do this to me. Little brat, you have some courage. As he spoke, the ominous purple glow once again appeared around his body, and this time, this demonic light seemed to form a tattooed pattern upon Liu's skin. Demonic purple chi body. Someone amongst the Immortal Ascension boundary masters who were watching suddenly exclaimed, Liu actually wants to use this move? Oh no, young master can't suppress the demonic chi within him. Quickly stop him. It's too late. Shit, what the hell is that little brat? How could he have forced young master into using this technique? The surrounding group of people's foreheads all began to fill with sweat. But unfortunately, there was nothing they could do. They could only hope that Lu Yu would quickly defeat Yang Kai as soon as possible so he could then disperse the demonic purple chi body. Demonic purple chi body? It was a martial skill which had originated from an evil spirit that resided within the evil cavern. If a cultivator continuously absorbed the unique evil spirit chi from these evil spirits for many years, and if their luck was good enough and their aptitude high enough, they had a chance to comprehend this martial skill. Every year, many cultivators would enter the evil cavern wanting to explore the mysteries hidden within. Of course, many who entered never returned. Occasionally, some people who luckily escaped alive, and upon returning managed to comprehend this demonic purple chi body. Lu Yu was amongst those who had successfully cultivated this skill. Therefore, every year he would make the journey to the evil cavern to absorb evil spirit chi in order to enhance the power of this martial skill. After many years of cultivation, this martial skill was able to play a significant role. Upon activating the demonic purple chi body martial skill, Liu gained a significant boost in strength, and his eyes revealed a look of madness and malice. Leaping up onto the ground, while releasing a deranged laughter, he charged towards Yang Kai. Swiftly arriving before his opponent, a great mace appeared in Lu Yu's hand. Its surface was covered in crimson-red bloodstains. This mace had obviously killed a lot of people. Lu Yu was going all out. Everyone present who witnessed this scene was fully aware that he was incomparably angry, so he didn't hesitate to use his demonic purple chi body and summon his artifact. Obviously, he had no intent on holding back at all. Yang Kai, be careful. Right now, he's not thinking rationally. Bai Luo's beautiful face went pale as she screamed towards Yang Kai. However, Yang Kai simply glanced at her coldly before snorting disdainfully. Seeing this head-on attack filled with evil chi, Yang Kai did not hesitate to recall his true Yang Yuan chi back into his dantian. Immediately, the demonic chi contained within his unyielding golden skeleton burst out. Wah! As if a dark cloud had suddenly blotted out the sky, darkness descended all around and instantly engulfed all the surrounding light, which caused everyone to feel like the world had suddenly gone dark. All of them unable to even see their surroundings. Immediately, two scarlet eyes gleamed in the darkness, and just like Liu Yu's, they were filled with madness, blood, thirst, and cruelty. Such strong evil chi. Everyone was shocked at the sight of Yang Kai's transformation, leaving all of them temporarily dumbfounded. Which of these Immortal Ascension boundary masters' divine senses weren't extremely sharp or possessed incredible vision? How could they not detect that Yang Kai's evil chi was of an even higher dimension than Lu Yu's? This couldn't be another martial skill obtained from the evil cavern, right? But then why does it look similar to Lu Yu's? In addition to difference in color of the two's auras, not much else appeared different. No, they're not the same. One of the stronger Immortal Ascension boundary masters quickly said in amazement, Look, can you see? Although the look in their eyes is similar, Lu Yu's clearly don't show much sentience. Like his entire being has been consumed with madness and he's simply moving on instinct, whereas that youth, he still looks perfectly calm. Could it be that he's able to suppress the evil chi within his body? It's quite likely. Wah! What a monster! The group of people gathered around suddenly shouted out involuntarily. Only the few immortal Ascension boundary masters from heavenly Lu Medicine Square began to frown. You're dead, heh. Luyu kept muttering. His eyes clouded over with madness as he glared towards his prey. The great mace was tightly gripped in his hands as he slowly approached. The raging pressure bursting from his body constantly swept towards Yang Kai. Suddenly, Yang Kai flicked his wrist and the blood-red Azura sword appeared in his hand. Once this sword appeared, the entire area was filled with an overwhelming amount of murderous chi. A heaven-grade artifact, exclaimed one of the nearby Immortal Ascension boundary masters. Heaven-grade artifacts were extremely rare, and even amongst the many masters gathered here, only a few of them had a heaven-grade artifact. On top of that, it was a sword-type heaven-grade artifact, something worth significantly more than a normal artifact. As soon as the sword appeared, the evil chi radiating from this unknown youth seemed to suddenly grow stronger and continued to increase in intensity. So young, with such tyrannical strength, possessing a heaven-grade artifact, an honored guest of the beguiling demon queen. Just who the hell was this little brat? Aware of how unusual this situation was, the Lu family's several Immortal Ascension boundary masters immediately had cold sweat drip down their foreheads. Could he be the direct descendant of one of the other demon kings? If that was the case, then Luyu had no doubt brought great trouble to the Lu family. Young lady by Luo girl, young lady by Luo. One of the old men from the Lu family quietly came up to Bai Luo and cautiously whispered, "What is the identity of this young lord?" Bai Luo continued staring towards Yang Kai, and her seductive face had lost all blood, becoming ashen gray. "I do not know. He was simply brought back by mistress. All I was told was that he was an honored guest." "You don't know anything about him?" This master did not give up, continuing to probe her for information. However, Bai Luo simply shook her head slowly. Boom! As the two of them talked, Luyu and Yang Kai had begun. Luyu's large mace, covered in purple chi, smashed down, and each strike contained a lot of raw power, which constantly smashed Yang Kai's blood-red sword chi shadows. Luyu's tough muscles rippled along with the heavy mace firmly gripped in his hand as he viciously swung it about. Each blow contained a heaven-shaking might, which caused swaths of devastation each time it was brandished. Yang Kai's thousands of sword chi blades encircled his body and didn't even have time to play a role before they were destroyed. His expression became stern as Yang Kai swung his Azura sword again and sent out numerous dark sword waves condensed from his true chi straight towards Luyu, seemingly splitting the space between them in half. Luyu laughed madly, not even trying to dodge, and instead struck out with his mace once more. With an earth-shaking bang, the dark sword wave shattered, and although Luyu shook violently, he hadn't taken any real damage. So, he continued to dash forward while swinging his mace towards Yang Kai, as if consumed by madness. Engulfed in black demonic chi, Yang Kai's blood-red eyes radiated a cold, sharp light. The black gas concentrated on his palms before he thrust forward violently. White tiger seal, divine ox seal. With a fierce tiger roar and grand ox bellow, two gigantic demonic beast phantoms appeared and sent out thick murderous auras as they charged forward. Rumble, as the ground trembled violently under their charge. A burst of madness spread from Liyu's eyes. Not showing the slightest fear, he instead laughed wildly and roared, "Good, good, but it's still not enough. When you die, I'll drink your blood dry. You're worthy of such an honor." Swinging his mace twice at his attackers, Liu instantly struck flying the two phantoms, causing them to roar miserably as their figures dispersed. However, in the brief time he was distracted, Yang Kai had managed to form 3 dense sword chi blades before him and sent them flying towards Lu Yu's chest. 2 months ago, Yang Kai wouldn't have been capable of such delicate manipulation of his chi. But after cultivating Xiao Fushang's Yuan Qi control techniques while he stayed on Hidden Cloud Peak, his ability to wield this demonic chi had been enhanced greatly. Although he hadn't mastered this ability, his control was still much better than before. Seeing the fast-approaching sword chi blades, cold sweat instinctively appeared on Liyu's brow, and his purple demonic chi burst forth in an attempt to block Yang Kai's attack. Bang bang bang! Shockwaves spread as the two demonic chis clashed and caused the road's thick stones to crack and nearby debris to fly out. As the two demonic chis burst, Liyu's figure disappeared completely in the darkness. Ah! By Luo's mouth hung agape as she stared dumbfounded at the sight before her. Since the beginning of the battle, Yang Kai's combat strength had continuously defied her expectations and caused her to wonder just how great his strength really was. The mystery and profoundness of this youth had exceeded by Luo's understanding completely. Young Master. The Lu family's several immortal Ascension boundary masters cried out, but soon steadied themselves. Under the investigation of their divine senses, they soon discovered that Liyu's vitality hadn't diminished at all, and instead, his rage was rapidly growing. This little brat is too amazing. He can fight evenly with Liu head-on. Ha ha ha. I really want to see what old dog Li's expression will be when he hears about this. One of the Immortal Ascension boundary masters who had been observing laughed loudly, seeming to take great pleasure in seeing Liu being bullied. Lu Wuji, the Lu family's previous patriarch, was a peak Immortal Ascension boundary masters and an elder of Fragrance City. What a pity that several of the elders and Mistress Demon Queen have all gone to Beast King's territory. Seems like they won't know about this for a while. Another spectator gloated. The few Lu family Immortal Ascension boundary experts all suddenly wore bitter expressions and glared back angrily at these people. Yang Kai's cold expression had also become serious, and his brow wrinkled slightly as he felt the changes in Liyu's aura. Suddenly, a speck of gloomy purple light appeared inside the thick black chi. At first glance it only appeared like a small flame, but it soon spread outwards, becoming an engulfing fire. Xiao xiao xiao. As the purple demonic chi burst through the darkness, it struck towards Yang Kai with lightning speed. This purple demonic chi was so dense it had nearly solidified, as if it was a real flame, but strangely not only did it not give off the slightest heat, but instead radiated a bitter cold. Pa 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 pa. Yang Kai's own demonic chi moved to counterattack. The black and purple chis clashed violently, and actually formed a delicate balance that neither side was able to overwhelm the other. After a moment of struggle, the purple chi drew back, and the previous engulfing darkness seemed to burn away as Liyu's burly body once again appeared in everyone's sight. Heh heh heh. Liu grinned menacingly as he rested his giant mace upon his shoulder. Yang Kai's expression became somber as he suddenly discovering that he had unknowingly become contaminated by the purple demonic flames. A bone-chilling cold spread from the location of the flame and soon engulfed his entire body. This demonic fire not only caused him to feel a biting chill, it also impeded the flow of his true chi within his body. This wasn't actually a type of flame, but instead an effect the purple demonic chi acquired when it reached a certain degree of intensity. As his body's temperature rapidly decreased, and the evil chi he was sending out became sluggish, Yang Kai was quickly covered in a layer of frost, and even his hair and clothes froze, giving them a white sheen. Liyu's mouth twisted into a cold grin. You're dead. As he spoke, the purple tattoos on Liyu's body seemed to come alive, leaping from his body to transform into a terrifying fiery serpent that lunged towards Yang Kai. Looks like this little brat is finished. One of the nearby Immortal Ascension boundary masters commented as he watched with great interest. His exclamation echoed the thoughts of those present. With the exception of those from the Lu family, all of these spectators were excited to see such a violent all-out fight. But seeing the current situation had basically concluded the outcome. If his body wasn't frozen, he may have still been able to fight with Liu. But now that he had his movements impeded, how could he avoid Liyu's onslaught? Not holding anything back, Liu also rushed towards Yang Kai with his mace as his purple chi snakes closed in. Stop! Bai Luo cried out sharply. But how could the deranged Liu, who could only think of slaughtering Yang Kai, pay her any mind? In that instant, around the half-frozen Yang Kai suddenly bloomed a blood-red storm of petals. The seemingly intoxicating petals rippled about. But soon these individual petals assembled together, and took the form of a giant begonia flower in full bloom, which wrapped Xianxia in a protective shield that left not the slightest gap exposed. Another heaven-grade artifact? The eyes of all the surrounding Immortal Ascension boundary masters protruded and almost fell out of their sockets. How was such a thing possible? If Xianxia taking out a single heaven-grade artifact had made them realize he had a significant background, then a second appearing made them all realize they had still far underestimated the force supporting him from behind. At the very least, it was not something the Lu family could even be compared to. What kind of force could afford to give a single young man 2 heaven-grade artifacts? Moreover, 2 extremely powerful slaughtering-type artifacts. The Lu family absolutely couldn't do such a thing. Even a genius like Lu Yu only had a single heaven-grade artifact on him. Was this youth a direct relative of one of the other 5 great evil kings? Or perhaps the disciple of some unparalleled hidden master? The Lu family's Immortal Ascension boundary masters all had their jaws hanging loose and were unable to utter a single word. What are you fools still standing around stunned for? Quickly stop, Lu Yu. One of the other spectating Immortal Ascension masters quickly reminded, not wanting to see the situation develop to an irredeemable height. Ah! The Lu family's masters were shaken awake from their stupor, and without hesitating they shot towards the battlefield. Arriving before that budding 1,000-blossoming blood begonia, Lu Yu held up his mace and swung down with all his might. The petal barrier instantly fragmented and revealed Xianxia's figure. Instantly, Xianxia shot out, vomiting a mouthful of blood. However, the purple demonic flames originally wrapping his body had also somehow disappeared. Still shivering slightly from the cold, Xianxia's hand waved to summon the thousands of blood-red petals. At the same time, he also thrust the Azura sword forward ruthlessly. A huge sword wave quickly shot out towards Lu Yu. Lu Yu's pupils shrank, letting out a ferocious roar. All of his muscles bulged, as he lifted his mace to block this sword wave while desperately resisting the surrounding petal blades. Enough! The Lu family's Immortal Ascension masters finally arrived with a shout. One of them stood before Xianxia, and the rest surrounded Lu Yu, simultaneously protecting and suppressing him. With these several experts all of a sudden gathered together, it only took a small gesture before the 1,000-blossoming blood begonia petals and the Azura sword chi were all blocked. Young master, please calm down. Move. I'm going to kill him. I have to kill him. Lu Yu's true chi furiously burst forth, as he waved his mace madly towards the Immortal Ascension masters in front of him. Block me, and I'll kill you too. These Immortal Ascension boundary masters all exchanged a glance, and each of them carried a deep frustration in their eyes before suddenly coming to a consensus to deliver a quick strike. With a loud bang, these masters had instantly knocked Lu Yu unconscious. None of them had wanted to use such a last resort stunning Lu Yu like this. After all, by doing so he was bound to suffer extreme backlash from his demonic purple chi body since he still could not completely control this demonic energy. Because they had been concerned about this, even though they knew Xianxia had a strong background, they still had not stopped the fight. But after Xianxia had come up with a second heaven-grade artifact, even if they didn't want to do this they had no choice. The situation couldn't be allowed to get further out of control. Even if Lu Yu ended up badly hurt, it wasn't too important. The key was to not thoroughly offend the force behind Xianxia. This force, no doubt, was extremely powerful. It was not something their Lu family could afford to provoke. What's more, he was also Shanqing Luo guest. As such, they truly couldn't afford to offend him too greatly. What the meaning for this? Xianxia looked towards the Lu family Immortal Ascension master in front of him with an indifferent expression, as he slowly recalled his 1,000-blossoming blood begonia. Honored young lord. The Lu family Immortal Ascension master cringed slightly as he cupped his fists while trying to put on a friendly smile. Please restrain your anger. I'm sure you can see that our young master's demonic purple chi body causes him to lose his rationality. The situation here developing into a life and death struggle is surely not something anyone here wishes to see. Xianxia raised his brow slightly before letting out a sneer. Your Lu family certainly thinks highly of themselves. If you want someone to fight with you, they must fight. But once you want to stop, they have to stop. This? The Lu family Immortal Ascension boundary master was suddenly speechless, and his face flushed in embarrassment. However, he was also unable to say anything. After all, this young lord had come here only to buy some pills, yet their young master had insisted on insulting and provoking conflict with him. While this master was still struggling to find an appropriate answer, Yang Kai lightly said, "Since he's already been knocked out by you, even if I want to continue, I suppose I can't." "Thank you, young lord." The Lu family master happily smiled, relieved that this youth seemed to be more amenable than he had expected. Yang Kai just coldly snorted in response, but before he could turn away, a cold voice called out, "This isn't over yet." Upon hearing this, all of the Lu family members suddenly wore bitter expressions.